Slide is up. All right, good morning. Again, I'm Greg Evans with the Florida Department of Transportation. I humbly serve as the chair of your task force here. Our co-chair, Jason Peters, will not be able to attend with us today. His area of service includes all the counties of Florida's Panhandle, and so they're working on hurricane damage recovery following Hurricane Sally. So our thoughts and prayers continue to be with our fellow Floridians out in the Panhandle. To our task force, thank you all for joining us today. I hope that you and your families and your communities continue to be well and safe. And I want to express my continued appreciation for your participation in these meetings. The work you're doing as a task force is a critical element of this project. And on behalf of FDOT and the entire state, again, we say thank you for your continued commitment. I have to say that thank you to our entire staff. These folks are working tirelessly, countless hours in the background of this task force here. So on behalf of the entire task force, I want to say thank you to all the staff and your dedication to this project. I also want to take a moment to recognize that September is National Workforce Development Month. It is timely for us to recognize that this workforce development is one of the intended benefits of the MCORS program. FDOT is dedicated to continuing to implement the statewide workforce development program that was included and funded at $2.5 million per year for 3 years in the MCORS legislation. The MCORS program is taking a multifaceted approach to offering employment opportunities and career development training that paves the way to substantial and financially rewarding careers. MCORS program staff are working to strengthen and expand agency, industry, and community partnerships to help meet these goals and objectives while scaling up activities to provide training and career opportunities to even more Floridians. I know that a number of you on the task force are directly involved in supporting our state's workforce development. So I'd like to thank you all for your dedication to this very important issue in our state. Like previous meetings, this task force meetings are streamed live on the Florida channel and on our program website, floridamcors.com. In addition, we also have provided for 2 in-person viewing locations accessible to the public within the study area. The first being at the Madison Golf and Country Club in Madison and the Lafayette County Commission meeting room in Mayo. As always, public input is an important part of our process. We will have an opportunity for public comments at the end of today's meeting. For the listening public, if you wish to address the task force and have not registered, you can sign up by registering at floridamcors.com, but you need to do this by 4 p.m. This afternoon. We will hear from all members of the public who wish to address the task force today. First, to those who registered to comment virtually, and then we'll move to the 2 remote locations. And Greg, I believe we're going to Mayo first. Correct. And following up in Madison second. Additionally, we'll have a community open house scheduled for September 29th at the Gilchrist County Women's Club in Trenton. Similar to last month, this community house will be conducted in a hybrid format with materials available online for members of the public who prefer to attend virtually. This is another opportunity for us to share project information and receive comments from the public. Today, so our schedule for today, we'll work from now to around 12:30. We'll take an hour break for lunch, return around 1:30, and we'll work until 5 this afternoon, where we will stop and take public comment. We've also got a couple of breaks in the agenda, and we appreciate everyone working to keep us on schedule throughout the day. This morning, you will hear an update on public comments received to date, including a census of major themes and how these are being addressed through the task force in future processes. Then you will hear a presentation building on our discussion last month on illustrative paths and courses to guide future planning and project development. Today, we will also hear about the status of the draft report and discuss the draft action plan. The primary focus today continues to be on refining our draft report. You will see that we have moved your draft recommendation language into the final draft report document. We have revised the introduction, the task force overview, the study area overview, high-level needs and sections of the report based on the robust discussion we had at our last month meeting, as well as the many comments we received from you via email following the meeting. We've integrated all these comments into the revised draft of the first installment of the draft report, which you received via email during the week of September the 7th. I know that some of you took the opportunity to provide comments on the first installment right after it was received. Staff was able to incorporate some of these comments into the draft that was circulated during the week of September 14th. If your comments were not included in this redraft, please be assured that we have them, and feel free to raise your point in today's discussion. As noted, during the week of September 14th, we circulated a complete draft of your entire report. This included the same material that was initially circulated during the week of September 7th, with some additional context provided in the introduction and recommendations framework. This also included the complete set of guiding principles and instructions in the first draft of the action plan. I hope that you've had an opportunity to review this in advance of our meeting today. Today's goal is to review the entire report with emphasis on guiding principles, instructions in the action plan, so that we can prepare a version for the public comment, which will begin next week. We will be working through sections of the report one at a time and want to keep our discussion focused on key concepts, intent, and commitments. We can continue to collect minor preferences and adjustments to language as the report comes together. Today, we hope that the task force as a group could provide direction on how to adjust the current draft and be comfortable with leaving the revised version as a complete draft for the public comment period. Later today, we will have more discussion about plans for the public comment period, as well as for the task force review and comment on the complete draft report. This goal is to support your deliberations, so please let us know what you need. We anticipate one more meeting between now and October to complete our work. Given the continued uncertainty about timing for resuming large gatherings, we will continue this meeting with a combination of virtual and in-person ways for both task force members and the public to participate. Task force meeting number 9 is scheduled for October 20th, so please save that date, October 20th. We will be in touch as soon as possible to give additional details. So Greg, apologize, long introduction. So I will turn the microphone back over to Greg Vaughn, our facilitator, for introductions, updates, and agenda review.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, so I'm going to now briefly go over several topics: the public comment period, the logistics for today's meeting, the agenda objectives, as well as some of the materials, and a brief overview of our work status, our work plan status, and a brief Florida Sunshine reminder. The public comment period begins at 5 p.m. Today, or as soon as we are done with the task force member discussion. We will receive comments virtually and then subsequently from our 2 physical public viewing locations, as Secretary Evans just mentioned. Requests to provide comments virtually received by 4 p.m. today will be addressed during the public comment period in the order they were received. If you have not registered to provide public comment during today's virtual meeting and wish to do so, please sign up on the website under today's event. If you need the link emailed to you, please use the raise hand function, and one of our task force members will email you the link to sign up. Requests to provide comments on one of the public viewing locations can be made by completing a speaker card on site at the registration area. The meeting is being recorded today and will be available with other materials on the MCOR's website. You will remain muted for the presentations, and once we get into the task force member discussions, we will shift to a more interactive format. Similar to the previous webinars, our discussion today will be more like an in-person meeting. Instead of putting up your tent card to indicate you would like to ask a question or make a comment, you can use the raise your hand feature. We would also ask you to remain self-muted when not speaking to reduce any background noise. I generally will recognize people in the order that they raise their hands, although as we do, or as we did in our previous in-person meetings, we may manage the flow of that discussion to allow members who have not yet had an opportunity to speak to be able to do so, or to wrap up one thread of conversation before we begin another. If you have self-muted, please be sure to unmute before speaking. A quick reminder, as always, please do not put the webinar on hold or take another call, as we will hear your music on your end. One last note, you may have adjusted your username to readily identify you as a task force. We may have adjusted your name to readily identify you as a task force member. So please do not make any changes to your username, task force members, so that we can be sure to capture your attendance during roll call and during the Q&A period. I'd now like to go over today's agenda. The objectives for today are as follows: to provide an update on the public comments received to date, also to discuss task force recommendations and how they'll carry forward into planning and project development, review the draft task force recommendations and draft final report, discuss the draft plan for future FDOT activities, discuss plans for task force and the public comment on the draft report, and then to receive public comments. Quick recap of today's agenda. We'll run through a refresher on the Government and Sunshine Law, and then we'll take roll call. We'll then have a presentation from Will Watts, FDOT Chief Engineer, providing an update on public input received, as well as highlighting upcoming community open houses. Then Will and Weiwei Shin, our FDOT Chief Planner, will discuss how needs will be evaluated moving forward, how the guiding principles and instructions will be used in future phases, and also how local governments, MPOs, and the public will be engaged moving forward beyond the task force phase. Then we'll begin reviewing and refining the draft final report, including the guiding principles and instructions, until we break for lunch at 12:30 this afternoon, and we'll also have a stretch break thrown in at 10:45. The agenda for this afternoon is, as you can see on the screen. After lunch, we'll return at 1:30 to continue reviewing and refining the draft final report. At 3 p.m., we'll have a break, resuming our review of the draft final report at 3:15. At 4:40, we'll briefly touch on next steps and then turn to public comment. The public comment period, as you can see, is scheduled, as was stated before, at 5 p.m. today, or as soon as the agenda items are completed. And we hope all task force members will be able to stay on the line. Today we have a short video reminder of the Government and Sunshine requirements.
Florida's Sunshine Law. Florida's government, in the Sunshine Law, provides a right of access to governmental proceedings at both the state and local levels. In the absence of a statutory exemption, it applies to any gathering of 2 or more members of the same board to discuss some matter which will foreseeably come before that board for action. Scope of the Sunshine Law. Board members may not engage in private discussions with each other about board business, either in person or by telephone, email, texting, or any other type of electronic communication, such as Facebook or blogging. While an individual board member is not prohibited from discussing board business with staff or non-board members, these individuals may not be used as a liaison to communicate information between board members. For example, a board member cannot ask staff to poll other board members to determine their views on a board issue. The Sunshine Law applies to advisory boards created pursuant to law or ordinance or otherwise established by public agencies or officials. Staff meetings are not normally subject to the Sunshine Law. However, staff committees may be subject to the Sunshine Law if they are deemed to be part of the decision-making process, as opposed to traditional staff functions like fact-finding or information gathering. Board meetings. While boards may adopt reasonable rules and policies to ensure orderly conduct of meetings, the Sunshine Law does not allow boards to ban non-disruptive videotaping, tape recording, or photography at public meetings. Public Records Law. Florida's Public Records Act, Chapter 119, Florida Statutes, provides a right of access to records of state and local governments, as well as private entities acting on their behalf. If materials fall within the definition of a public record, it must be disclosed to the public unless there is a statutory exemption. The term public records means all documents, papers, letters, maps, books, tapes, photographs, films, sound recordings, data processing software, or other material, regardless of the physical form, characteristics, or means of transmission. This includes electronic communication like text messaging and emails, made or received pursuant to law or ordinance, or in connection with the transaction of official business, by an agency, including a private entity action on behalf of a public agency, which are used to perpetuate, communicate, or formalize knowledge. Providing public records. Public records cannot be withheld at the request of the sender. A requester is not required to show a legitimate or non-commercial interest as a condition of access. A request cannot be denied because it is overbroad. Unless authorized by another statute, an agency may not require that public records requests be in writing or require the requester to identify himself or herself.
All right, and just as a reminder, David Flynn from the Office of the Attorney General is online today and can answer any questions regarding the Sunshine Law as it relates to this task force. All task force members were given unique links to sign in. As task force members logged in, we noted your attendance. I'll now read through your names and organizations and note who is present and who is not in attendance. And if you are a substitute, we have a few substitutes today. I'll recognize you, but if I missed you, if you would please email Ryan Asmus and let him know that you are attending today and who you're subbing for. All right, so we'll start here. We got a full house today. I'm only showing 2 folks that are absent. Have a few substitutes, but let me go through the list. Secretary Greg Evans, representing the Florida Department of Transportation, is in attendance. Jason Peters, representing the Florida Department of Transportation District 3, as Secretary Evans mentioned earlier, is out today because of Hurricane Sally cleanup and so forth over in the Panhandle. Chris Wynn from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission was not able to make it today, but Jason Height is substituting for him today on the call. Mark Futrell from the Florida Public Service Commission is in attendance at the meeting today. Eric Anderson, representing Enterprise Florida, is in attendance today. Commissioner Jeff Kennard, representing the Hernando Citrus Metropolitan Planning Organization, is in attendance today. Scott Coons, representing the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council, is in attendance for the meeting today. Charles Lee, representing Audubon, Florida, is in attendance as well. Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife, is in attendance today. Commissioner Scott Carnahan, representing the Citrus County Commission, is in attendance today. Commissioner Anthony Adams, representing Lafayette County, is in attendance today. Diane Head, representing Career Source Florida, is in attendance today. Paul Myers, representing the Florida Department of Health, was not able to make it today, but Diana Duque is substituting for him today, and so she is in attendance at the meeting today. Commissioner Mark Hatch, representing Dixie County Commission, is in attendance today. Janet Bowman, representing the Nature Conservancy, is in attendance at the meeting today. Commissioner Pam Fiegel, representing Taylor County Commission, is in attendance today. Chris Lee, representing the Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation, is in attendance at the meeting today. Lyle Sigler, representing the Northwest Florida Water Management District, is in attendance today as well. Sherilyn Pickles, representing Madison County, is in attendance today. Michelle Hopkins, representing the Southwest Florida Water Management District, is in attendance as well today. Commissioner Ronald Kitchen, representing the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, is in attendance today. Christopher Emanuel, representing the Florida Chamber of Commerce, was not able to be here today, but he does have a substitute. Anna Grace Lewis is going to be substituting for him today, representing the Florida Chamber. So she will be in attendance today, representing the Florida Chamber of Commerce. Commissioner Todd Gray, representing the Gilchrist County Commission, is in attendance today. Ken Armstrong, representing the Florida Trucking Association, is in attendance today. Mary Cross, representing the Florida Department of Education, is in attendance today. Randy Wilkerson, representing the Florida Rural Water Association, is in attendance today. Chris Bailey, representing the Florida Internet and Television Association, is in attendance today. Commissioner Matt Brooks, representing Levy County Commission, is in attendance at the meeting today. Susan Ramsey, representing the Florida Economic Development Council, is in attendance today. Charles Shin, representing the Florida Farm Bureau Federation, is in attendance today. Chris Stahl, representing the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, is in attendance today. Dr. Lawrence Barrett, representing the Florida Gateway College, is in attendance today. Brian McManus, representing the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, was not able to be here, but James Stansberry is substituting for him today, representing the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. So Mr. Stansberry is in attendance today. John Grosskopf, representing the North Florida Community College, is in attendance today. Chris Rito, representing the Appalachia Regional Planning Council, is not in attendance today. He was not able to make it and notified us earlier that he had a conflict. Thomas Hawkins, representing the Thousand Friends of Florida, is in attendance today. Commissioner Betsy Barfield, representing Jefferson County Commission, is in attendance today. Ashley Stefanik, representing the Swanee River Water Management District, is in attendance today. Pegeen Hanrahan, representing the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, is in attendance today. And Audrey Kidwell, representing Volunteer Florida, is in attendance at the meeting today as well. So thank you very much for that, for being here today. We're looking forward to a great meeting and making good progress. With the preliminaries out of the way, I'll ask Will Watts, FDOT Chief Engineer, to start his presentation, which provides an update on public engagement activities. So Will, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thanks, Greg. All right, so we'll get started with our first presentation. Just want to kind of give an update on the engagement and written comments. So just to recap, throughout the MCORS process, engagement from the public has been a priority for the department. We've heard from the public that has taken advantage of by providing input through the following methods: email, website comments, traditional mail, task force public comment opportunities, community open house meetings, and virtual meetings. Here are the topics we will cover in our presentation. We'll start with providing some of the statistics on the number of comments we received. We'll then discuss some of the themes that emerged from the public comments related to all three corridors, and then discuss some of the corridor-specific comments we received. We'll also conclude with discussing how we'll use these comments and address those in the task force report. So the number of written comments received to date is over 12,500. Of those, approximately 2,200 have been original comments, and over 10,000 have been pre-generated form letters. FDOT has provided you a raw data table with a breakdown of the format in which comments were received. And we've also given you all the written comments since August 2019 through midnight September 17th, 2020. We also separated and gave you the pre-generated forms as a separate grouping, so you can also review those and use as appropriate. There are current 11 variations available for your review. Also included was an update to any municipality letters and any task force comments as well, task force member comments. All right, so here are the major themes of the comments received. First is environmental and land conservation, then quality of life, economic opportunity, corridor considerations, and other issues. We will discuss the topics related to these themes in the next few slides. The topics came directly from the public comments. We focused on actionable items and selecting the topics and capturing the public comment sentiment. We also organized the themes to support guiding principle discussions. When considering a proposed project of this magnitude, FDOT recommends actionable engagement to ensure all perspectives are captured while the project is considered. This means that in the event the proposed project meets both environmental and financial feasibility, all considerations are made at the beginning of planning. So a little deeper dive on actionable items. First, wildlife and native plants. Avoid fragmentation of habitats. Preserve and enhance connectivity of wildlife corridors. Avoid threats to endangered wildlife. Protect native and rare plant species and their habitats. Avoid actions that can promulgate invasive species. For water and water resources, protect against destruction of wetlands. Protect important water-related resources through design. Protect aquifers, springs, and watersheds. For land conservation and preservation, protect against reduction of wildlife areas, wilderness areas, Avoid disturbing conservation areas. Consider purchasing important environmental and wildlife protection areas. Other environmental considerations, protect against increased pollution. Control light and noise impacts from roadways. Themes related to quality of life and economic opportunity. Avoid sprawl. Preserve rural agricultural character. Preserve historic downtowns. Balance rural characters with the need for more and better jobs. Support agricultural activities by improving supply chain. Protect and expand and promote ecotourism. So for corridor considerations, specific to location, improve existing highways and interstates as a priority. Co-locate with existing highways and add capacity when needed. Thoughtfully design corridor endpoints and connections, including interchanges. Consider the no-build option. For hurricane evacuation, provide congestion relief during hurricane evacuation. Assess existing road adequacy for hurricane evacuation. Support sheltering rather than evacuation to enhance life safety. Improve evacuation routes in the center of the state. There's a few other corridor considerations to mention. Under tolling, concern over equity impacts of tolling. Support for toll as an alternative to tax-based funding. For broadband and utilities, assist communities in securing high-speed internet and cellular coverage. Expansion of broadband can be achieved without constructing a new road. Support hookup opportunities for water and sewer. And then for multimodal considerations, consider high-speed rail and alternative modes of transportation. Expand public transit services instead of roads. Consider the impacts of connected and autonomous vehicles. Improve bike and ped safety. And for the last category, for others, conduct financial and environmental analysis. Identify impacts of MCORs on available funding sources. Develop detailed transportation needs for the corridors. Provide more information on eminent domain and relocation of residents and businesses. And there's also concerns over the impacts of COVID-19 on funding and resource allocation. Suncoast corridor specific comments. Here are some of the specific comments related to Suncoast that were in the public comments. Create new jobs in the region. Construction threatens wetlands in Old Florida. Consider impact to rivers in Jefferson County. Route traffic to US 19A. The corridor needs to be thoughtfully connected. Be mindful of unintended consequences of bypasses. All right, so here's how we're addressing the public comments. Some are being addressed through the development of high level needs. For example, we heard in all three corridors that economic development is much needed in the rural communities. Other comments are being incorporated in the development of the guiding principles. For example, conservation is an important consideration in deciding the path course for these corridors. We'll also continue to consider the no-build option in future phases of the project. That's project development and beyond. The remaining comments will be addressed in the development of the action plan. for example, financial and environmental feasibility, will be assessed in the future phases of the project. Public and partner engagement will also continue there. So the next two community open houses for Suncoast, the first will be held next week on Tuesday, September 29th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. at the Gilchrist County Women's Club in Trenton, Florida. And the community house on Thursday, October 22nd from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Madison Church of God in Madison, Florida. The department continues to take feedback from the public via email, fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us, through website comments and traditional mail. Additionally, the department is receiving public comment cards at the public viewing sites during the hybrid task force meetings and at the in-person community open houses. We've given you all the public comments received today. And based on what you've heard of the public comment themes, is there anything you think we need to add to the guiding principles or to the instructions to the report? With that, Greg, I'll turn it back to you for any questions that the task force has.
So good update, Will, in regards to our public engagement and what we're hearing. We'll open it up to if any task force members have any questions. They can just raise your hand and we'll call on you. So Charles Lee from Audubon, Florida. Charles?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I am concerned that the very good description that Will just read of the qualitative comments of the public comments need to be exposed and included in text in our final report. I realize and agree with Will that the ultimate response to those comments is what appears in our guiding principles and instructions language. But I do think that a couple of short paragraphs need to be included in the language of the report that essentially states the nature of the comments received. I provided some draft language to this effect prior to the 15th on the report language sections. I'd like to just read quickly what I provided. With regard to public comments, I asked for the insertion of the following words. The largest numbers of comments received, both those presented to the task force during meetings and submitted in writing, either expressed support for a no-build option or stated concern regarding the potential environmental and land use impacts arising from the possible placement of new turnpike corridors through rural areas, conservation lands, wildlife habitats, and areas important to water resources. And then in the section that deals with the letters received from local governments, which are listed by the name of the local government, such as Citrus County, Levy County, Madison County, etc., I would recommend the following insertion, or again, something like that. Some of these resolutions and letters recommended a no-build option or recommended avoidance of impacts on the communities represented by the local government bodies approving the resolutions or letters. Others supported the corridors for economic development purposes, but urged caution to avoid disrupting communities and harm to the environment. I think that we should list, if you will, the quality, not just the number of comments, but we should have in our report language a qualitative description of what the comment said. And I think the two paragraphs that I've recommended be inserted are a pretty fair representation. You know, the words might be massaged somewhat, but I think we need something like that in the text. And this was suggested to go on page 4 of the draft report language as it was sent out and offered to us for comments and editing prior to the 15th. And I did submit those comments prior to the 15th. So I'd ask that those be taken up and included.
Great comment, Charles. We do need to memorialize the public sentiment as well as the public comment. So let's work with the language you've got as a starting point, and we'll work with the team to see how we can get that included. So thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
And just for the benefit of the rest of the task force, you know, in the agenda today, we will be going through the actual report itself. So as far as the things we'd like to see in the report, we can get to those. Just wanted to see if there's any more follow-up questions in regards to Will's presentation on the public engagement. So Commissioner Scott Carnahan, you have your hand raised. Commissioner Carnahan, representing Citrus County.
Thank you, and thank you, Will, for your presentation. But you know, I appreciate Charles' comments, but when you see majority of these complaints or public comments that are generated from one source, and you know, majority of them are, I don't think they should be in. You know, as a local official, when we start getting those generated responses, I don't pay much attention to them. If you can't put your name on it and write it yourself, I don't think it holds any value. So that's just my 2 cents.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Janet Bowman, representing Nature Conservancy. Janet, you had a comment? Janet, you're self-muted. Janet, are you there?
Okay, there we go.
Yep.
One suggestion on the characterizing the public comment. I mean, putting numbers aside, I mean, I think Will did a great job sort of summarizing the content, and it's worth in the discussion elaborating, you know, a discussion of those comments, and the bullet points Will put, you know, pulled out, I think are, to me, fairly representative. So in terms of the content, you know, just elaborating on what those comments were and kind of beyond just the categories, I think would be helpful. Thank you.
So Janet, just open to suggestions because it's a lot, right? So we got nearly 13,000 different pieces. And so we've tried to do the best we could to gather it up to something that can be actionable and that the task force can take a look at and craft language to support or steer the program where it needs to be based on public comment and task force concern. So give me an example, maybe how you think that'll help or how we can achieve that, and we'll definitely work on it.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm complimenting you on what you pulled out in your PowerPoint slides. You know,
Okay.
I think that was a good summary.
Okay, great.
Hey, we'll take all the compliments we can get. We'll take all the compliments we can get for sure. But yeah, that's a good summary that Will presented. Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife, you had your hand raised. Kent?
Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. Thank you very much. Good morning. At the Northern Turnpike Connector Task Force, I had suggested something very similar to what that Charles recommended, and I strongly support, including the sentiment and as well as the quantification of the numbers. You know, we need to represent in fairness to those people that did issue a statement of support and or no build. So I think that would only be the fair way to represent that public input. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kent.
All right, any other task force members have any comments in regards to the public engagement presentation that Will just gave? Now we don't have any more hands raised. So I'll give you just a second in case anybody wants to add anything, but then we'll move on to the next presentation. So Will, if you want to go ahead and begin this, I think we're good.
All right, so the next presentation will kind of get back into corridor planning and project development. So I'm going to start it off, then we'll stop for questions, and then Wei will round it up. So we're going to kind of build on our discussion from task force meeting number 7 on this topic and talk about how guiding principles and instructions for project development and beyond will help when we develop path courses. We're going to touch on considerations related to community features and focus areas today. We will also review how enhancement and mitigation features will be identified in corridor planning. Touch on the interchange evaluation process, along with more discussion related to project feasibility and cost, and expanding on what we discussed in the last meeting. Wei will then review the updated task force recommendation framework, including key elements of the action plan that is now part of your report. So we're going to focus on 5 general areas today. As previously discussed, there are potential for co-location along corridors such as US 1998, US 221, US 27. Within these existing facilities, there are 5 different communities that have been identified as key focus areas to further refine our path and courses. The department is committed to working with these communities and stakeholders to identify and accommodate their concerns, needs, and desires to make sure they are addressed. The first focus area is located in Jefferson County along US 1998, near the communities of Lamont and Capps. The second community focus area is near Perry, located in Taylor County. Third focus area is near Mayo, located in Lafayette County along US 27. The fourth community focus area is located near the Swanee River crossing on US 1998, which was identified in last task force meeting. This area interacts with Dixie, Gilchrist, and Levy counties and spans the communities of Cross City, Old Town, Fanning Springs, and Chiefland. The fifth community focus area, located in the southern part of US 1998 in the study area, is near the community of Inglis. In this presentation, we'll look at each of these community focus areas in further detail and identify some environmental, social, and unique features of each. Moving forward, it is important to remember that each of these communities have their own unique perspectives, challenges, and individual visions for their community futures. Therefore, it is critical to note that we remain committed to ongoing engagement and coordination with the public, environmental groups, government entities, and public and private stakeholders within the study area. Through this focus on local community input, if a path or course is determined to be co-located along the corridor within their community, we will identify stakeholder desires for close, near, or far solutions, determining how they would like this program to interact with their community geographically. This will be an iterative process that will be determined through the ACE and PD&E phases. We will also engage the public in their local community features within their community, determining if these features are attraction or avoidance features, and ensuring the community character, identity, and charm is preserved or enhanced. Each of these focus areas have a distinctive and specific vision for the future of their community. Through coordination with their long-term planning goals and an active and thorough process of public engagement, we can gain a better understanding of the ideals and values of each community. This public engagement will be bolstered through a comprehensive review of all local comprehensive plans and geographic data available to us. These data sets will be used as a complement to the community engagement process rather than a substitute. Further, we will commit to assist these local communities with technical assistance for any updates to their comprehensive plan should a co-located corridor be selected near these areas. All right, so the first area of community focus is located near the communities of Capps and Lamont. In a preliminary analysis of the GIS data, the following social, environmental, and cultural features were identified as present in these communities. The Osceola River and its associated crossing into Jefferson County, cemeteries, registered archaeological and cultural sites, listed Natural Register of Historical Places sites. It is important to note that these are only currently registered archaeological sites and currently listed historical sites. As part of the planning and PD&E process, FDOT must perform surveys for additional archaeological and historic sites in accordance to Part 2, Chapter 8 of the FDOT PD&E Manual and Section 106 of the Natural Historic Preservation Act. FDOT must also adhere to the standards and guidelines for avoidance of resources identified through these surveys. We also have aquatic preserves along the Osceola River, Florida Forever acquired lands, and managed conservation areas and easements. So the next focus area will highlight some of the unique characters of these communities. First, we'll have the Osceola River, which is an important feature not only environmentally but also culturally, recreationally, and economically. Secondly, we'll have the Lamont Post Office. Lamont, Florida, originally called Beasley Store, was founded in 1848 as a site of the post office and stagecoach station on the Tallahassee to St. Augustine Road. Third, we have the Asia May House located in Caps, which is an excellent example of a Carpenter Classic style farmhouse built in the 1840s and was added to the National Register of Historic Places in 1972. As previously mentioned, the department is committed to terminating the project at I-10. However, should the termini on US 1998 be selected, it is situated at the southern part of the opportunity zone in the area and can therefore aid in providing economic stimulus to the community through eligible tax incentives and private investment. Lastly, as an attraction feature and through early phasing opportunities, this area has unfunded portions of the shared use non-motorized trail network managed by the Office of Greenways and Trails, which can be used to increase access to recreational opportunities for local and tourists alike. All right, so the second area of community focus is located in the other community of Perry. In a preliminary analysis of GIS data, the following features were identified as present in these communities: managed conservation areas, mitigation banks, Perry Folly Airport, hospitals, and springs. Next, we'll look at specific features that highlight some of these unique characteristics of Perry. First, we have the Florida Forest Festival, which beginning in 1955 started as a county-wide pine tree festival as an educational tool to reduce forest fires that were crippling the county's economic timber industry. The goal of the festival became and remains that of promoting the benefits of state forests and to celebrate those who work in them as well as those who protect them. Secondly, we have the Taylor County Courthouse. Third, we have the Florida Capitol State Museum. The museum contains displays and recount the history of the forest industry as well as the wildlife of the forest. Fourth, we have the Perry Folly Airport, which was constructed during World War II and was used by the 3rd Air Force and the United States Air Forces for training. Further, Southern Perry is situated in an opportunity zone that can therefore aid in providing economic stimulus to the area through eligible tax incentives and private investment should US 1998 be considered for co-location. Lastly, as an attractive feature, compatible land uses such as those for industrial, commercial, and public uses are displayed and provide the additional benefits of pulling paths and courses away from more sensitive land uses such as residential and agricultural. All right, so the third area of community focus is located near the community of Mayo. In a preliminary analysis of GIS data, the following features were identified as present in these communities: Florida Forever lands, managed conservation lands, springs, including the first magnitude Lafayette Blue Springs, cemeteries, and agricultural lands, which are important resources not only for the community character, but also economic sufficiency. Next, we'll look at the specific features that highlight some of the unique characteristics of Mayo. First, we have the Lafayette County Courthouse, built in 1908 and designed by famed Atlanta-based architect Edward Columbus Hosford in the classic revival style. Secondly, we have the Howe Adams Bridge, built in 1947. It was the first ever suspension bridge built in Florida and the only one to carry highway traffic. Third, we have the Mayo Water Tower. Fourth, Lafayette Blue Springs State Park, featuring Lafayette Blue Springs along the Suwannee River, which is one of the state's 33 first magnitude springs. Further to the northwest of Mayo and east of US 27 is an opportunity zone and can therefore aid in providing economic stimulus to the area through eligible tax incentives and private investment should US 27 be considered for co-location. Lastly, as an attraction feature, compatible land uses such as those for industrial, commercial, and public uses are displayed and provide the additional benefits of pulling passing courses away from more sensitive areas such as residential and agricultural, which is so prominent in this area. All right, so the fourth area of community focus is located near the communities of Cross City, Old Town, Fanning Springs, and Chiefland. Displayed at Task Force Meeting number 7, this area is bounded by a large number of avoidance features, communities, and social and cultural features, which present a unique challenge in determining the best direction for path and courses developed moving forward. The only existing crossing of the Suwannee River in this area is the Suwannee River Bridge between Old Town and Fanning Springs. There is a two-lane divided bridge on US 1998. Looking at the blue shaded area on the graphic, we are considering this environmentally sensitive area as a critical junction in the future development of path and courses. In a preliminary analysis of GIS data, the following environmental features were identified as present in these communities: wildlife management areas and refuges, the Suwannee River, Florida Forever Lands, state parks, and 4 springs, none of which are first magnitude. 2 are magnitude 2, and 2 are magnitude 3. However, Manatee Springs, which is just outside the community focus area, is a first magnitude spring. Next, we'll look at the specific features that highlight some of the unique characteristics of this area. First, we see the Manatee Springs State Park, featuring Manatee Springs on the east side of Suwannee River, which is one of the state's 33 first magnitude springs. Secondly, we have the Lower Suwannee National Wildlife Refuge, which was established in 1979 to protect one of the largest undeveloped river delta systems in the United States. Third, we have the Dixie County Courthouse. And fourth, we see the Nature Coast State Trail, which is a 31.7 mile segment of Florida's statewide system of greenways and trails built along an abandoned railroad and designated as a national recreational trail by the Department of the Interior. Featured on the slide is the Trestle Bridge across the Suwannee River, just north of the bridge crossing the US 19 and 98. Further in Cross City along US 1998 is an opportunity zone that can therefore aid in providing economic stimulus to the area through eligible tax incentives and private investment should US 1998 be considered for co-location. Lastly, as an attraction feature, compatible land uses such as those for industrial, commercial, and public uses are displayed and are predominantly along the US 1998 corridor. These land uses provide the additional benefits of pulling path and courses away from more sensitive land uses such as residential and agricultural. The fifth and final area of community focus is located near the community of Inglis, north of Crystal River. This area is bound by several state and community resources, and in the preliminary analysis of GIS data, the following environmental features were identified to be of significance. Springs, none of which are first magnitude, high-risk coastal areas determined by FEMA's digital flood insurance rate maps, Lake Rousseau, generalized Category 2 hurricane storm surge zones, listed National Register of Historic Place Sites, managed conservation areas, Goethe State Forest, and state parks. Next, we'll look at specific features that highlight some of the unique characteristics of this area. First, we have Yankeetown to the west of US 1998, which was founded in 1923. Secondly, we have the Crystal River Archaeological Site, which is a US National Historic Landmark. Third, we have the Marjorie Harris Carr Cross Florida Greenway, formerly the Cross Florida Barge Canal, which was a proposed canal project that would link the Atlantic and Gulf of Mexico. The fourth, we see Crystal River, which is the heart of the nature coast of Florida, and the first magnitude spring cluster near Crystal River, which is the second largest spring group in Florida. As an attraction feature, compatible land uses such as those for industrial, commercial, and public uses are displayed and are predominantly along the US 1998 corridor. These land uses provide the additional benefit of pulling path and courses away from more sensitive land uses such as residential and agricultural. Lastly, there are many land and water trail priorities for this area. The ecotourism associated with this area is one of the fastest growing contribution to the local economy and represents an opportunity for spring enhancement, water and trail access, as well as commercial ventures associated with that industry. All right, so another co-location option that we discussed at the last task force meeting is co-location with existing utility lines. The co-location of this type is often established as a separate but adjacent corridor that would require partnerships with the utility owners or agencies. This could provide an opportunity to minimize impacts while also presenting an opportunity to increase the buffer to other uses. Another area of potential synergy with this type of co-location is the adjacent lands could provide additional options for regional stormwater treatment or placement of interchange ramps. As with many projects, segmentation of construction and phasing is determined after alternative has been selected. Within cores, this phasing process goes a step further than a normal road building project and gives us the opportunity to provide enhancement to resources in our area before ever breaking ground. For example, connecting critical wildlife areas as a strategic junction through wildlife crossings or securing of habitat for threatened species can be implemented early in the process. This applies to trail connectivity as well. Connecting areas of the shared use non-motorized Sun Trail has unfunded gaps. Or Office of Greenways and Trails priority trail opportunities can be connected as an additional positive enhancement. Additional funds are available for targeted Florida Forever property for conservation. Should, for example, US 27 be selected for a co-location option as seen to the right, portions of these areas can be acquired to offset any negative environmental impacts caused. Finally, critical water resources such as those related to the Osceola River or Swanee, for example, can be enhanced and protected through these early planning options to ensure the continued prosperity of these resources for environmental conservation and ecotourism alike. All right, just to refresh everybody with this slide, the following slides relate to the next steps presented in the PD&E and design phases of the project, and will detail how FDOT will approach the bullets shown at the left after the task force report has successfully been submitted. So we had a few questions on interchanges in the last meeting, so we kind of want to go a little deeper dive on interchanges. So we'll start with spacing and access control requirements. Federal and state policies and procedures dictate the location of new interchanges on the state highway system in order to preserve and enhance safety and operations of the highway system. With respect to controlling development and access to communities, typically local governments use interchange management areas or interchange management plans to control growth within the vicinity of the interchange by using land use control policies. Some local governments have therefore adopted interchange management area land use requirements in their comp plans and land development codes for planning and designing limited access facilities. For instance, the Citrus County Comp Plan has interchange management area requirements to ensure that development in and around new interchanges maximize economic development opportunities while minimizing impacts to access to the Suncoast Parkway 2. Coordination with local agencies such as local governments, RPCs, NPOs, and environmental resource agencies is another key consideration to ensure that interchanges are properly located and consistent with the guiding principles. As presented in the previous meetings, in-course project feasibility includes both environmental feasibility and economic feasibility. Environmental feasibility is determined after the PD&E study is completed. It ensures that any new modifications or improvements can be constructed in a manner that minimizes the environmental impacts to the extent possible. The PD&E study will consider a range of reasonable alternatives that will always carry the no-build alternative throughout the process. The no-build alternative represents no change or no improvement beyond already committed projects as a part of the PD&E alternative evaluation. It serves as a baseline to compare the build alternatives to. So there's a lot of discussion last time between project cost and financial or economic feasibility, so we'll kind of go into that in a little more detail as well. So when doing these studies, it is important to understand what is considered a project cost. Cost is applied to the Florida Turnpike project is defined in 338.221 Florida statutes. The first preliminary project cost estimate that is truly reflective of a project's unique features occur during the PD&E study phase. Project cost is a criteria used in the alternate evaluation analysis of the PD&E study. As a project moves forward into design phase, project costs are refined as the features of the projects are finalized. Project costs include, but are not limited to, the following: planning and PD&E works, design, right-of-way, construction of both the roadway and structures, CEI inspection, environmental mitigation, utilities, permitting, toll equipment, landscaping, noise walls, or any other project-specific features. As we discussed in the previous meetings, economic feasibility is the financial evaluation used for the new roadway projects. It can only occur when most of the major project features have been determined. Economic feasibility is determined at the 30% design phase when sufficient information is available to assess the ability to meet statutory requirements of the project as part of Florida's turnpikes system consistent with Florida statutes 338.223. It accounts for required costs to develop and implement the corridor, such as those previously mentioned. This helps to ensure development of accurate project cost estimates and revenue forecasts, which are used to determine economic feasibility. The determination of the turnpike funding contribution is based on the turnpike bonding capacity for the individual corridor. In many instances, the turnpike bond funding cannot cover the entire cost. Thus, a funding shortfall will exist. FDOT will begin to identify potential funding sources for preferred corridor alternatives identified during the PD&E, including a combination of specific sources allocated to the in-course program in Florida Statute 338.2278, toll revenues, and associated revenue bonds and other applicable state and local private revenue sources. FDOT will continue a funding plan for the corridor based on the total project cost. And believe it or not, that's the last slide. So we just gave you a lot of information dealing with focus areas, dealing with interchanges, dealing with project costs, and dealing with financial feasibility. So I think we'll pause for some questions before we hand it over to Weiwei and see if anybody has any questions. Back to you, Greg.
Thanks. So just to remind our task force in regards to the agenda, we have a lot of time on today's agenda dedicated towards a review of the task force report itself, which is obviously going to be made up of several things. A few of them that are key, obviously, are the guiding principles and the draft instructions. So if there was, just to kind of keep us focused so we can kind of stay on track, if you have a comment or question or whatever that is more specific to a guiding principle or the report itself, again, we're going to get there today in the agenda. If we could just try to maintain our comments or questions related to Will's presentation, that would help us to stay on track and with everything. So Charles Lee, representing Audubon, Florida, you have your hand raised. Charles?
Yes. One thing that I think was unclear in Will's presentation that I'd like to discuss and try to clear up is that the things that Will listed in terms of what would be taken into consideration when analyzing the cost and the cost feasibility of the project. I believe the things that Will recited are the traditional things that are considered under Chapter 338 prior to the advent of the passage of the MCOR's legislation in 2019. It's very clear when you look at the MCOR's legislation itself, 338-2278, that in addition to traditional project costs, the legislature contemplated that the MCOR's project would take in more, and specifically the matters that were enumerated in the statute that would become a part of the MCOR's process and project, and therefore part of their cost, would include some of the extraordinary environmental features. For example, the acquisition of additional environmental lands that are beyond the usual mitigation pattern of a road. And then the other features that the legislature indicated should be potentially part of an MCOR's project would be things like broadband and things like water and sewer, which were both explicitly indicated as objectives of the MCOR's process, with what appears, when you see them laid out in the statute, pretty much equal dignity with the actual construction of a road. So I believe that in addition to the items that Will listed in his presentation, that when you go back to the MCOR's statute explicitly, there are other costs that are going to have to be added into the equation when the cost and cost feasibility of the project is analyzed.
No point taken, Charles. Certainly MCOR's provides that enhancement as well as the utility coordination and enhancement there too. Yeah, the enhancement discussion in MCOR's as a prevalent theme and it's an important topic, or in addition to our normal course of business. So you're right, those enhancements or advanced purchases are kind of covered in that early phase discussion that I had, but would be part of the total project cost. The point we're trying to make is some of those could be accomplished earlier, which is a good thing. Broadband as well. We are working, and Weiwei can touch on this a little bit. Her and I are working with Department of Economic Opportunity with the passage of the recent legislature that gives them a new program to run, and as well as trying to come up with a statewide plan to expand broadband. We do have additional funds allocated in 2023 to help expand broadband. And then the water and sewer discussion, we've had a lot of those in the past meeting. So, DOT will be at the table trying to figure out how we can complement those planning efforts and complement any type of connectivity with either right-of-way or other commitments. You know, DOT is certainly not in the business of utilities. So, but we, with the legislature that has been passed, it gives us a greater authority to be at the table to help provide those solutions.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Will and Weiwei, there are no other hands raised. I know Weiwei is got a presentation kind of following up on this, and we'll entertain some questions at the end of her presentation. So Weiwei, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Greg. I'm going to take a few moments to provide an update on the status of your final report and also introduce the draft action plan. The introduction, task force overview, and study area overview sections were drafted prior to meeting number 7. We made some minor text edits to these sections based on member comments, primarily for clarity. This revised draft was recirculated to you during the week of September 7th. Since then, we have received additional comments from many of you in writing. Some of your comments were integrated into the complete version of the report during the week of September 14th. The remainder will be addressed following this meeting. We appreciate the many technical edits and clarifications that were suggested. Last week's version of the report also included some additional text in the introduction and task force overview sections to highlight the significance of the MCORS statute and the specific areas of recommendation you're providing. We can cover additional comments on this section today. The recommendation section has been drafted iteratively over the past few meetings. The introduction to the recommendation section includes an overall approach for how the recommendations were developed and also a framework for how they are organized. This text was significantly revised based on requests for clarification from several members about what consensus around the final report would mean at this time. The high-level needs text was shared for the first time at meeting number 7. Based on your discussion that day, we revised this text to provide additional context on the areas where you had strong consensus and the areas where you recommended DOT conduct more analysis. This text was circulated during the week of September 7th, with additional refinements in the version during the week of September 14th. We know that some of you provided comments last week about specific enhancements to the supporting text for this needs. These specific line edits will be addressed in the next version of the report. Please also note that the meeting 7 draft of this report included several bullets on how the needs evaluation and alternatives analysis would occur based on your guidance. Most of this text has been moved to the draft action plan. Since really these texts are giving us directions about what we are committed to doing next. So if you notice that these texts are not included in the needs evaluation section, please be assured that you're going to see the context, the text in the action plan. You have been working on the guiding principles and instructions for several meetings, but these were included in the actual report text for the first time in the version circulated last week. You can now see how this section will flow in the report, including the sequence of principles, the actual language of principles and instructions, and in some cases, background text. And we will spend a lot of time today going through this draft. Finally, last week's version of the report was the first one to include a draft action plan. I will run through a few highlights of this plan right now, and we have time scheduled on your agenda to discuss it in more detail this afternoon. The action plan includes several important activities. Many of these ideas we've been talking about during our last few meetings, but this is the first time we have shown these ideas together in one place as specific actions. The action plan show how DOT can commit to moving your ideas forward through our existing or enhanced planning and project development processes. We view the action plan as a recommendation from the task force, but also as a commitment from FDOT. And as you will see in the text, that commitment incorporates the guiding principles and instructions by reference, and that commitment is pulled together based on discussions from the task force meetings. The action plan has 8 major elements as shown here. The first 6 generally occur sequentially, although in practice there is likely to be some overlap and iteration among the actions. The last 2 elements generally occur continuously throughout this process. The first major element of the action plan is the needs evaluation. This is a subject we've spent a lot of time discussing. Per your discussion, the report discusses the approaches of examining both conventional transportation needs and broader regional needs, and provides guidance on how to conduct a robust traffic need analysis moving forward, identifying additional work that needed to be done. The second element focuses on how we would identify and evaluate alternatives to meet the purpose and need. Here's where you'll find language about a full range of alternatives, including a no-build option. The full range of alternatives refers to the operational and capacity options, existing, co-located, and new facility options, plus consideration of modes and technologies. No build is always an option in the PD&E process. No build in this context means no major capacity investment beyond those already committed in the work program. Of course, FDOT would continue to maintain the safety of and the maintenance of the existing system in the study area. The alternatives evaluation will address your full set of guiding principles, including the specific economic, environmental, land use, and emergency management impacts mentioned in the statute. The text also discusses taking a high-level preliminary look at potential costs and funding approaches at this point. This would be too soon to make a formal determination of economic feasibility, but we can begin getting a sense of the relative costs and potential approaches to funding these different alternatives. The third element covers consistency with local and regional plans. Consistency is an important issue throughout this process. As the alternative evaluation is completed and alignments are identified, there is the specific step identified in statute for local governments with proposed interchanges in their jurisdictions to review their comprehensive plans by December 2023 and to determine if adjustments are needed to provide appropriate land uses and environmental protections around the interchanges. The fourth element is economic feasibility. In this context, we're focusing on the specific statutory requirement that potential turnpike projects must undergo to determine economic feasibility, as outlined by Will earlier today, which occurs when 30% of the project design is complete and we have a pretty good sense of the total project costs. At this point, we can do a more formal analysis of potential funding sources. The text discusses the specific MCORS funding in statute, toll revenues, and other sources, and includes the commitments that we discussed about how MCORS projects relate to the rest of our work program, as well as the MPO process. The fifth element of the action plan speaks to advancing innovative land acquisition concepts, building on the specific authorities provided to FDOT in the MCORS statute, and coordinating closely with DEP, FWC, and others on existing programs. We're making a commitment to seek funding opportunities to advance acquisition during early phases or in parallel with corridor construction. The sixth element speaks to advancing multimodal opportunities such as broadband and other utility, again, coordinating closely with partners. As Will had mentioned earlier today, we're working with DEO very closely on the broadband initiative, or giving them some time to develop their plan, so the funding eligibility and project priorities that we come up with are consistent with their plan's goals and objectives. Both of these steps would likely begin in parallel with the corridor alternatives evaluation. We list them here as reminders that would like to get the full set of actions in place prior to begin construction. The final two steps in the action plan are cross-cutting throughout the process. We are committed to continuing a robust partner and public engagement process through multiple strategies. The use of our efficient transportation decision-making process to engage resource agencies in detailed review of potential projects as they relate to the natural and human environment. Additional opportunities for the full range of organizations involved in this task force to remain informed, to review progress, and have opportunities to provide input as we move through the process. Multiple ongoing opportunities for the public to be aware of and provide input to the process, including maintaining the project website. Hand in hand with these engagement opportunities is our commitment to transparency and process improvement. This includes periodic reports on decision points and the status of the guiding principles and instructions, an annual report on the MCORS budget as part of FDOT's work program presentation. Finally, our recognition of the need for continued improvements to our planning, PD&E, and other processes to fully implement the MCORS statute and the task force recommendations. Before I close, let me briefly remind you of our goals for today with regard to your report. We will review changes to the introductory sections and the high-level needs. We'll refine guiding principles and instructions, discuss action plan. We need the task force to provide guidance to staff for preparing a public comment draft of the task force report. This is the version of the report that we will post for public comment next week. It does not to be final, but it should provide enough of your recommendations that we can request public comment on the draft, particularly on high-level needs, guiding principles, instructions, and the action plan. And also, we need task force members to identify areas where additional discussion is needed as we work toward consensus. Let me also remind you of the definition of consensus we agreed upon at our first meeting. The task force will strive for consensus on the recommendations as a package to be included in the final report. Consensus will be defined and documented as members being able to support, accept, live with, or agree not to oppose the package of recommendations for the final report. So please be thinking about this definition today as we get ready to prepare the draft report for adoption at your final meeting next month. We do want to be sure that everyone here is able to support, accept, live with, or agree not to oppose the package of recommendations as a whole. So we have a lot of time on the agenda today. Please bring your issues out on the table for discussion. We may not all reach the point of 100% satisfaction with every element of the document, but we should all be able to live with or agree not to oppose the package as a set. So please share your concerns and solutions today or over the next few weeks. At the end of the day, I'll discuss the process for the review of the final report. Basically, we will post the draft for public comment and provide you a summary of the public comments plus a copy of all comments before your meeting in October. And we will set up a process for each of you to propose specific amendments to the final draft to be considered at the final meeting. I will run through the plans for that at the end of today. Okay, so here's a reminder. What does consensus on the report mean? When we have consensus on the report, it means that we are going to advance the task force's recommendations for the M-Course program, specifically the high-level needs, including how needs should be evaluated moving forward, and the set of guiding principles, instructions. Again, the guiding principles and instructions, they all carry weight. The only difference is that the instructions provide more details, and the action plan that we're going to go over in detail today. And also on the same token, consensus on the report also means that project-specific needs or environmental and economic feasibility are not fully developed at this point in the process. So I would like to draw your attention to the second bullet. Please review carefully, and we can have a full discussion today about these points. With that, Greg, I'll turn over to you to see if we have any questions.
All right, thanks, Wei. It was a really good presentation, kind of priming us up and setting some ground rules for the discussion of the items today as we go through the draft task force report. So thank you for that. Audubon, Florida Representative Charles Lee, you have a question, sir?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
I sense that we're going to spend the remainder of the day dealing with the guiding principles and the instructions language. And I'd like to make a comment with regard to page 13 of the draft report language, which I'm not sure we'll be revisiting today, but I think making this point now would be the most efficient. If you look at the draft report language on page 13 as it was published for this meeting, you have a section that begins with the words evaluation of needs moving forward. And I submitted in response to the earlier text a proposal that at that point a new paragraph be inserted. And I know that you have this in a Word document that was submitted before the 15th, but I'd like, for the benefit of the other task force members, to briefly read it at this point. The wording that I'm suggesting be inserted at this location is as follows. The task force did not reach a conclusion finding that there is a specific need for a new freestanding or greenfield turnpike or toll road through the study area to achieve the goals required by 338-2278. Instead, as further detailed in the guiding principles and instructions that follow below, the task force expressed a preference for consideration by FDOT of the improvement or expansion of existing highway corridors, potentially including tolled lanes or sections, and the co-location of any new turnpike facilities with existing major linear corridors, such as state highways and major electric power transmission lines. I think that gets us to where we're really going, which is what's expressed in the guiding principles and the instructions language. I think that there is a misconception out there that the only way to achieve a goal is to build a new turnpike. And I don't think we've had any consensus to that effect whatsoever. And I think it's important for us to express where we actually are. And I think this language does that. And so I would ask that this be included after the words that are highlighted in green, which read evaluation of needs moving forward on page 13. Thank you.
Hey, Charles, thank you for help us clarifying that point. We started try to incorporate that language already, so you'll see reaction to that language in the next draft. It's sort of a more global statement about where we are in terms of the need for an entirely new greenfield corridor. And then also a little bit related to that is we're also improving our language in the draft action plan on the no build option. So we're going to talk a little bit more because, you know, the first level is what you just talked about. And then there was lots of, there was a little bit confusion about no build. So we're going to clarify our language in the draft action plan about no build to talk a little bit more about segmentation, phasing, and what no build means. So thank you for bringing these, for bringing the point up.
Okay. Thomas Hawkins, representing Thousand Friends of Florida. You have your hand raised, Thomas.
Hey, thanks, Greg. I just raised my hand. I was really appreciating hearing that language from my colleague. But Wei took the wind out of my sails, saying that it's already something that they're working on. So I just wanted to share that. I also, while I got the floor, wanted to go away with adjustments to the language regarding environmental resources. I can see in the current discussion, there's more emphasis on conservation directives from the imports bill. I appreciate those positive changes. Thank you, Wei.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. As always requested by Charles Lee, we'll make the language more crisp.
All right, James Stansberry, representing Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. James, you have your hand raised?
Yes, sir. Assuming this is the right time, had a change on page 14 of the report. Is this something to wait and discuss later?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, let's wait because we are going to go through the report. So James, yeah, if you could just put a pin in that and hold that. The way that we're going to do things, just kind of set it up for the task force, a little bit different today. We are actually going to be looking at the report. So we will actually have the report up on the screen as opposed to doing the draft guiding principles and the instructions in the columns that we used before in that visual. It's actually going to be the actual report. So you'll see the guiding principles and the instructions, but also the lead up to that, the discussion of the high level needs and so forth. So yeah, we'll get to that right after our break.
And James, just so you know, actually your timing is really close because that's exactly the page we're going to start on once we back that. So we'll come right back to you.
Yep. Janet Bowman, representing Nature Conservancy. Janet.
Thank you. Following up on Charles' comment, I just wanted to make an observation that, at least from my perspective, you know, focusing on the language in the, beyond the guiding principles and instructions is really the area where I think many of us have concerns and questions and have suggested language. And it makes me a little bit uncomfortable that, we're not going to see it until the next version, because I think some of this stuff is just really critical to whether our groups can sign on or not. So I hope I have the ability to really talk about in full. Thank you.
Yeah, Janet. So like Greg Garrett was just saying, we're going to cover that today. So you'll see some of the updated language, and be able to have provide any comments or things to that we can again make additional refinements to.
And even if you don't see the exact language of the changes that we're going to do following today's meeting, at least we'll talk about the concept of what we need to go change. Please be patient with us and give us some time to work the language out. And then I'm going to talk about a process for all the task force members to submit comments on the next draft. So today is, we still have opportunities to incorporate your comments into the report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the task force members in regards to Will's or Weiwei's presentation? Again, as you can see on the agenda, when we're about to take a break, and when we come back from that break, that's when we're going to jump into the report and be able to highlight some of those things. And we'll have some more instructions as we get to that point. But Secretary Evans, I'll turn it over to you. We could actually, if we wanted to go to break a little early and maybe come back a little early, I'll defer to you on how you want to handle that. But
yeah, we're probably going to need to energize ourselves for this afternoon. I think we will get into much more deeper discussion and conversation for that. So let's go ahead and take our full break and come back at 11 a.m. So just a couple housekeeping items here. Remember to keep your computer on during the break, so we won't have any technical issues getting back online. The ladies over in Tallahassee will mute the program during this time, so nothing will be overheard. So be conscious of that. And then if you're any technical assistance needed when we get back at 11, please coordinate with Tommy Bull. So with that, we are on break and see you back at 11. Not to make y'all jealous, but we were able at the Lake City Hub here to enjoy some homemade pound cake through the break. So we are ready for this afternoon. Greg Vaughn, I think you're going to take us into refinement and review of the draft guiding principles and instructions. And I believe somebody was it Thomas Hawkins wanted a sound check?
Yes,
you did?
Yeah, so we need to check Thomas Hawkins real quick. So Thomas, we've got you unmuted. Can you just do a quick sound check?
Can y'all hear me well?
Yes. Yeah, we got you good.
Is that better than earlier? All right, thanks.
Are you on the app?
I am using the app on my computer. I won't be, but I got the app on my phone. I don't have any. I expect that that'll work for this afternoon.
Okay, so will you be able to raise your hand in case you have comments?
I do believe so, yes.
Okay, all right, that'll be good. That'll be good. All right, thank you. All right, so now we're going to jump into reviewing and refining the draft final report. As you can see, the version of the draft final report is on the screen. And so I'm going to turn it over to Greg Garrett. We're going to kind of co-facilitate this process for the bulk of the agenda, the remaining portion of the agenda, like we did last time. So Greg, without further ado, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Greg Bond. Just as a quick reminder, and some, you guys have heard most of this before from our last go through with the guiding principles and instructions and such. Project staff will be capturing detailed notes off screen in addition to the screen that you're seeing Stephanie share with you now. So they'll have all those comments today, and we'll reflect those changes. In addition to Will and Weiwei, who you've already heard from today, we also have Jason Watts as a subject matter expert to help us address some of our technical questions. And then again, just as a refocusing effort, as we roll up our sleeves and get into the meat of this, our guiding principles are our how. So they're, how we want to get things done, or instruct the teams to get things done in the next phases. And our instructions are, like Weiwei said, are the what's next. So it's a package deal. The guiding principles and instructions carry equal weight to each other and are expected to work in tandem for further deliberation and clarification on any guiding principles we have the instructions for. And then as we get into the review of the high level needs later, that's a lot of our why. So again, just as you're considering, how the words are written or what you see in front of you, let's try to frame them within their context to make sure that we're looking at it, as a complete set and how it all functions together. Lastly, we all know this, we're in task force meeting 8. We've only got one left after this, so we're coming down to the finish line here. So we really want to make sure that if it's our comments today are wordsmithing or just editorial in nature, Weiwei is going to lay out the process for doing change and for submitting that to the staff and to the team to make those edits in her presentation at the end of the day today. And I think so if the content or the intention or sentiment of the principle or the instructions is in line with your expectations, there's just a couple words here and there. We might be able to forego that as a discussion point in today's meeting, but simply just provide that to us through the word change form, and we can begin to incorporate those. However, on the other hand, if we're looking at these guiding principles or instructions and it does not quite match what is the task force intentions or your belief of the intentions at this point, today is definitely the day that we want to roll up our sleeves and unpack that to make sure that we're working towards that consensus ideal that Weiwei shared in her previous presentation. All right, so with that, we're going to jump into it. I am not going to belabor you with the reading of every guiding principle and instructions as we've done previously. This is the third consecutive meeting where we're going through and rehashing these. So I'm really just going to kind of highlight, what we're looking at and what has changed from the last meeting to this. What I will say, just to start off on this, if you will note, in previous meetings when we've done this through the worksheets, there was not this introduction section for any of these guiding principles. And so I feel like the teams across all 3 quarters have done a good job of trying to frame the intentions and the discussions about the guiding principle in that intro paragraph prior to the guiding principle to help provide further clarity on how these guiding principles and their instructions are to be interpreted moving forward. So again, if you can, as you're looking on the screen or in your notes at your desk, take a look at that as well, because it may help address your questions or concerns about anything that might be within the guiding principle or instructions itself. So with that being the case, our first guiding principle is the consistency with statewide and regional and local plans and visions. There is no change to the guiding principle language itself on this one. Similarly, on the instructions, for each of the instructions, there was some minor word changes or wordsmithing changes within those. I should also mention this point, if you have in your materials the instructions worksheet, you can see, by way of or underline and strike through these edits at your desk with you, since you can't see them in the report that's shown on screen right now. And we did add one additional instruction at the end of this. It is the last instruction one. It says provide technical support to coordinate with local governments for best practices to implement as part of plan updates. So there was some discussion about this one at our last meeting. I think a lot of our edits and changes have been made to accommodate those comments, but we will open it up for question or discussion.
Yeah, I want to go to James Stansberry, representing the Department of Economic Community. James, you had your hand raised, or you'd brought up something before our break, and we said we'd pick you up first. So do you want to go ahead and touch on what you had mentioned before?
Thank you for the opportunity. Couple of changes on this particular page. Could we go back up to line 4? That's actually leading up to the guiding principles. When it talks about, let's see here, the suggests exploring with a planned interchange to review land use and natural resource protections and make any necessary comprehensive plan amendments by December 31st, 2023. That's not actually what the statute says. It doesn't require that they make any necessary comprehensive plan amendments. And the way that the language reads, it has them reviewing land use and natural resource protections, and that makes it sound like they're reviewing for land use protections. I think if you just go back and parrot the language in the statute a little bit closer, that'll take care of that.
Okay.
Then coming on down to line 23, if we could add in coordinate among agencies and local governments.
So just add and local governments prior to address?
Yes, sir. And then coming down to line 27, where it talks about identify needs, could we change that to assist with identifying possible changes?
Prior to the work.
That would be more work. Yeah, that would put less of the onus on DOT to identify those needs and more of a opportunity for them to work with the local governments to help identify the changes. And it just seemed more logical to me, but I'm open to suggestion to flip the third and the fourth bullet. It seems like the fourth bullet would come before the third one, but maybe I'm wrong there.
Right.
And then on line 30, where it says coordinate among local governments, environmental resource protection, among local governments, regional planning councils, would you add in DEO?
Okay.
And I don't know if you want to actually start with that statement for this bullet or not. Maybe that would be taking that whole everything from coordinate to the end of the statement and making that really the first part of the bullet. Might get you off on, so start off with coordinate among local governments, environmental resource. I'm not coordinate among local governments, regional planning councils, DEO, MPOs, and DOT on plan updates. Make that the first part of the bullet, and then go assist with identifying possible changes to update statutorily required plans. Might get you off on the right foot.
All right.
That's all I had for that page. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments from the task force members on any of James' suggested edits or further discussion?
Nobody yet. So like Greg said, we did try to incorporate from the Task Force 7 some of the language, and I think you'll see that shown there, especially if you're looking at the worksheet that was provided out that shows you the changes and everything. So anyway, are there any other comments, any other thoughts in regards to this guiding principle and the instructions that are listed here? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next one.
All right, so our next guiding principle is another one of our cross-cutting guiding principles, maximizing the use of existing facilities. In this one, again, that intro or preamble text right under there from lines 37 through 42 is again been added to clarify. For the guiding principle itself, there was a revision to the third bullet on this, so that would be line 6 on page 15. This was just for crispness, as Wei would say, to just kind of shorten it up. So we just deleted out a clause there to simply make this clearer and more succinct. And then we did not add any new instructions to this, but we did attempt to wordsmith them to capture some of the comments we heard last time. So for example, on the first bullet, adding the clause, about the adjacent to or new and improved north-south corridor was a comment received. There was things about expanding, including rail and roadway in the second bullet. For the third bullet, identifying additional utilities. So again, wordsmithing stuff to just try and capture all the sentiments and discussion that happened last time. And this was, again, with the cross-cutting, there were so many different people that spoke on it. I don't have an individual to go directly to this time. So see if there's any comments from the task force members.
Yeah. James Stansberry with the Department of Economic Opportunity. You got the hand raised again, James?
Yes, sir. On the last bullet where it talks about on line 22, where it talks about collaborate with local governments, would you include DEO in there in case there's an opportunity for us to provide technical assistance?
Very good.
Okay. Charles Lee with Audubon, Florida. Charles?
Yeah, if you'd roll the page for me back up to the guiding principles. Drop down to number 3, I believe. See it right there. Okay. We're in number 2, where you have the words including co-location of facilities with existing disturbed right-of-way. I would recommend strongly that we put a modifier in here where we define this as major right-of-way facilities. The concern that I have is just because you have a 2-lane road that is an old country road 35 feet wide does not make that ripe for co-location of an M-course turnpike. That would be really a greenfield, even if there is the coincidence of a small road there. When we're talking about co-location, we should be talking about co-location with meaningfully sized right-of-ways. And typically, in the past, I had suggested some specific metrics which you did not pick up. I had suggested that roads suitable for co-location of an MCORS facility should be limited to those that were 200 feet in right-of-way and 4 lanes in existing configuration. That may be too specific for you, although it would not be too specific for me, because I think that's what we're really talking about when we're talking about co-location. But I do think at least a modifier saying that we're talking only about major state and federal road right-of-ways for co-location is appropriate. And then the final thing that I would add is where you're talking about co-location, as we heard in the description from Will a little bit earlier, we probably need to include other types of linear facilities, such as major electric transmission lines. Again, using the word major, we're not talking about a 7,000 volt feeder here. We're talking about at least a 240 kV line or a 500 kV line. It's something that has a couple of 100 feet of right of way.
So for the second comment, we did not add the word major, but we did add the other publicly owned right of way to address the one half of your second comment in that regard, in order to capture those other opportunities.
Well, I think the problem with that is that when you read the entire context of this, it appears from the top to the bottom, it appears you're only talking about road right-of-ways. And while yes, technically you're right, you're kind of hiding it. So I would, I would put another descriptor in there that would say such as major public utility, major electric power lines. That
Yeah, it's
that kind of
also elaborated in the third bullet where it says evaluate opportunities for co-location within or adjacent to existing disturbed rail, utility, and roadway right-of-way in or near the study area. So it does provide that further clarification so as to not hide it.
Well, that's down there. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, but anyway, please insert some modifiers where we're talking only about major state roads or federal highways. We're not really, it's not legitimate to be talking about co-location with a 35-foot right-of-way country road.
So one of the questions that I would pose to the task force as a response to that suggestion is that these guiding principles and instructions are setting up the framework for how the analyses will be done in the next phases. That is to say, the analyses of the ACE corridor evaluation and the PD&E and planning studies, not necessarily what will be constructed. We're not jumping from guiding principles to construction. And the limitation of that suggested language in terms of how alternatives will be developed and evaluated precludes the opportunity with that discussion to explore other co-located that or may not be major as you have defined them as opportunities for their comparative assessment to say the larger major co-located opportunities. And I think that the concerns you bring up are on point, but they're not something that would not come out in that comparative evaluation. So the magnitude and quantity of differential impact beneath a county road that may have, as you said, 35 or more traditionally 70 feet of right-of-way would be greater, that impact from that footprint, than if you were co-locating it on a major 200-foot right-of-way. So it would not go missed or uncalculated for. But if that area is a better avoidance or minimization area overall than the others, then it at least allows that opportunity to be assessed and evaluated and compared. Whereas
no, it does not. It does not exclude it. It does not exclude the possibility of your putting considering an alignment down that 35 or 70-foot right-of-way area. But when you do consider that, you'd ought to be considering it in the greenfield mode rather than considering it as co-location. Obviously you can look at greenfield sections, and while certainly under modern circumstances, county road right-of-ways are at least 70 feet, but we've just looked through this countryside, and I have driven most of it. You have got a lot of very small roads that have a public right-of-way, which really do not, I mean, they make the co-location concept laughable if you're trying to say that it is co-location with one of those facilities. So it doesn't say you can't consider a road through there, but it says you should not consider that kind of thing as co-location. That's all.
All right, Jason, I see you've turned on your camera.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to offer a couple of alternatives because I understand what you're saying, Charles, and Greg, I hear your point. First, I think that there's a middle ground there, and I wouldn't want to compare co-locating on a county road to a complete new greenfield road that we're going to cut through a swamp or a forest. You're right, Charles, that it's not as much, but it's definitely more disturbing to cut through a wild area than it is to build on co-locating a road. With that approach, and because the devil's in the details and we're going to have a hard time kind of determining what major would be, and it would turn into an argument later on, Greg, I'm going to offer a suggestion for the task team to consider that you add an instruction that basically says give high priority to the amount of existing right-of-way in any co-location facilities. And clearly, Charles, we can work on the wording of that, but I think it gets your point that we should give a higher priority to roadways or co-location facilities that have lots of existing right-of-way, and less of a priority to ones that have differing levels of impact that we're going to have.
That I think that gets to my problem. That would be very helpful.
And then Jason, I think that's a great suggestion. I would just add that instead of adding a new instruction, perhaps we can expand that third bullet, because again, it segged and tied into also what Charles was saying, second comment. We could probably emphasize it at the beginning of that third instruction bullet.
No, I think the third instruction gets you about halfway there, Greg, and it actually says including right of way in or near the study area. I think we just expand on that and it'll get to Charles's point. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Sounds good.
All right, Ken Armstrong, representing Florida Trucking Association. Ken? Ken, it shows yourself muted.
What about now?
There you go.
Okay. I don't know whether it belongs here, but I can't find a better place for it to belong. At the last meeting or two, I have raised a question about the general concept of whether the purpose of the Suncoast is only to support I-10 traffic, or whether the purpose of the Suncoast is ultimately to relieve I-75 traffic as it heads off toward Atlanta. And it's not specific to existing facilities, but it certainly is a guiding principle question, which is like the 900-pound gorilla in the room as to whether the intention here is just to support I-10 or is ultimately to provide an alternative to 75. And it feels to me like we've missed the language or the decision tree about how we as a state and perhaps even neighboring state in Georgia decide what we're planning to do with this road, because it is clearly going to affect the decisions that go forward in a number of these other issues. So I'll just re-raise that question as I have previously and drop that bomb on you and let you figure it out, Greg.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, as you mentioned, Ken, you brought that up as a consideration at the last meeting, and so we did try to expand the first instruction bullet, to include particularly those that would be adjacent to a new or improved north-south corridor, to try and lend some clarification to that. And I think what I'm hearing is that it still remains a question for you. I don't have a particular response, because I understand Ken to ask it. He was kind of asking the task force.
Yeah.
Their thoughts, if there were.
Is there, do we address in the high level needs, is that something that we addressing?
It does. I was thinking that when Ken was saying that there is some consideration for the why, which is some of what Ken was asking, the why are we doing this, or why are the concepts that were being unpacked here. And so some of it is captured in the high level need discussion.
And we're going to touch on later today, Ken, we're going to actually review the high level needs. We'll kind of go over that. I know we've touched on it before, but you can see the latest version, and maybe that's where we could maybe add some verbiage or add some clarification in that section, if you feel like that would be appropriate. Didn't know if any of the task force members had anything in response to Ken's comments, or if there's any other comments in regards to this guiding principle of utilizing these existing facilities. So if you'd like to respond or provide some type of feedback or something new that you would like to see in regards to the guiding principle and the instructions, please go ahead and raise your hand, and we will call on you. But if not, then we will likely move on. All right, Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. Kent?
Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. I support Ken's recommendation. I think, and I have talked before about, how, what's the real need and purpose of this corridor. And I think there should be further direction that we are trying to provide alternatives for I-75 traffic as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. Okay. You want to move on to the next guiding principle?
Yeah, let's move on. Nobody else is raising their hand, so let's move on. Let's keep it going.
All right. Next on the docket is technology, standard language about intro paragraph. The guiding principle itself, this is one of our few that was actually completely changed to new language, but the suggestions from the task force at the last one was that our counterparts at NTC had a better take on this, so we borrowed theirs.
Can we read through that just since it's brand new?
Yeah, absolutely. So the guiding principle previously stated leverage and prepare for emerging technology to meet all needs. And the revised guiding principle says incorporate technology into corridor planning, design, construction, operation, and maintenance. And then it says accommodate emerging vehicle and information technologies such as autonomous, connected, electric, and shared vehicles and mobility as a service. So that, again, was borrowed, taken, stolen directly from our Northern Turnpike counterparts. And then with this one, we added one additional instruction language. It's the fourth one. So the fourth bullet states, plan and design the corridors to accommodate technologies, applications, considering their ability to evolve and adapt over time. So that was it. There was not as lengthy of a discussion on technology. Basically, last time you guys, the task force simply said that we liked the guiding principle from Turnpike a little better on this one and about the accommodating for technology. So.
All right, Kent, you get your hand raised.
Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. The North Turnpike connector had some really good language that I think it puts a finer point on it. I think there should be, and you can tell me whether it's already addressed, but I think there should be a bullet that says plan for and provide infrastructure for electric vehicle charging stations. They had that on their report, page 17, line 12.
Yes, sir. No, I see that here, and it's interesting. So we have that almost that, I think it's word for word, that exact bullet, but it's in a different guiding principle.
Okay.
I agree with your comment, and then I guess what I would just ask you is when we bring it up later for yourself and for any of the other task force members, if you like it better in the technology one, just tell us to move it up and we'll do so.
Just as long as it gets in there, I don't care where it goes. Thank you.
All right.
All right. All right. Any other comments in regards to the technology guiding principle? Like Greg said last time, there wasn't a lot of heartburn or major concern expressed other than just a preference maybe for some of the other language from the Turnpike corridor. So that's why we accommodated that to be able to pull that in. But I see no more hand raised, so let's keep moving.
All right. Our next guiding principle is the resilience guiding principle. There was no change to the principle itself. It remains the same. In terms of the technologies, the instructions that went with this, we did have some edits there where we tried to make things a little more concise and accommodate the comments. So we have two instructions on this one. The first is on change. The second one has been revised. So it states, when developing and evaluating corridors, place a high priority on the ability of co-located or new infrastructure to withstand and recover from risks such as storm surge, tropical storm through category 5, in parentheses, inland flooding, extreme weather events, and climate trends.
So a little bit more muscle was put on that as far as that instruction. Charles Lee from Audubon, Florida. Charles?
Yeah, I think that either another bullet in the instructions ought to be added or the ones that are there modified to point out that co-location is going to provide the opportunity to upgrade existing facilities, for example, that might be below the storm surge levels or might have potential flooding problems as they stand today. And that
Charles,
if you...
Sorry to interrupt. This is another instance where that bullet itself does lie in another guiding principle. And so we almost had exact words that we went through. So I think it's environmental. I'll have to look real quick to find it. But like I said to Kent before, we may want to see if you like it in the other place. And if not, we can move it here.
I mean, just as an example, US 19, even if MCORs were not to use it, US 19 is going to be there, and it's going to continue to have the potential for flooding and storm surge, particularly as sea level continues to rise. So at some point down the road, no pun intended, DOT is going to have to go into US 19 anyway and significantly elevate it in places and provide additional bridging or culverts to deal with the flooding issue. So if you select US 19 as the corridor for MCORs, you're creating the opportunity to do all that at once. And I think that's one of the things that places an added value in co-location, is that you can use the impetus of MCORs to achieve resilience features on that highway that otherwise would be another budget item later down the line.
For sure. Thank you, Charles. Again, I would just suggest we'll cover one of those, that instruction lies within the guiding principle set. So like I mentioned to Kent earlier, if when we come to that guiding principle, I see it, I believe it's in the environmental guiding principle. If your sentiment or the task force sentiment at that time is to, move it up to resilience or have it in both, just let us know.
Okay, Michelle Hopkins, representing the Southwest Florida Water Management District. Michelle?
Hi, I do have similar concerns to Charles, and if we're going to cover it under one of the other guiding principles, that's great. I just want to make sure this guiding principle seems to focus on extreme weather events and climate trends. And so I do have some recommendations on the inland flooding concern, but I just want to confirm that that's really what the focus of this guiding principle is.
Yeah, well, I guess what I'll do to try and help with that is I'll highlight it when we get to the environmental one, and there's nothing stopping us from scrolling back up on the page and comparing the two. Or it's gonna be hard. I don't want to have Stephanie scroll all the way down to it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I mean, I just, it does, all seem to point to resiliency under considerations of extreme weather events and climate trends. And so I think, it's okay for these instructions to focus on those as long as we have that opportunity under another guiding principle.
Gotcha. Sounds good. All right, we'll keep an eye out for that.
And like Greg said, if there is, once we get to those, if after you look at them, if there's a feeling that, hey, that probably needs to be in the resilience one or needs to be in the resilience one as well, like Greg said, we can consider that and look at making that a change. So, anyone else have any comments in regards to the resilience guiding principle or instructions? All right, so we will move on to transportation modes.
All right. For transportation modes, there was no change to the guiding principle itself on this one. There was some wordsmithing, excuse me, to the first two bullets. And then a new fourth bullet was added, which states review applicable metropolitan planning organization, long-range transportation plans, local government comprehensive plans, and transit development plans. Use these plans to help inform and refine the corridor's purpose and need for evaluating modal solutions and identifying potential alternatives. I haven't done this yet today, but Thomas, that one was added as a result of one of the questions that you brought up when we discussed Thomas Hawkins at Task Force Meeting 7. But in particular, your question spoke to how the different modalities would be evaluated and considered, and so this instruction was crafted to help accommodate that discussion.
All right, so in regards to the transportation modes, guiding principle and instructions, are there any thoughts, concerns, comments that anyone would have? If so, just raise your hand and we'll call on you. At this point in time, I don't see anybody. Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife.
Thank you very much. Again, I thought the Northern Turnpike had a really good suggestion. it's prioritized gaps, like for another instruction, prioritize gaps on high priority segments on the Florida Greenways and Trails plan.
Thank you.
Page 23, line 26.
I was
of
one
their
page
plan.
away. I have it here in front of me, and I literally just went to write it down. Got it. Thank you, sir.
Because the Florida Greenways and Trails plans includes, alternate forms of transportation. And I thought that was appropriate to fit in transportation modes.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Good comment. All right.
Okay, no other comments? So we will then now move to community identity and character.
Sorry. Finishing up my notes there. All right, community identity and character. Again, the guiding principle on this one was unchanged. There was some additions and enhancements to all of the instructions on this. So in the first instruction where we've got the bullet and the sub bullets, Commissioner Barfield and some others just wanted us to include considerations for signs and billboards. Native landscaping was specifically added. And then there are two additional instructions that have been added to this one. So they're the last two. Explore opportunities to view, understand, and assess the environmental uniqueness of the Big Bend ecosystem. And then plan, design, construct, operate, and maintain corridors that recognize and incorporate the surrounding community character. We added the subclause for Janet's request, including downtown areas, social and cultural centers, while accommodating potential growth and development. Balance the need to move vehicles safely and efficiently while preserving and enhancing scenic, aesthetic, historic, and environmental resources. So those are our changes on our community character one. There was actually a lot of discussion about this in 7, whereas there was not very much discussion in 6 about this. So would be curious to see what the task force thinks.
Okay. So this is Commissioner Betsy Barfield from Jefferson County. I would like to at least just come to you. I know that you had thrown out some in previous meetings, as Greg was saying, and especially the last meeting, talking about the aesthetics, the look of the corridor, as well as you'd mentioned before, which I thought was a great idea, about being able to brand some of the local communities through signage or whatever, to be able to try to, maybe even from like an economic development standpoint, entice and encourage and kind of talk about some of the unique businesses and so forth and districts that may be throughout the corridor. So Commissioner Barfield, I would just like to come to you real quick and just see if you had any further thoughts, or if you feel like that the adjustments that have been made address your concerns that you had expressed before. It looks like you're self-muted, Commissioner Barfield. Okay, we're having maybe some technical difficulty. Commissioner Barfield, I'll try one more time. Are you able to communicate with us in regards to this guiding principle? Okay, there's some audio issues, I guess, on her end, but I thought that her previous comments, if the task force will remember, was pretty good as far as creating some character branding and so forth throughout the corridor to identify the unique different communities we have throughout our study area. So Charles Lee with Audubon, Florida. Charles?
Yeah, this guiding principle and the instructions language is very general. And I know from past experience that DOT pretty much always has a practice of coordinating with local communities. And I'm wondering if there really shouldn't be a little bit more of a policy directive in this guiding principle and instructions. I know one issue that previously has come up multiple occasions from spokespersons from local government has been the pernicious effect that roads that bypass communities have on essentially killing the downtown by drawing traffic and business away from the downtown and killing the commerce that has traditionally gone on there. And I think there might be room for and a need for a memorialization of that in one of these instruction bullet points that essentially says avoid creating a new route which will divert business traffic away from existing commercial areas or something like that. It's a big issue that's been expressed, I think, 3 or 4 times by county commissioners, city commissioners that we've heard during our various meetings. And it seems to me that rather than just saying we're going to coordinate with local governments, we ought to be putting something a little more definitive in here that acknowledges that very valid concern. The other point that I would make is signs.
Charles, you there? Charles? Looks like we've lost Charles for a second. So Charles, we'll come back to you in just a second so you can finish up that second point.
For our locals, I mean, so I think Charles suggested a consideration that was on behalf of what he has heard the local representatives say. So I guess I would ask if our locals, in response to that, look for that edit in this particular guiding principle and instruction, or are comfortable otherwise with the language as is.
And for that, Commissioner Todd Gray from Gilchrist County has his hand raised, so we'd like to go to him to get his thoughts. Commissioner Gray?
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with Charles, but I think the flexible language kind of allows for the different communities' characters to be, we can design this thing in a way that each community can be considered individually, because obviously we have some very small communities where a main corridor coming through would be, as I suggested in previous meetings, be very disruptive. But some of the communities along this route would certainly want them, coming through town. So I think that the general language may work better in this instance. I just want to give that perspective because, again, I represent 2 very small communities. It could not, a large toll road coming through Bell and Trenton would not work very well. That's all.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think generally that was kind of the thought behind that. It was to not try to make a one size fit all, but to provide flexibility, as the project moves forward. So, Ken Armstrong with Florida Trucking Association. Ken?
I agree with Todd. I don't think we should be as specific and explicit and therefore set ourselves up for failure by making the statement that was suggested originally by Charles.
Thank you, Ken.
Charles back?
Is Charles back? No? Okay.
All right. Commissioner Ronald Kitchen, representing the... Yeah,
okay, Ryan's working to get
he's offline. Apparently he has some connectivity issue. It sounded like he might have dropped offline. So we're working on getting him back. Commissioner Ronald Kitchen, you had your hand raised. We're trying to get back to you. Do you have any comments?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I totally agree. From the very beginning, I said this should be the local officials should have the utmost input into this, and all the communities are different. So I absolutely agree with the last several speakers.
Okay. So just to clarify, you are more comfortable with the general language that we have as
Yes, sir. General language.
Commissioner Kitchen, it looks like you got muted on your end. If you could unmute and just finish your thought, that'd be great. There you go.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, as I said from the beginning, we seem to have issues where folks say, well, it should be left up to the individual communities. And then virtually in the same breath, we hear people say, well, I don't want this and I don't want that. So if our intention is to have input from the local communities per their plans, then that's going to require a more general description so that the communities can be specific for their own communities instead of something that's overlapping that might not fit with what the individual wants. So if that makes sense, it just still comes back to keep it general, let the local folks decide what they want for their own communities.
Okay. Okay, Charles, it looks like you might be back online. Charles, are you there?
Yeah, I think we're all having some degree of connectivity problem that may be on your end, because I sense that both myself and others dropped off. I did not hear any of the responses to the things that I recommended, other than what I think was Commissioner Kitchen's at the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, and I just kind of recap. So it was initially Commissioner Todd Gray from Gilchrist County had commented. Ken Armstrong from the Florida Trucking Association had commented, and then Commissioner Kitchen, who represents Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, just commented. And their thoughts were basically that they were more comfortable with the general language as opposed to getting more specific, as your recommendation was, but to keep it general, because you don't have, as Commissioner Gray stated, you have some communities that are very small that you know would have major impacts if the corridor came through. But if there's other larger communities that may want the project to you know be closer in as opposed to going around them. So it's just kind of a thing to where their thought was keep the general language because it gives maximum flexibility to accommodate what each community is going to want.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Did you want to, you were making a second point. I remember you mentioned something about signs, and then
Yeah.
you dropped off. So did you want to finish that point?
Yeah, I mean, if you go to other areas of the country, New England in particular, you find that most of the major highways, turnpikes, interstate highways, are not festooned with billboards.
Mm-hmm.
This may not be the section of our guiding principles to put it in, but we do mention billboards here, which is why I bring it up. If we're going to retrofit US 19 as an example for this MCORS facility, or if we're going to build an MCORS facility anywhere else, I would hope that one of our policies in the guiding principles could be that we are going to try to make this section of Florida Highway look more like the scenic portions that we have in other areas of the country where a policy decision has been made to simply not have it look like I-75 or the Turnpike, which are festooned with ugly billboards. And we've got that opportunity now in these guiding principles to make a statement on that. And I think we should, to say that new highway sections simply should not have billboards on them. And that ought to be a feature of the way right-of-way is acquired. And it ought to be something that's planned into this process.
Well, I think we've talked about this subject before in a previous task force meeting, and you know, unless we get deep into some very complex statutes, you know, outside of MCORS, there's just not a lot we can do as an agency, Charles.
Well, in this case, you see that what's different here is that the legislature has given these task forces an overarching opportunity to make recommendations on these points. And the traditional problem with controlling billboards has been a matter of property rights. And obviously, if you have private property that is immediately adjacent to the road, then you have an argument from the property owner that it's their right to consider putting up a billboard. But if in the right-of-way acquisition process, where you are in many cases acquiring access rights, and particularly where you are acquiring environmental properties adjacent to the road, both of which are features here, you have the opportunity to essentially extinguish that problem. And you can prevent that corridor of billboards along the highway corridor by virtue of how you handle your right-of-way acquisition decisions. That would bypass those other problems in Florida law, which unfortunately have been lobbied into Florida law by the billboard lobby. If there's no property adjacent to the road that has retained rights to put up billboards, then you don't have this issue.
All right, thanks, Charles. We got several other people who have raised their hand and would like to provide some input. So Commissioner Pam Fiegel, representing Taylor County. Commissioner Fiegel, I'd like to go to you, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm just wondering if we're going to be branding and selling our communities, how are we going to do it without signage and billboards?
Yeah, that was a thought that I had from a standpoint of if you don't allow, or you're really restrictive with the billboards, it could have an impact on some of the other guiding principles where we're trying to encourage local, ecotourism or local businesses, and from an economic development standpoint, from the local communities. So that's a good question.
Yeah, I would just add, what we have heard consistently from the task force is that when it comes to this community identity and character guiding principles and instructions, the primary focus of importance is retaining the locals' ability to coordinate and help drive the bus. And so this, the first bullet, which talks about working with communities on preferences and enhancements, for these things, and then that bullet list about signage, billboards, planting, access, et cetera, branding. I think that instruction brings it back to the locals so that they have that opportunity. So I agree. I think Charles makes a good comment. I just think that what we have heard from the task force has brought it back to say that the local community should have the seat at the table for that consideration, as opposed to maybe working it as a policy for all of them by way of instruction or guiding principle otherwise.
Commissioner Fiegel, did you have anything else that you wanted to add in regards to that, or?
No, I just think it's important that it's left up to local officials, just like he just said, so that we can make that decision. Certainly, we don't want to give up an opportunity to sell our community.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ronald Kitchen, representing Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. Commissioner Kitchen.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Another example, I believe Charles used the language, extinguish that problem. Well, to Charles, a billboard may be a problem that needs to be extinguished, but maybe to the other counties and all the communities, it's not. So again, this comes back to local control instead of one government entity providing direction on how all communities must work. So whether I personally like a billboard or I personally do not like a billboard, I personally shouldn't be setting the policy for all the other counties along this corridor. So it should come down once again to local control. And even in our community, it's up sometimes to municipalities, where Crystal River has a sign ordinance that's much more restrictive than what Citrus County is. And so different communities have set different standards for their community. Some people love billboards, some people don't want them. So once again, we're sounding like a broken record, but every time it comes to this one size fits all, that's really where I have my objections to this, is that this is an opportunity for counties to use this to enhance and make their communities better and protect those things that need to be protected. And what's right for one county may not be for another. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Ken Armstrong, Florida Trucking Association. Ken?
I agree with Todd. No, it's not Todd this time. It's Ron this time. That it's hard to be very specific on this. One of the curses, if you will, of co-location is that some of the sign situations are already basically decided for you, unless you're wanting to make people take down a bunch of signs. So I think the more general approach is again the better approach.
Okay.
Thank you, Ken.
Any other in regards to the community identity and character guiding principle? Good discussion and comments there. But we're going to move on to the historic and cultural resources guiding principle.
All right. So this was one that had no change to the guiding principles and no addition or subtraction of instructions. So the guiding principle remains exactly as was. The instructions were simply wordsmithed on the first bullet where it says work with communities. We added the clause and their stakeholders to identify needs for enhancement or protection of historic resources. And then the secondary bullet literally was just a minor wordsmith where it says for coordination of in the last clause of the instruction. So there, and this is another one that there was not lengthy discussion last task force meeting about this particular guiding principle.
All right. Does any of the task force members want to discuss any concerns or thoughts in regards to the edits regarding the guiding principle or the instruction here for the historic resources? All right. Seeing none, I guess I'll ask, Craig knows where I'm going with this. So on the agenda, we are at high noon right now. We've got 30 minutes till our lunch break. So I guess, Greg, one option is we could jump into one of our lengthier guiding principles with instructions with the natural resources, or if you wanted to, maybe we could skip that for now and save that until after lunch. However you wanted to do it.
We can take time out in the middle once we need to.
Yeah.
I think we come back and just be mindful if there are hands raised when we quit at or when we stop at 12:30. Record the hands raised, we'll come back.
Yeah, we'll come back.
Yeah. I'm an engineer. I like to go.
Okay.
Get me out of order.
Keep them in order. Keep them blowing. Keep them blowing. All right. So we're gonna pick up on the natural environment guiding principle that you see there on the screen, and so I'll let Greg touch base on the changes that we made because we did have several.
Correct. Yeah. No, Greg Vaughn is exactly right. You know, this is our biggest guiding principle. Just in sheer volume, but it does cover so much. And so there was a lot of lengthy discussion, great discussion last time on this. So bear with me as I try and get us all up to speed. Again, of note, you'll see, Seth, you can just go back up to the line 10 on page 18 first. Again, you know, with the intro sections to all of these guiding principles, we've really tried to capture the sentiment and intention of the task force as these discussions have been ongoing. So as you can easily imagine, this intro section is by far the longest, and appropriately so, because it's where the majority of the conversation has occurred. For the guiding principle itself, I would say the sentiment or the heart of the discussion from how we revised from, say, task force meeting 6 to 7 was that it was a good improvement, but it took out the emphasis and importance of enhancements within this guiding principle. And so the guiding principle itself was revised. So at task force meeting 7, it started with avoid adverse impacts to these identified resources. And then it listed off the will not impact and no new corridor through resources. What we have done here to change it is it still begins avoid adverse impacts to these identified resources, but it solely lists the will not impact or the do not impact resources first. Then the clause was added in between the next section to say, apply the following priority order for all of the below listed resources. Avoid negative impacts to these resources. Restore, connect, and enhance these resources while continuing to avoid negative impacts. And then third, minimize and mitigate negative impacts to these resources. Then we had a clause, the following clause that follows that was actually at the bottom of this previously. And so that's been moved up as well. So it states FDOT will consider these resources during the development, analysis, and comparative evaluation of project alternatives, including the no build. Resources include, and now we see the list for the no new corridor through resources. And then we also see the additional resources identified as priorities by the task force. Continuing with some of the edits to this guiding principle, we received comments last meeting about adding additional bullets to that last set of resources. So the resources identified by the task force as priorities. So we added Preservation 2000 lands, we added the BMAPs, the Basin Management Action Plans, and we added the natural resources of regional significance. One of the other comments was to add coral lands. Now, the team, when we went back, we originally added that in and then struck it out. The coral lands, just based on the data that's in here, are superseded by other programs that are listed. So what would have been captured by that data set would have been redundant and either older or not, like I said, sort of superseded or prioritized by some of our other data sets. So that's the change to the guiding principle. In terms of the instructions, we have 4 new instructions that were added. Again, these were speaking to the task force sentiments about capturing enhancements as was recognized in the Senate bill. So the first new bullet is going to be, it looks like it's the 3rd bullet on your screen. Is that right? Coordinate with agencies. It's hard for me to see them on both.
No, it'd be the second one, I think. Yes, it'd be the second one. The one coordinate with agencies.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. Yeah, so I can see it here. Line 20, page 20, line 18. This is a new instruction. Coordinate with agencies and partners early in the project development process to identify land acquisition plans and identify strategic opportunities to advance acquisition priorities with the intent to acquire lands prior to or in parallel with corridor development. So again, this was the request from the task force about early enhancement and acquisition opportunities and making sure that that instruction was carried forward. The bullet that follows that under conservation lands is also a new instruction. It states coordinate with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and other agencies for Florida Forever program projects that are in the highest priority for acquisition, including the FEGN network, potential water management district lands, conservation easements by land trusts, and lands within the optimal boundaries of the adopted management plan for regional, state, and national parks, forests, refuges, and water management areas. So those are 2 new bullets that were added into the conservation lands, again, trying to capture the task force sentiment about further instructions for enhancement. For wildlife and habitats, the first bullet on line 30 is the same. The second bullet has been expanded to that last, so where it says ensure corridor minimizes impacts to wildlife corridors, that was the prior one, but the end gives high priority to design features that establish functional wildlife crossings that maintain connectivity of critical linkages to provide for adequate wildlife water passage is new. And the next bullet is also new, use best available technology to limit impacts to wildlife, including roadkills, and notify vehicles of other hazards such as smoke from prescribed burns and wildfires. So that's what's new on our wildlife and habitat. Underwater resources. And so Michelle and was it Kent or Charles? This was the part where, and so no, it was Charles, about where we were looking at our resiliency and looking how we would improve existing co-locates. There's a new bullet here under water resources with that. So the first bullet and second bullet are largely the same. The first bullet was just modified to include the parentheses statement there, including the water management districts. The third bullet is the one in question. Look for opportunities to improve water quality as part of new corridor construction, as well as upgrades to existing facilities that do not have the benefit of environmentally friendly design and modern stormwater improvements. So that part of that sentiment was captured there. And then for our ecosystem connectivity, those last two bullets are unchanged from our prior efforts. So that might have been a little bit of a mouthful. So I guess because we had an earlier issue, I guess because there's so much to unpack here and we can go down so many different rabbit holes. We already have a rabbit hole established, which was the upgrading of existing. Right. So maybe we'll go back to Michelle first and see, you know, in light of the resilience, is it missing or lacking, or does it need to be expanded or repeated?
Yeah. So Charles and Michelle had commented about that, and as Greg said, this is that area. So Michelle Hopkins with Southwest Florida Water Management District. Michelle, you've got your hand raised, so I'm not sure if it's specific about that, but in addition to whatever you're going to ask, I would like to just get your input as to if you feel like that this bullet clarifies and provides the documentation or the clarification that you were looking for, or if you feel like that we do need to go back to the previous guiding principle and add a bullet.
Thank you. I think that this is an okay place to have a bullet or information on our concerns. I do think that the resiliency is kind of planning for the future and changes, you know, that come. But the comments that I wanted to add about this, the first two bullets do focus, well, at least the first bullet, primarily on the water quality. And I want to make sure that we have enough of a emphasis on existing and historic flooding concerns. The third bullet does capture that in a very broad sense. I would perhaps put some language in there about coordination with local governments on known and historic flooding areas. And then utilizing, I just want to reread this here, best available resources and information so that we can make sure that these corridors are not going to cause any adverse flooding impacts. And, you know, I do think you've captured existing facilities under that and stormwater improvements. So not having seen that language before, I do think it would be beneficial to just point to the local governments for their input on the data that they would have on areas that they know to flood, and to make sure that these systems are going to take those opportunities for improvement, or at best not to make that worse.
And so when you when you and Charles both mentioned this, when we brought this up on the last time, we kind of touched on, you know, taking existing and making better if it goes that way. It was with resilience. So you were talking, you know, again, you mentioned flooding here, but you were talking about inland flooding or storm surge resilience or stuff like that. So again, just for you or Charles, if we feel like we're lacking that instruction between what we have here and what there's none of that in the resilience one now. We could.
You know, the reason I asked about it under resiliency is because we talked about the inland flooding, so it wasn't entirely clear. You know, we've got inland flooding now, and then the potential for inland flooding is going to increase with, you know, sea level rise or, you know, extreme weather events. So I don't know if we can capture it under both bullets. But I do think that there's a lot of value in getting the local perspective on the areas that they have problems with that don't always show up, you know, in the broader scale flood studies and information that are available.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Charles Lee, you've got your hand raised, and you raised it early on when we were talking about when we started this guiding principle. So I'm not sure what you're going to talk about, but I do want to go ahead, and if you would, could you address, and let's go back to that point that we just touched on with Michelle. I know that you, when we were looking at the resilience guiding principle, you had expressed concerns about, you know, providing some type of a draft instruction or guiding principle, talking about the opportunity with co-location to update and upgrade existing roadways to make them more resilient. Do you feel like that the bullet that's provided here under the environmental draft instruction does that, or do you feel like that, hey, in order to be specific to the resiliency, we need to add something under the resilience?
Well, I have two comments on this section. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, the
Charles,
two
can you-
comments. I have several other comments on other parts going up to the top, but we'll take this one first. The last bullet is the place that I'm going to focus my comments. The first two bullets are fine the way they are. The last bullet, beginning on line 42, appears to deal exclusively with water quality and stormwater improvements. And that does reflect one part of the discussion we had at the last meeting. However, particularly if you look at US 19, water quality is not the only problem. The particular problem with US 19 is that it was built back in the 1950s and early 1960s. And from a hydrological standpoint, it is extremely lacking on many sections of the road in terms of the capacity to pass water from the east to the west, which is generally the direction of flow in the Big Bend area. And at that point in the geology of Florida, the Floridan aquifer has risen virtually to the surface. If you look at aquifer potentiometric surface maps, you'll see that the Floridan aquifer is right at the surface along much of US 19 in these areas. And so when you get enhanced rainfall or a flooding condition, you have the potential for the water to actually flow over the road or to challenge the adequacy of the existing culverts. This is not a water quality problem. It is a water quantity issue. It's a flow issue. So I think we need to at least have an extra bullet point in this section that deals with the improvement of hydrological conditions along the road and adding additional flow capacity to prevent a backwater effect on the east side of the road, which is what you characteristically see if you drive that road after a heavy rainfall. So I would recommend adding another bullet point that addresses water quality and talks about upgrading bridge and culvert structures to better pass water.
So you said water quality. You meant water quantity?
Water quantity, correct. Water quantity.
Connectivity.
And upgrading bridge and culvert structures to pass water more efficiently from the east side of the road to the west side. I'll leave it to you to word it, but that really needs to be a separate bullet point because it is not quality, it is quantity.
Thank you.
The other point with regard to resiliency is that even if you add that bullet point, you do not address the issue of the elevation of the road as it would relate to sea level rise and potential flooding. And I do think that you need to go back into, and I don't think we should do it now, but my recommendation is you go back into the other section on resiliency and put in a bullet point in the instructions about elevating existing roads to make them less vulnerable to rising sea level. And you talk about essentially flood proofing roads as a part of this project. And I think that needs to go into the resiliency section.
And just to clarify, but you're talking about back at the resiliency section earlier, you were talking about opportunities with co-location. Is that what you're still referring to as far as the raising the roadways of co-located facilities?
Well, yes. However, I think the range of options that we are talking about, if you look at the three-tiered provision in cross-cutting guiding principle number 2, we're looking at the option of first improving existing roads, which is not necessarily co-location. And so if we're talking about, for example, if we're talking about something short of co-location to move traffic up US 19 from the place that the Suncoast Parkway is likely to join it at red level in Citrus County, then we still need to deal with the resiliency issue on US 19 involving its elevation relating to rising sea level and with regard to floodproofing the road. So I think it occurs whether you're talking about co-location or whether you're talking about just incremental upgrades to US 19.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I would say, I think
Yeah.
that unpacks that issue. Maybe we should go around and see if there's other comments about other aspects. Then we can
That
come
was
back
my
to-
first. That was my first point. If we could go to the top of the
So
very
Charles, can we
top
come-
of the.
Charles, can we come back to you on this? And this way, if there were other hand, believe other hands up,
Sure.
Yeah.
and let them, and then we'll come back around and capture some of your other points.
Okay, so Janet Bowman with Nature Conservancy. Janet.
Hi, I wanted to make a comment on fire, prescribed fire. The language, I guess, from an earlier version was changed a bit. And under wildlife habitats, if you look at line, keep scrolling down one more.
It's the third bullet.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
the
we
last
go.
bullet.
Yeah, the last
Wildlife.
bullet
Mhm.
talks about notifying vehicles of other hazards such as smoke, which of course it's important to notify folks of smoke, but the bigger point, which is really relevant to both wildlife habitat and conservation lands, is maintaining the ability to conduct prescribed fire to maintain habitat. So that's broader than just notifying vehicles of the hazard of smoke. So I wanted to be sure that that got captured.
Yeah, so that was something that you had specifically added and sent to us for language. And I think, let me grab to it real quick. Correct. So, and maybe, again, I'm just mentioning it now because if it's not in the right place, that's a question to ask as well. It got added to the agricultural land uses, so the instruction says minimize the fragmentation of agriculture and forestry tracts, and consider how it would affect prescribed burning activities. So again, I'm not saying that captures your sentiment here. I'm just pointing it out because it is there. And so, like we did before, if we need to add one here, we should do that.
Right,
so
but it's applicable to conservation lands and habitat as well. Okay. So it needs to be both places.
Okay, sounds good. We'll make that change.
Thank you.
Okay, Michelle Hopkins, you had your hand raised again, Michelle?
Yes, I did. Just a quick, back to water resources under the third bullet or the fourth, if you end up adding one. The language that you could use would be to improve water quality and stormwater management or flood control. So those could be terms that you could incorporate into either an expanded or new statement.
Got you. Thank you.
Yep.
Helpful. Yeah, we're definitely open to any of the direct word changes because, as you can tell, there's a lot in this one. So, all right, sounds good. With our other hands?
Yep. Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. Kent?
Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. Thank you very much. In the spirit of trying to reach consensus, I'd like to offer in the do not develop a new corridor through list, I would suggest we add any impacts to private and public conservation lands will only be allowed with enhancement. That's my first point. So any impacts to private and public and private conservation lands will only be allowed with enhancement. Then I have a second point when you're ready.
Go ahead.
I'd like to add to the to the list of no new corridors through all areas approved listed for public conservation but not yet acquired, including Florida Forever, Rural and Family Lands, and Florida Communities Trust. And I'd like to add an instruction for that item. These areas will require, if you go through these areas, essentially, these areas will require acquisition of the full project area consistent with these programs' statutory authorities. Would you like me to read that again?
Kent, just to clarify, so the properties like Florida Forever, I know they have a priority list that they put out. So is that specifically the list that, like, any properties on that list? Is that what you're referring to?
Florida Forever, Rural and Family Lands, and Florida Communities Trust. They all have priorities lists.
Okay, okay. I mean, the concern, I guess, that I would have, and I'll just kind of throw it out there just for consideration, is while those properties are identified and there are willing sellers, those properties have not been purchased yet, and those willing sellers could back out or could sell to someone else, from the way I understand it. So there's a lot, I guess there's uncertainty with, some of those lands because of the fact, even though they've been identified, it's not, unless I'm misunderstanding something. So I guess I'm just wondering, does that tie us too much, or put the department too much into a corner of what could come down the road?
I guess Crystal.
Well, I will say that DEP has, but won't use, the Governor Cabinet won't use condemnation authority. You folks have it. You can use it. Use it well.
Yeah, so Crystal. Yeah. So Chris,
I've got no idea how restrictive this is to where we're at.
All right. No. So again, what we're talking about here as a topic is not the Florida Forever lands, but it's the targeted versus acquired, where acquired are purchased and deeded, whereas targeted are prioritized by the effort of the Florida Forever program and how they combine their list through soil and habitat evaluation and et cetera, but then also with the willing sellers. But it's just, like I said, it's not deeded, it's not purchased, and it could change based on the seller. So Crystal, I only ask you because you're at DEP. I don't know if, not that you're going to expect to know every aspect of every office within DEP, but I'd be curious if you had any advice or guidance or thoughts for us on this.
Let's see. You're correct. No, I do not know everything about every program in DEP, for starters. However, though, it takes a lot, when you're talking about conservation lands and the conservation easements and who holds it, that's everything on whether or not they want to release it. And so it depends on whether it's DEP, the state, a state agency holding a water management district, or a private entity like Tall Timbers or something like that, or an NGO. So this is one of those really gray areas. I'm not exactly sure how to proceed on that. I mean, the concept's nice and all, and I would imagine that by just sheer nature that the roadway this would not be far from attraction, because not only are you going to have to get, this has got good ecological value and it's going to really rank high when it comes down to the mitigating for any impacts, but also you also have to deal with why was it bought in the first place, to where there is an impact somewhere else, so it's really going to be ultra high value. And so by the sheer mitigation required to impact these conservation easements and stuff like that, it's going to be higher than just a regular piece of land, much higher.
Oh, we got I see Jason Watts here.
I just wanted to ask a couple of questions, and thank you for that additional information. I think that helps a lot. I think I wanted to just talk through what we would do normally and what I think the document does, and then ask Kent if I understand what he's proposing. So what we do normally is, if we have to impact some of that land, just as it was described, we go through a fairly elaborate process to determine the impact of our effect of the project. And then we try to work out how we're going to mitigate that impact. Usually it comes out with us purchasing lots of additional land or giving money, or there's lots of different things that we do if we're going to impact that land, especially talking about targeted conservation lands where you have willing sellers. If I understand right, Kent, you're saying that if we, and I'm gonna use the word clip, if we just clip one of those targeted lands, instead of going through our traditional process of working out how we mitigate that and how we offset it, and normally we offset it very positively for the conservation efforts, are you suggesting that we purchase the entire parcel?
Okay, now you got me off mute. Two separate concepts here. One, I thought it would be worthwhile for this task force to say, there will be enhancements. If you're going through existing public conservation lands, there will be enhancements. I know what the current policy is, but I just thought it would be worthwhile to say positively that DOT will enhance these lands. So that's the one point. The second point, that's existing conservation lands. The second point I was making was regarding to lands on acquisition list. Florida Forever, Florida Communities Trust, rural and family lands. On those lists, and this can, obviously I'm willing to get better language, but the concept is if you're going to build a new corridor through those lands, that DOT should step up to the plate to try to secure the project lands within that as to best their ability, the willingness of the landowner, what makes sense. You know, I don't know what the perfect language is, but the concept is if you're going through Florida Forever project land that hadn't been acquired, that you're going to make above and beyond efforts to help DEP secure that property. Thank you.
So let me back into it and say two additional points, if I could. The first one, where you're talking about basically managed conservation areas is the way we have it defined here, only affecting it with a corridor if we're going to enhance the land. I think we can look at that language and work with you. The second one, I'm not sure without doing a little research and discussion on how overly broad that is. I hear you, and if the task force wants to go that way, we can entertain it clearly. But that's some of those tracts are very large, and that could be a significant issue. So thank you very much.
Then how about considering at least adding, those proposed conservation lands, adding that to the bullet list of no new corridor through. And then if you're, and then if that's not going to happen, then have a situation to where if you're going to blast a corridor through one of these Florida Forever properties, that you're going to make some kind of effort to help DEP acquire and protect those lands that you're blasting a corridor through.
All right, last thought there. So we have recorded those task force members with the hand raised. By my watch, we're at 12:30. Perfect time here, guys. Been good discussion. I think we were to check with Thomas Hawkins one more time before lunch. Thomas, are you available?
Yes, I'm muted. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You were going to try the app. I believe that you were going to switch to for this afternoon.
Yes, and I actually am still in front of my computer. I'll be on the app after the lunch break. I just wanted to chime in really quickly and follow up on Kent's conversation. I think that what we need in Guiding Principle 8 is some simple standard that is going to tell us, allow us to measure when we have met this adequate amount of conservation, so that we know going into the process what it is on the back end that we can measure later to know whether we've met this guiding principle. And I don't know what that language is. I think somebody like Kent would be much better, or Janet or Charles would be much better identifying that than me. But and the folks in the task force that work for one of our agencies. But I do think that is still a missing link in Guiding Principle 8. Thanks.
Yep. Okay. We'll get back with you. We really want to just check with you on the technology issue that you raised earlier today. So keep your computers on. Stay dialed in to the webinar. Did the camera? Okay, it's just on my screen here. And we'll be back at 3:30. Again, keep your cameras on.
Not 3:30.
1:30.
That's a long lunch, man.
1:30. Log on a few minutes early if you do have to log off to make sure we don't have any technology issues. Reach out to Tommy Bull if you do. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 1:30. All right, task force members, hope you enjoyed your lunch. Glad to have you back. If you have any technical difficulties, raise your hand virtually or reach out to Tommy. So between now and 3 o'clock, we're on guiding principle with set of instructions number 8. We need to get to number 13 by 3 o'clock. So be mindful of the time that we take for each comment and discussion. So with that, Mr. Greg Bond, are you ready, sir?
Yes, sir. I just want to do a quick reminder about our registration for the public comment period. For the members of the public who want to provide a comment, you must register to be able to make comments during the public comment portion of today's virtual meeting. Any requests made online to provide comments virtually received by 4 p.m. today or via speaker card at the public viewing locations will be addressed during the public comment period. If you have not yet registered to provide public comment during today's virtual meeting and wish to do so, please sign up on the website under today's event or by completing a speaker card at one of the on-site public viewing locations. If you need the link emailed to you, members of the public, please use the raise your hand feature and one of our team members will email you the link to sign up. And also remember that comments can be submitted anytime at fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us. So we're all right. So we're going to jump right back in right before lunch. You'll recall we were reviewing the guiding principle within the draft report specific to the natural environment. We had some good discussion in regards to that. Again, as Greg has stated, this is our longest guiding principle, so there's a lot to unpack and put there. So as Stephanie is getting ready to share that, I do want to go to, we did have a couple of folks who had their hand raised prior, and so I want to make for sure that we are capturing them in regards to that. So Commissioner Dozier, Commissioner Christian Dozier from the Capital Region Transportation Planning Agency, you had your hand raised prior to us going to lunch, so I wanted to come to you to see if you had a comment or a question in regards to this.
Thank you, sir. Jumping right back in there. Actually, I did not have my notes right in front of me. Forgive me for that. I think my hand was up before simply to say I agreed with Charles Lee's comments about dealing with the quantity of water, flood control, other mitigation on existing roadways. And then when Janet was talking about controlled prescribed burns, I wondered if we needed any reference to working with federal partners. Here in the Big Bend, we have a lot of federal land, the Apalachicola National Forest, that is where a lot of our prescribed burns work. And I just wasn't sure if there needed to be any reference to that. There may have been something else, but that's the only two things I have in my notes. So thank you for coming straight back to me.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, we kind of did jump quick there. So if you think of anything else, or if you want to reiterate something, feel free to raise your hand and we'll come back to you. So also Charles Lee from Audubon, Florida. Charles, you had your hand raised as well prior to lunch.
Yes, I have several items and you're on the right page right now for me to start them. In lines 10 through 14, 9 through 14, typically, and for a good reason, when you deal with the avoid, restore, minimize discussion with regard to highway projects, the first step is to avoid, and you have that one right as number 1. But then you jump to number 2, you jump to restore, and you have minimize as your third numbered point. My view is that number 2 and number 3 are in the wrong order. You should first avoid, and then if you cannot avoid, you minimize and mitigate. And then the third step is, particularly under MCORs, where we have special statutory instructions beyond usual road building. At that point, you would be restoring, connecting, and enhancing. So I'd like you to reorder those and put minimize after avoid rather than at the bottom. And I can go into a discussion of what that means if it's necessary, because there is a specific reason for this. It's not just because I think it's out of the wrong order.
Okay, I think we can make the switch.
Okay.
The only discussion, and Charles, I know you have other points to go on to, but for the other task force members listening, the only question I would have to your comment, and I don't think that you have to explain it yet, just see if anybody else has a follow-up after you're done, Charles, would just be that order was placed as such because it was in response to the sentiment offered by the task force at the last meeting. And I see Jason's also got his camera up, maybe he's.
Yeah, I don't recall that being the case. I think actually there were comments that were made, I think by me and others, that you first avoid, then you minimize, and then you go into the restore, et cetera mode.
Charles, I just want to offer a couple of other thoughts, if I could, on that, because I think this is an important distinction. I think the conversation we had last time was we never wanted to be in a situation where we avoid, then we minimize and mitigate, and we say we're done. That was never the intention. So if you look at number 2, the very end of it, it says, while continuing to avoid negative impacts. The way it's laid out for in my reading is that we avoid negative impacts, and if we can't avoid, we do everything we can to still avoid and enhance and make betterment. And then only if we have to do negative impacts do you go to minimizing and mitigate. Honestly, after you get past 1, you have to almost always do 2 and 3 at the same time. So the order for me was important because I think it emphasized our ability to enhance, but I'm up to do whatever the task team as a whole wants to do.
Well, I think as this is understood throughout the regulatory process, and I think as it's understood throughout the ETDM process, it's always been avoid and then minimize. And so I think I see where you're going with that. But if you have a tract of land, let's say a piece of conservation land, and you're looking at that, the first order of business is to avoid it. Then the second order of business is that if you are going to affect it, the effect you have should be minimized to the greatest degree that that's possible. And then the third step is where you cannot avoid, and when you have minimized to the greatest degree possible, you then go into the mode of looking at replacement lands and other things that make up for it. Here in MCORs, you have the added responsibility that because improving environmental lands are part of the project as a whole, those improvements shouldn't be waiting for this process to occur. They should be in part of the design of your initial project. So if you're building a road through the Big Bend, for example, and that road's going to be adjacent to prospective conservation lands, then the project design should be proposing the incorporation of some element of acquisition for those prospective conservation lands. Likewise, it should be included, the project design should be including wildlife crossings. So again, I think it falls in a better order if we go avoid, minimize, and then restore, et cetera.
Okay.
Let me go on, if I can, to the next point.
Sure.
If you'll drop down to the sections on collaborate as it relates to, oh, let me take one before we get there, and it responds a bit to some of the dialogue before we broke for lunch. The issue of prospective Florida Forever lands, rural and family lands that are on the acquisition list. I am sympathetic to where the comment was coming from. But I think that probably a better way to handle that is to include them in a different category other than the do not develop a new corridor through. I think that prospective conservation lands should be avoided to the greatest extent practicable. And then you should proceed to deal with, if you have to go through them, then using that as part of the process by which you come to a decision to include the acquisition of part or all of those lands in the project design. So I wouldn't put prospective Florida Forever lands in the bullet point, do not develop a corridor through. But I would put them in the category of resources that should be avoided to the greatest extent possible as part of the planning process.
Okay, thank you.
The third point, if you go down to the section dealing with acquisition of lands, there we go. Yes, you should coordinate with these other agencies, but this completely misses the point of what's in section 338-2278, which is that as part of the project design, there needs to be a component in which DOT is funding meeting the goals of that statute, which speak to conservation lands, protecting the environment, protecting wildlife. That's just as much a feature of what the legislature instructed you to build as is lane miles of pavement. And so for that reason, coordinate is not sufficient. There has to be coordination and the provision of funding for these purposes. And again, we can.
It says later in that one, to advance acquisition priorities with the intent to acquire lands prior to or in parallel with. So the coordinate verb is just speaking with whom the coordination should.
Sorry, I don't accept that. I see that language. I was aware of that language before I made the comment. And when what you're doing is you're putting as far as road building is concerned, you're putting in hard and definitive words. When it comes to this section, you're putting in very soft and arguable references. When you say advance, with the intent to acquire, etc., that still misses the point of what was instructed in the statute. What was instructed in 338-2278 is that the environmental components be part of the project design. And there's an explicit reference to funding environmental land acquisitions. So you can leave the rest of that language there. That's fine. But what needs to be added is reference to funding.
So if you take out to advance and with the intent and just leave it as to acquire lands prior to and strategic opportunities for acquisition or strategic opportunities for acquisition priorities, is that?
No, you're still sidestepping the fund. What it appears to me is that you have a desire to sidestep the statutory instruction, which says that land acquisition is to be funded by DOT. And now I realize you may not be talking about all of the land acquisition, but there needs to be a component of funding coming from DOT to fund the acquisition of lands so as to fulfill the achievement of the specific goals that are written into the statute. I wouldn't be raising this if the statute had not listed a series of bullet points in its opening sections as to what the purposes of MCORs were. And the purposes of MCORs were clearly to achieve the conservation land goal in addition to pavement. And so this needs to have the word funding or fund in it.
Okay, thank you.
And that I believe is the extent of my comments. I think that everything else in this section is pretty good.
Thank you for those comments.
Okay. Commissioner Scott Carnahan from Citrus County, you had your hand raised. Commissioner Carnahan.
Gentlemen, you're not going to want to hear what I got to say, but this is not the Charles Lee show. Okay. He's just putting his opinion in here. I think you guys have done a great job in putting the language in there, and we need to keep moving forward. But, you know, if we're going to just sit here and keep listening to Charles Lee and everything he wants in there, we might as well just start going backwards. You know, with the people that are moving into Florida, that are continue to move into Florida, we have to move forward. And I think you guys have done a great job. I think you're doing a great job with the language, and I support what you have done. And I don't want him throwing his opinion in there because he's speaking for himself and a few others, but he's not speaking for the majority. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Michelle Hopkins from Southwest Florida Water Management District. Michelle.
Hi, I'd like to speak to a couple things on the conservation lands second bullet. I feel like Charles's recommendation might be missing the point of what I think the second bullet is going after, which is the coordination side, because all of these agencies do target acquisition lands. And so I think it's important to know, you know, what the plans are of the different agencies, you know, and what priorities that they have in case they're going after some of those same lands or to partner on some of those acquisitions. But I hear what he's saying on the funding part of it and the priorities of that. So, you know, maybe do another bullet that addresses the funding side, but I'd hate to lose the message that comes out of that second bullet with the way that you have it written now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Representing the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Peggy Hanrahan. Ms. Hanrahan, you had a comment or question? Peggy, it looks like you're self-muted.
Sorry, I switched to a different medium and didn't have it all working yet. I just wanted to really provide some support with respect to what is in the beneficial interest of Florida residents, and add that rural and family lands is of course a very important part of the Florida Forever program. With respect to what Floridians think about conservation land, we have some hard data on that, and the one that I'm most familiar with and will remind us all of is that in 2014, which was a rough year in many ways, Floridians voted 75% to ensure funding of all of these programs through the Water and Land Conservation Amendment. I think that to make assumptions about what is a value of this voters of the state of Florida, I mean, I think Charles was correct to go to the statutory language. That is the measure of what we are to be doing here. And I read the statute the same way he did. I know that Commissioner Freed did as well, that if you really look at what the legislature put on us, it is to really address some of the issues that I think you all are doing a good job of attempting to address. I'll tell you, just as a citizen and a voter, I'm concerned that it was perhaps put in there to take the edge off it, because people do care more about protecting many of these rural and undeveloped areas than they do about having a road that there hasn't been any demand demonstrated for, and there hasn't been a financial plan that is self-sustaining developed for. I realize y'all have reminded us numerous times that's the next step in the process, but I also realize that this process has been flipped from the way FDOT would ordinarily do it. So I just wanted to add that little bit of perspective. Thank you for, I feel like you're having to juggle a lot of things here, and I think you're doing it as well as can be expected under the circumstances you've been handed. So thank you for that.
Thank you for those comments. Michelle Hopkins, your hand is, I don't know if it's still up from the last time or if you had another comment.
I had one other point, just I'll try to make it quick. On page 19, under the, the discussion that we were having on avoidance and minimization, from a regulatory perspective, you would avoid and then minimize impacts. But I think we have the order correct in this, because you're an agency that's going to be able to incorporate your values and your priorities. And so to restore in the order that we have it, to avoid those impacts, I think it's okay, because we're establishing these priorities. But from a pure regulatory perspective, you would go avoid, minimize, and then look at your mitigation options. But you might want to, and also in this case, maybe separate bullet, or that point number 3, minimize, and then maybe the 4th bullet would be, mitigate. And so it kind of separates out. 2 isn't necessarily your mitigation option. It's more of, we want to enhance and make this better as part of the priorities for this task force. That's it.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Any other comments or concerns in regards to, I know this is a big one, and there's been lots of discussion. It seems like as Charles was questioning the order of those 1, 2, 3, it seems like I remember either at Task Force 7 or at a previous one, the idea of maybe putting the enhance and the restore ahead of the minimize because of the unique nature of the MCOR's statute and its emphasis on new opportunities that are not typically part of a DOT roadway project. But with that being said, we can look at that and figure out options there. But are there any other thoughts? Thomas Hawkins, Thousand Friends of Florida. It shows yourself muted, Thomas. You're still self-muted.
Working out the app.
Yeah, working off the app. We can come back to you, Thomas. Charles, you had a final comment?
Yeah. One of the difficulties with putting the putting the enhancement language first is it almost creates the proposition where it appears attractive to invade a particular parcel of conservation land for the reason of getting the enhancement. I mean, I don't think we should set up that proposition. If in fact you are inevitably going to influence something and you cannot minimize to the point that it's not affecting it, then at that stage you get into compensating for it, and under the rubric of MCORs you have to even do more to achieve the other goals. But again, I think the standard practice of avoid and minimize is the protocol that ought to prevail.
Charles, one quick thing, because I think you hit it right on the head there. I think that was the intent. If you can enter into a conservation area or a sensitive area and enhance without negative impacts, I mean, I thought that was the point of MCORs, is to better the environment if we can. Clearly, we wouldn't enter into it, create a whole bunch of negative impacts, and then enhance it, because I think that's what the end of that sentence means is if we have an opportunity to enhance the environment through the project, we should look for every opportunity to do that without negatively impacting it. But that's just 2 cents and just an extra thought. Thank you.
Yeah, the only place I think that would actually operate in the way you're saying is if it was a co-location situation. It would not operate that way at all if it was a greenfield situation, because if you're going to go through a conservation tract, building a greenfield facility, you are always going to impact. So what you're arguing only has relevance, I think, in a co-location.
And Charles, no argument. I actually agree with you, but given the other guiding principles that said we should try to co-locate as much as possible, that was the intent here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's a good synergy.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah.
If it's still an appropriate time, I'll chime in for a brief moment.
Sure.
Is it? I just wanted to respond to the conversation that several folks were having, including Charles. You know, I think that the current Principle 8 is an improvement over where we were at the last meeting, exactly because I see it more strongly embracing the role of MCORs, pursuing environmental improvement and land conservation and improving water quality as its own independent goal. So for that reason, I sort of like the position of the word restore. I don't necessarily want to disagree with Charles. I would need to think more about what he's saying. But I think there is a piece that's missing from the current Principle 8, which is some standard that'll let us know when we have done the amount of conservation that we want to do. So for example, if we had a transportation goal that said, you know, we're going to connect the northern end of the existing Suncoast Parkway, we're going to connect that terminus to I-10, we would have a really sort of clear, measurable goal that we could tell if MCORs accomplished that at the end. Now, I think we need something that's as clear and capturable in the environmental conservation arena, so that all of us in the task force can see, we know this is a directive the legislature has given us. We know that we're going to hand the reins over to FDOT to pursue implementation of the task force report in the statute. How will we be able to know at the end of the process that we've satisfied what our objective is? I don't have that wording. It's something that I can, you know, I've been thinking about, and I've talked a little bit about with John Kaliski and Wei Wei Shen. If we can find what that measurable goal is, I think we will have improved guiding Principle 8. And if I come up with any great ideas, I'll be sure to share them.
Wait.
Hey, Thomas, thank you for the great comment. Let us work on that. It may not be as specific as you wanted it to be, but we'll take a shot at it to come up with reasonable metrics at this point to measure the conservation goal of what we're doing. That, you know, the MCORS is not just about transportation facilities, it's about so much more. So that point is well taken.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, if you could stay on just as to bounce a thought, it strikes me listening to Thomas that this is something that is well positioned to be called out with the specificity of obtaining a measurement in our high level needs, as it's that high level need that speaks to conservation and restoration and enhancement, and putting language in there that says, you know, as part of this analysis, you know, work with the agency partners and you know, the needs in the state of Florida to come up with a measurable goal for MCORS to meet, you know, its conservation metric. Just because I think doing it in a guiding principle might be, like we were all saying, we're trying to figure out, you know, like, what is that number? What are those words? So just a thought as we're working together with you later on that.
Janet Bowman with representing the Nature Conservancy. Janet?
Yeah, yes, to that point of sort of articulating metrics, you know, y'all referenced a statute, which is really an improvement and certainly gets to one of the goals of MCORS. But, you know, sort of big picture, I think one of the metrics is that the environmental benefit, or, you know, through land acquisition, water quality improvement, what have you, is really above and beyond what you would normally do just to provide regulatory mitigation. So that's one way of looking at it, you know, from a metrics point of view. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I mean, that's
Gotcha.
where, you know, I mean, you can't get into what specific pieces of land or what specific, you know, stormwater features or water quality features. But at the end of the day, that would be what I would look for is, you know, there's more environmental benefit beyond just pure mitigation.
Okay. That's a good comment. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Janet. All right, any other comments or discussions? And I know there's this one covers a lot of ground. So if there's no other discussions, then we will take the comments that we've heard and try to retool some things and sharpen it and refine it a little bit. Michelle, your hand's back up. Did you have something else?
Just very quick on that second bullet point, I think you could consider reordering the wording on that so that I don't disagree with Charles, and the restore word kind of leads you to a different thought of what's going on. Maybe just start with enhanced resources and then, you know, through restoration or connection and other activities. And it may change the emphasis of that point number 2.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the next guiding principle. Computer has been asleep for a long time. So the next one is economic development. For the guiding principle itself, there was no change to the actual language of the guiding principle. In terms of the instructions, we added 2 instructions to this. They are the last 2 bullets. So they state, build on existing economic development priorities and plans by state and local organizations, including economic development organizations, partnerships, chambers of commerce, and regional planning councils. Work with the community and organizations to look for opportunities for the corridor to help them reach their economic development goals. And then the next bullet was a written comment that was submitted. It said, review analysis done by Land and Water Conservation Fund to support opportunities for regional tourism. So that's the changes that, in additions to the economic development guiding principle on this. Any comments?
No comments yet. Kent Wimmer, I do want to just come to you real quick because I've seen your hand go up and then it'll go down, and I'm not for sure if it's something on our end or whatever. I just wanted to see if you had a comment in regards to this or not. Look, give me just a second. All right, try it now. Yeah.
Thank you. I've had my hand up for about 15 minutes. Actually, I had some more comments on conservation, but I'll give you my first comment on economic development, and then we'll go back. In the last bullet, it says review analysis done by the Land and Water Conservation Fund to support opportunities for recreation tourism. The Land and Water Conservation Fund is a federal funding program. Instead of Land and Water Conservation Fund, should that be the SCORP, the State Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan? Because the Land and Water Conservation Fund as a funding source does not do studies or analysis.
Okay. The task force member that submitted that will have to answer that question, but if you want to go back to your other ones.
And then I did have some bullets for under conservation still.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. First of all, I do want to compliment staff for coordinating with the Northern Turnpike. You guys have made your language very consistent, and I really appreciate that since we have geographic overlap. But concerning Commissioner Dozier's comment, I think the Northern Turnpike has a very good bullet instruction that you could add here, and it reads, coordinate with the Florida Forest Service to identify lands managed with prescribed or controlled burns and their associated smoke sheds and minimize impacts associated with corridor location and operations. So
Right.
I think that that should be added at the end of conservation lands to address the prescribed fire issue.
Got it. Thank you.
And then under wildlife habitats, again, the Northern Turnpike had a couple really good ones that I think that should be added in here. One is to minimize impacts of transportation lighting on nearby agricultural, environmental, and conservation lands. And then finally, consult with state and federal agencies to identify and protect threatened endangered species, wildlife, and plants and their habitats. I can give you the lines and bullets. It's page 20, lines 30 to 33.
Okay. Yeah, I've got it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Kent. All right, going back to the economic development guiding principle. Ken Armstrong, you have your hand raised, Ken.
Two quick comments. One is a couple of our guiding principles, we've used the term cross-cutting to describe how it applies across the board. I'm not going to fall on the sword here, but it feels to me like economic development, we might want to consider adding that sentence at the end of the description that we think that this is a cross-cutting principle. The second is on line 34. We just mentioned the Land and Water Conservation Fund a couple times. I get the idea of mentioning something specific that we ought to review in order to support opportunities for recreational tourism. I think I prefer that it just say support opportunities for recreational tourism, comma, including the review of existing resources or something like that. So as not to identify one particular thing that we're now not even sure is exactly the right particular thing. So that's the way I would like line 34 to read.
Okay, thank you. That's a good addition. Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. Kent?
I think Mr. Armstrong had a very good recommendation. Thank you very much. I just knew that it just seemed to be inappropriately worded the first way, and Ken's recommendation is an excellent one.
Yeah, okay, agreed. Thank you. All right, any other? All right, no other comments in regards to economic development going once? All right, then we will advance on through the guiding principles and move to agricultural land uses.
All right. So for the agricultural land uses guiding principle, again, there was no change to the guiding principle language. There was 2 changes to the instructions. The first 2 bullets are the same as before. They've just been wordsmithed to account for some of the specific words that were asked for by the task force members. What was previously the 3rd bullet was combined into this, what is a new bullet. So minimize the fragmentation of agricultural, forestry tracts and facilities, and consider how the project could affect the mobilization of equipment and prescribed burning activities. So they were separate bullets with different thoughts, and they were combined to just try and make things more succinct and complete whole. So that's the adjustments to our agricultural guiding principle at this time.
Did you want to?
Yeah, some of it was Charles. So yeah, right. And actually, I should say this as well. Charles Shin had submitted, like 3 bullet points for like discussion or consideration. And so it said here, like in the notes over there, it says suggested revisions applicable to the development of the carry forward of the guiding principles and instructions were incorporated. Some of the revisions were I think, more descriptive of the quality and what some of the agricultural lands might have within them, and was not necessarily an instruction itself. So I guess I would just ask Charles Shin if he felt that we missed the target with how we revised this, based on what you had shared with us.
No, this is Charlie. No, I think we're pretty much on it now. I'm fairly comfortable with the wording. In fact, just working through this, the only thing that I saw right offhand on the second bullet, when we added kind of the text from third bullet into the second, I'm kind of thinking that we need to also, there are other farmland preservation programs out there besides Florida Rural and Family Lands. That's just a common one. There are some private ones as well. And so I wondered about maybe just including or adding the wording and other farmland conservation programs or something like that. But other than that, I'm happy with it.
Okay. That is a good suggestion. Any other comments?
All right. Ken Armstrong with Florida Trucking Association. Ken?
110, I'm not sure I understand the meaning of the phrase coordinate any impact. One doesn't ordinarily coordinate impacts. One does something else with impacts, or one coordinates something other than impacts. I'm not sure what we're after there.
So that was like, it's in there because it was a specific request. My understanding, and task force members helped me out, with this, but my understanding was the reason for adding that or specifically including it was because, like, local communities, one farm to the next, may have a different scenario, and so should a circumstance arise where an impact to a farmland was going to occur, first the instruction is obviously emphasize protection and enhancement, but if there was an impact, coordinate that, with the following tenets that were in that instruction. So again, I don't know if that might have missed the target, but that was my interpretation of that.
Yeah, I guess I don't like the word coordinate. I get us wanting to ameliorate or do something to any impacts, but I don't think we want to coordinate them.
Okay.
So I'll let you guys work with it.
I'll say emphasize action and coordinate small.
We'll take another step, but I understand and how that is kind of an awkward phrasing for it.
Okay. Representing the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Pegeen Hanrahan. Pegeen, thoughts?
Oh, I just wanted to reinforce Mr. Shin's commentary with respect to the fact that, Water Management District and USDA and there are some other private protection programs for farm and forestry lands. So I liked the way he had it worded that was sort of parallel to the comments that were made above, just sort of including blah, blah, blah. That made sense. The other thing, and I sort of hesitated, didn't get to the hand up quick enough, but under the economic development, I just wanted to emphasize again that, agriculture is obviously one of our state's largest industries, and we certainly don't want to lose sight of that fact. I don't have specific language to recommend, but as you think about economic development, recall that in this area of our state, agriculture is certainly top of mind when it comes to providing jobs and sustaining communities.
Okay, understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Charles Lee?
Yes, going back to agriculture again, yeah. I would ask that you go and pick up the resolution that was reached the day before yesterday, once it is drafted by the staff at DOT that are handling the Northern Turnpike Task Force on the section or the parallel section in their report. There are two different effects that a new road, particularly a greenfield road, is going to have on agriculture. The first one is the potential of dividing and fragmenting, and you've well handled that, I think, in the third bullet point. However, the broader and more pernicious effect is the effect on land use patterns over time. And what occurs is that the forces, whether they are changes in tax assessments or whether they are the change in the number of time that the family phone will ring with a real estate agent or a developer on the other end of the line seeking to buy the property, ultimately the effect is to work these agricultural properties out of a farming pattern and into a pre-development and basically a real estate investment pattern. The way to resolve that is right now kind of alluded to in the second bullet point, and that's the Rural and Family Lands Program. And the Rural and Family Lands Program is a great program. There are, I think, over 100 properties on their priority lists where you've already got landowners signed up to sell their development rights and impose a conservation easement on that agricultural land. You have probably in the range of thousands of property owners that are out there at the periphery who are wanting to apply, but are kind of scratching their heads and holding off because there's no money in the system. And again, this goes back to the question of what FDOT is obligated to do to achieve the goals under 332-2278. And we think that this is a good place where we ought to be speaking not only to coordination, and I kind of share Ken's concerns a little about the ambiguity of that term, just what it means. We need to get beyond coordination, whatever it means, and get to the point where part of the project costs are going to be putting money into the Rural and Family Lands Program so that those easements can be purchased, so that the real estate impacts that will take land out of farming can be ameliorated. So that's my comment. We need to put funding into that picture as one of the items mentioned in bullet point number 2.
Thank you. All right, any other comments in regards to agricultural land uses?
I don't know if I got the gist of what Charles was saying. Could you help me with that, Greg?
It sounds like Charles, we should add a bullet or update one of the instructions to state that FDOT plans to provide or add funding to the Florida Rural and Family Lands Program Act as part of the MCORS program.
All right, seeing no further hands, we're going to move on to the next guiding principle in regards to highway safety.
All right, so for highway safety, we had no change to the guiding principle itself. We do have 2 new instructions. The first instruction is entirely unchanged, so there was no wordsmithing to that. The second 2, consult with the Florida Highway Patrol and counties to determine current bottlenecks, safety hazards, and mitigate or correct these issues during the design phase. And the third bullet, consider the provision of truck parking facilities. Both were added direct comments from the previous task force meeting, task force member comments.
All right, any comments in regards to the adjustments made in regards to the instructions on highway safety? I know we've got the truck parking facilities, and representing the Florida Trucking Association, Ken Armstrong. Ken?
Yeah, here's a place where I don't particularly like the term consider. It feels to me that on a structured road this long, one would need to make provision for truck parking and supporting facilities, rather than simply considering the provision. I think you've got to have truck parking and supporting facilities along here.
Was there something else, Ken?
Nope.
Okay. All right.
Good. No other comments from the team?
Anyone else in regards to highway safety? Nope. So we will now move to emergency management.
All right, so for emergency management, the guiding principle.
Okay.
Kristen, we saw that your hand went up and then went back down. Not sure if that was go-to playing tricks on us or if you had a comment on highway safety.
It was me. I was scrolling through the draft report. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time. I didn't get to mention this earlier, but I actually had to step out for a regional planning council meeting for an hour this morning, so I don't think you covered this portion. But there is a reference in the narrative of the report to vehicle crashes along the study area in 2018. And this is one of many times in the report that has already been drafted before it gets the guiding principles. That I and I think some others had some questions about where the data is, where we're drawing that data from, getting some kind of context to that. I mean, it could be a particular intersection, a particular community. Is it the whole corridor, something like that? So I don't really have a comment about the guiding principle as is written, but the connection between the narrative in the report that you've provided to us and then what the guiding principles are, I have some questions about where that data is coming from. So I don't know if that's a question you can answer right now, but I just thought this might be the appropriate point to mention it.
No, no problem at all. The next item on our agenda after we get through the guiding principles will be to go through the other sections of the report. And so the area that you're speaking to is the follow-up narrative on the high-level need about safety. And so when we get there, we'll come right back to you for that.
Okay, and I should have mentioned that I knew we were going to get back to this. I was just acknowledging that I didn't know if it had come up this morning during the.
Yeah, you did miss it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, so for emergency management, the guiding principle, one wordsmith change, it says support and enhance local, regional, and state emergency management plans. We had the word at, we changed it to in all phases, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. So try not to fall out of your seats over that one. And then in terms of the instructions, we actually have 3 new instructions on this one. And I'm actually going to go through the first bullet itself was had a significant addition to it. So we'll call it 3.5 new instructions. So the first one, it says evaluate the, and then immediate and long-term was added to this. So evaluate the immediate and long-term needs and demand for emergency evacuation and sheltering at the local, regional, and state levels. And then this next clause was all added for natural and man-made disasters, including but not limited to flooding, hurricane, wildfires, terrorist threats, attacks, industrial accidents, chemical spills, etc. Just as a quick side note for comedic purposes here, one of our task force members, and it should have never got past Greg and Greg because we're both from Florida State, right? But in that list of flooding, hurricanes, wildfire, terrorist threats, someone cleverly put in Florida State University as well. So
yeah, on you. I think it was a UF fan. I'm pretty sure it was a UF fan, but yes, it was talking about disasters, natural occurring disasters in the state, and FSU was included in the wildfires and other things.
Things that we might have to evacuate for naturally occurring, including FSU. So 1 point to our UF fans. We'll find a way. The next bullet that was added was consider both existing emergency response plans and ongoing updates to the statewide regional evacuation studies underway by the regional planning councils, including updated data being developed on travel behavior during emergencies. If you all recall, there was some extensive discussion last meeting about just making sure we were going to be using the most up-to-date information. The fourth bullet on your screen is essentially the same. And then the last two bullets: conduct additional emergency management needs analysis as part of the project-related traffic studies, and consider fueling facilities and charging stations, again, in the emergency management from the discussion there before.
All right. Charles Lee, representing Audubon, Florida. You have your hand raised, Charles.
Yeah, I'd like to read to you the current language today from the website of the Florida Division of Emergency Management. And I quote, "Select an evacuation destination that is nearest to your home, preferably in the same county, or at least minimize the distance over which you must travel in order to reach your intended shelter location." Close quote. Evacuation is a complicated subject, as is emergency planning. And the last thing that should occur is to create an imprecise tendency that reinforces the fears of the public and has them unnecessarily moving to evacuate when responsible planning would not have them do that. It really should be a situation where, for example, on the alert billboards that span many of our major highways that give you alerts during emergency conditions, and of course now most of them are flashing a message about COVID, but on those overhead billboards over the highway lanes, it may be appropriate to say, if you live in a modern home outside the flood zone, you should not be evacuating. The problem we face with overbroad tendencies to evacuate is you put hundreds of thousands of people on the highway who will be challenged to find fuel and will be challenged to find shelter. So I recommend that a more conservative instruction be inserted in this language, and that the instruction be something similar to the recommendation that currently appears on the state's emergency website, that planning for evacuation should be structured, and it should basically follow the guidance which says that you evacuate to the minimum degree necessary to achieve safety over the shortest distance possible. That ought to be the underpinning of anything that's developed with regard to new corridors. And then the final point that I'd like to make is that just as Ken appropriately raised the issue of making sure that the truck parking facilities are included and are not just a quote considered close quote thing. To the extent evacuation on our major highway systems is necessary, the provision for adequate fuel for those evacuating is an urgent priority. Included in design should be the capacity for the provision of emergency fueling stations. Should the capacity of regular service stations be overtaxed, as we know it was during Hurricane Irma?
So I think, Charles brings up a good point with her related to evacuation, and I agree with some of his points. I disagree with some of his points. But wouldn't it be prudent for us to follow the latest guidance of the Department of Emergency Management wherever we are with a project? So could we give maybe as a reference, just use the latest guidance provided by Florida Department of Emergency Management? Would that be sufficient, Charles? Oh, we're trying to get you plugged in, Charles.
A form of that could be. It seems to me like what had actually ought to happen is that the Florida Division of Emergency Management should be assisting you in the design process. There should be a component of outreach. And again, there are a lot of studies going on, and one of the pieces of the current research that's going on is a concern about the tendency of people to just the human nature. Now that during a couple of hurricanes, there have been overbroad calls toward evacuation, the public is sort of spring-loaded anytime a hurricane appears to be 24 or 36 hours away. A lot of people start getting in their cars. That is a very prudent thing to do if you live in the flood zone. If you live in a house that was built after the new building codes, and you are well into the upland areas, it's not necessarily a prudent thing to do. And so, one of the things may be designing more robust signage into the highway system, like the overhead signs, but with the capacity to essentially say, do not evacuate if, or to communicate instructions based on the emergency advice. But the bottom line is, I think that the Division of Emergency Management needs to be directly involved. The latest advice needs to be plugged in, and right now the latest advice is to be conservative about evacuations.
Wei and Will, I know this was an exact topic that Charles brought up with the reading of the same language for the Northern Turnpike one. I recall a lot of the discussion on this was about behavioral aspects as opposed to, guiding principles and instructions moving forward. I would welcome any feedback or input that you all might have on that. Otherwise, Charles, if you want to share the language, we can look at it. I don't know that. I would also just be curious from other task force members, because I don't know that there was similar ideas being shared in this regard that might change the context of the emergency management guiding principle.
Yeah, we got several hands raised up. So I want to go to Commissioner Mark Hatch, representing Dixie County. So Commissioner Hatch.
Y'all can put in there whatever you want to put in there, because whenever it comes down to it, nobody is going to stop and read this or what the Florida Department of Emergency Management has to say. They're going to get their families the hell out of the way. And Charles, I'm sure you're going to do the same thing. So I think that what you've got is plenty sufficient. Leave it alone.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Todd Gray, representing Gilchrist County. Commissioner Gray.
Yeah, just to try to help move this along, I kind of agree with the chairman that let's let the emergency management folks do this. I know that, and not to oversimplify it, but we have some areas in South Florida that are hardened a little bit better than some of the areas up here. We do not have the facilities currently to house enough people to put all our people in shelters. So I think it's just one of those things that's going to be flexible based on the area the storm comes, and we got to rely on the experts that predict these things. And I agree, in general, we do need to minimize mass evacuation. So I think Irma was probably a good example, but also something that went bad in terms of just the number of people that hit the road. So hopefully that all makes sense, but I think we just leave it to where we have a little more flexibility with the let state do their job. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Scott Coons, representing North Central Florida Regional Planning Council. Mr. Coons.
Yes, thank you. The regional planning councils are currently engaged with the Florida Division of Emergency Management in starting an update of the statewide regional evacuation studies that were completed in 2010. A major component of that study is a behavioral analysis to determine what individuals will do if a storm is approaching. In 2010, that was determined based on several thousand random sample surveys of individuals, asking them what they would do under certain circumstances. as we all know, what an individual will respond to in a survey and what they will do in a real world situation many times are two different things. So this time around, we're going to rely on real world situations, factual information, anonymous aggregated cell phone data, and evaluate what occurred during storms in Florida over in the past 5 years. It's correct that we should minimize the amount of persons that need to evacuate from hurricanes, because the danger is in rising water, and the storm surge is the primary life-threatening risk. However, regardless what county emergency managers, the State Division of Emergency Management, or the governor may advise or recommend to individuals, I would agree with Commissioner Hatch, individuals are going to make their own decisions regarding the safety of themselves and their families and do what they think is in their best interest. So we're going to rely on real world data based on what occurred in recent storms. So given that, I would suggest that the current language is appropriate. Bullet number 2 already identifies that, and that is the best available data on this subject to utilize the statewide regional evacuation studies underway by regional planning councils, and we're doing that under the direction of the Florida Division of Emergency Management. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
That was helpful.
Commissioner Kristen Dozier with Capital Region Transportation Planning Agency. Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you. Actually, Director Coons spoke to and the study that the regional planning councils are doing much better than I could. I heard in my planning council meeting this morning from Director Rito that this study may be conducted in 18 months. That is their goal versus 3 years the last time the study happened. So I agree with the bullets. I agree with what Director Coons just said. I would just add my own editorial comment here that, and I know we're going to get to this discussion, or I assume we will at some point, if we don't have the money to support the aggressive construction schedule in the next, that's in statute right now, this is one of the most direct impacts of a transportation project, and particularly a limited access project, as we discussed at the August meeting. It's improving evacuation. We keep coming back to this subject. I may disagree with the need for a toll road in general, just based on this year of work that we've got. But it seems like for those advocates, this is one of the most critical pieces of the puzzle that a toll road could address. And to move forward with the process without having that study and potentially without having the funds in the next year and a half seems like we're getting the cart before the horse. So I understand what our process is on the task force. My comment is really just projecting forward something that is perhaps outside of what the task force is charged with commenting on in this report, but I think it's significant anyhow. So again, I agree with the instructions as they're written and everything Director Coons just said, but I felt like this was the appropriate time to mention that we could simply wait until the study was done, and that may benefit us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Dozier. Ken Armstrong with Florida Trucking Association. Ken?
I think if you read lines 37 through 44, we ought to leave it alone.
What was that?
Can you say that again?
That last sentence, John.
We ought to leave it alone. If you read 7 through 44, I think it speaks for itself, knowing what we know and knowing, to use Charles's term from when he started talking about it, he was referring to imprecise response. Well, I would say that disasters are imprecise too.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Ken.
Thanks, Ken.
Charles Lee, you're the last hand that's raised. We'll come back to you, Charles.
Nope, my hand was not raised. My comments had been made. I think involving simply think involving the emergency managers in the planning is a desired approach.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Charles. All right. Any other comments on the emergency management guiding principle or draft instructions? Believe it or not, I believe we are down to our last guiding principle.
On the broadband.
So this is broadband and other utilities. So this is our final one, and we've got a break coming up at 3 o'clock. So we've got plenty of time if there's topics here, but Greg, I'll let you update it.
Sure, thank you. So for the guiding principle language itself, there was no change or revisions there. For the instructions, there were 2 prior, there are 2 now, but one was removed. So the instructions, the first bullet instruction is unchanged. The second bullet instruction states coordinate with private internet service providers to determine how construction of the corridor identifies opportunity for reducing rural broadband deployment costs. So those are the only changes that have been made on this guiding principle. There was some discussion last time about the second bullet that was there before that talked about assisting in providing broadband for schools, libraries, civic buildings, and there was some back and forth on that. So Chris, the second bullet, Chris Bailey, the second bullet was something that had been submitted and suggested by you. I don't know if you want to chime in to begin with, and then we'll open it up.
Chris, you're self-muted, I think.
Hi,
There you go. Yep.
Sure.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, thank you so much for including that second bullet. I think this is the most viable way that we can include internet service providers in this program to ensure that we can provide the most cost-effective and the quickest response to providing broadband services to rural areas. Obviously, this program is a 10-year-long project. Taking a different route may be more difficult. There are things that we're going to be doing over the next couple of years. They're going to be pushing out to rural areas. And I think as long as we're working together with MCORs and coordinating together, then how we can find opportunities of reducing those rural broadband costs associated with maybe utility poles and some other areas in the right of way is certainly going to help us move this forward much more quickly than the 10-year time scale.
All right. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate your involvement and your help with that. Charles Lee, Audubon, Florida. Charles?
Yeah, I think our earlier discussions about utilities had included a pretty consensual statement that goes beyond what you have in bullet point number 1. And again, these 2 bullet points in the instructions appear to be primarily related to broadband. And in reality, if you look at 338-2278 in terms of the objectives of MCORs to provide certain utility functions, it is certainly water and sewer in addition to broadband. I think by limiting the discussion, as bullet point number 1 does, to access to DOT right-of-ways. That basically means that DOT will do nothing more for either broadband or water and sewer than providing access to the right-of-ways. I think that way undershoots the requirements of 338-2278 and the deliverables, if you will, regarding utility improvements associated with MCORs. At bare minimum, if you're dealing with the reconstruction of an existing highway, or if you're particularly dealing with a greenfield situation, then DOT should be including within the construction some usable conduits so that various providers could then place their lines through the conduits. And I think, again, some of the funding responsibility for this that was intended by the legislature does not all fall on the shoulders of other parties. Some of it falls on the shoulders of DOT so that this can, in fact, be a deliverable of the MCORS project. So I think you need to rethink these instructions and include an instruction that indicates that as these projects are being designed, DOT should collaborate with broadband providers and the providers of at least water and sewer utilities and provide conduit construction within the highway right-of-way that will serve these utility purposes. I think that's the minimum that needs to be done to approach achieving the statutory objective of MCORS in this area.
So Charles, I want to go back to Chris Bailey because at least from a broadband standpoint, because I know that in times where we've discussed this before, that he's been concerned about, the department actually putting in, infrastructure or whatever, and seems like I recall, and I'd like for him to address it, that the best thing to do would to be able to provide access within the right of way for the implementation and the installation of these items. And so, Chris Bailey, could you speak to that and address what Charles is maybe saying that he would like to see there? Is there concerns that you might have with that?
I think what Charles is saying is actually kind of correct. It's okay if we're laying conduit, just the pipelines for us to be able to put our infrastructure into. What I think would be detrimental to the project is for the state of Florida to be laying its own fiber and expecting private ISPs to be using that fiber because most can't. So I think it'd be fine if they were to, within the right of way, lay out the conduit so that we can put in our infrastructure. That is simple. That's fine. That's kind of the dumb infrastructure, as we call it. We can handle the smart infrastructure on our side.
Okay.
And that, in fact, is what I was proposing, is the conduit through which any provider could potentially put their fiber in the case of broadband.
And the point the point that we've made since the beginning is making sure that there is, adequate space, it's non-discriminatory, it's completely neutral, and it's, of adequate size for us all to be in that space, because there are going to be situations where you're going to have multiple providers within that right of way and within that conduit that's laid.
So I just wanted to comment.
In the case of water and sewer, what is going to need to happen is that you typically are not inserting a pipe inside of conduit, but you are basically putting in lines. And so what the structure of what DOT should be doing is it goes through given service areas of utilities or given counties or cities, either that have water and sewer systems or aspirationally would like to use the provisions of MCORS that indicate that there should be some funding for this provided through the MCORS process, is that you should be working with whether it's a private local utility, whether it is the county, or whether it's the city that's the utility provider or the prospective provider. They should be working with you on a design. And then as the road construction goes forward, you should be putting in those lines, laying down alongside the right-of-way in a manner that suits the recommendations of the local utilities. And so, that's, you can't do, DOT doesn't build water and sewer, very clear, but you have collaborated with utilities in the past. There was quite a bit of that done in one reach of the Suncoast through Citrus County, and it could in fact be something that happens here. But again, I think what the legislature intended was there was going to be some kind of a unified corridor project one part of which was going to be potentially to lay pavement, the other part of which was potentially going to be to provide for water and sewer, and that both of those were components of the project.
So the task force discussion prior to this most recent comment was that it was accurate to say that this guiding principle should capture plan design, the corridor to enable location of broadband and other utility infrastructure and right of way, and then plan for broadband and other utility needs, etc. So prior to Charles' comments just now, the thought was that the guiding principle had appropriately instructed the sentiment of the task force for guiding DOT moving forward for both broadband and those other utility considerations. The specificity provided in the instructions were only to broadband, not to stand in lack of clarification for the other utilities, but just because broadband was more specific and required further instructions. The instructions weren't necessarily felt by the task force prior to today that further specificity on the what next in terms of how DOT coordinates water and sewer or other utilities was necessarily needed, because it was required through either standard practice or their historic coordination efforts.
When you go back to 332-2278, there is no hierarchy between broadband and water and sewer. They are included as project objectives on an equivalent plane. And so again, I think that when you're particularly if you're building a greenfield, but also associated with a major right-of-way innovation that would occur, a right-of-way kind of transformation that would occur if you're doing co-location. At that point, it is time to put in a sufficient conduit to handle all the broadband you need. It's also time to put in sufficient water and sewer lines to handle the future aspirations of the local water and sewer providers. And at least a portion of that construction, I believe, is assignable to DOT as part of the project cost if you read the specific language in 332-2278, 338-2278.
So Charles, I think we heard your thoughts on this. Are there other task force member thoughts about whether or not further instructions specific to water, sewer, or other would be beneficial?
Yeah, I want to go to Mark Futrell with the Florida Public Service Commission. So Mark, do you have some thoughts here?
Yeah, just to add, I think you addressed some of my concerns that the other utility items are contemplated in the guiding principle. I would offer that in the other task forces, there are references to other utilities in the instructions. So that's something to consider. But if it's felt that there's adequate guidance in the principle that references other utility functions, then that may satisfy my question. The second item I wanted to point out is on line 13 in the parenthetical, and that is that solar is not considered a utility service. It is a generation resource that is used first by utilities to provide electricity to their customers in a mix with other resources. Also, solar can be used, as we all know, by customers on their rooftops or other places behind the meter to meet part or all of their energy needs. But solar is not considered a utility service that's typically regulated. So just consider that.
So good points. I think if we modify the instructions that includes ensure broadband, utility provider, including solar, on both of those instructions, I think that maybe that should satisfy what you just mentioned. But making a commitment for installation of conduits and pipes and things like that, without an alignment yet, understanding the cost implications of that. But whether it's a greenfield or a co-location, there's the possibility of the acquisition of additional right-of-way for the utility corridor, which will be substantial. So I think we just need to be careful as how much we pile on here. I understand Charles's point that yes, we have to be vested into the utilities and broadband, but let's not restrict that or confine that far just yet. It would be a consideration.
A couple more people wanted to make some comments. Commissioner Scott Carnahan from Citrus County.
Well, I agree with Charles, but it's already happening in Citrus County. FDOT has worked with us tremendously in allowing us to lay our utilities and conduit in the right of way. So I don't think this is a big concern. I think the state does a great job when it comes to that and working with the local governments for their needs. You know, it's going to allow Citrus County to pretty much connect all their plants together where, you know, if one goes down, we can pump to another one. So I hope that the counties to the north understand that you guys are already doing a tremendous job and you're allowing that. And so thank you guys.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. And rounding this out, the last hand we've got is from Ken Armstrong, Florida Trucking Association. Ken?
I think we probably erred before in having only 2 instructions. I get why we only have 2, but I do think it would be appropriate. I'm not going to word one for you, but I think it would be appropriate to add a construction about water, sewer, power. I just think that would be sensible for us. In the second bullet, I think that the construction of the corridor creates opportunities rather than identifies opportunities. And the third comment I wanted to make as I reached this point in my reading, I'd like to echo somebody's comments earlier on. I think you all who have written this stuff and distilled the thoughts of the 30 or 40 of us have done a remarkable job. If you told me a couple of 3 months ago that within 10 or 12 pages, somebody would be able to write down sort of our collective divisions and opinions on things, I'm not sure I would have thought that it would get done. But kudos, a round of applause to whoever it is who's written this stuff. I think it's quite remarkable.
Thank you, Ken.
Ken. Just to quickly add to that, because we did hear a couple of task force members talk about instructions that might help further flesh out the other ones. We do have 2, Northern Turnpike has 2 pretty great instructions that they added for theirs on this. That's to say, support local government and utility providers regarding existing and planned utility projects, including opportunities within the study area to co-locate or extend. It goes on a little bit longer. And then it's got another one that says explore opportunities to coordinate with local governments and utilities for septic to sewer conversions to improve quality of life and water quality, and emphasis on higher density community areas targeted in BMAPs. So again, my comment earlier was just trying to reflect what I had heard from the task force. But if the task force likes those instructions, I don't know that there's any impediment to including them on Suncoast as well.
All right, so let's bring this in for Landon. We've done a great job. So closing comments on our facilitator, Mr. Craig.
All right. Yeah. So I think we're done.
That brings us to the end of the break.
Yes, sir.
All right. Great work. So like Ken just said, outstanding job to get to a point where we are at now with, some differing opinions, but we're getting close together on some things that related to revisions to the guiding principles and instructions. I do appreciate everyone's attention, input, and guidance here with the entire task force. So we're going to take a terrible with numbers today, a 15-minute break. We will be back here at 3:15. Again, please stay connected to this session. If you need to disconnect, you have problems, raise your virtual hand when you get back or call Tommy Bull. So we'll see you promptly at 3:15. We're going to mute now. All right, task force members, welcome back. I want to take another opportunity to say thank you for the great progress we made in that last session. Thank you very, very much, and hope we can be as productive from now until I believe our agenda says 4:40, where we have to turn the microphone over to Wayway. So with that, unless anybody has any technical difficulties, my script, what to do. Reach out to us and we'll get you some help. So Greg Garrett, you want to take us into the next section of the agenda?
Sir, thank you, Secretary Evans. All right, we'll wait for Stephanie's screen. There we go. All right, so the next part of our agenda is going to be, again, staying within the task force reports. We're going to jump around a little. We're going to start with discussion of high-level needs, and then after we've completed that discussion, go into an overview, review, and discussion of the steps moving forward of the action plan. Stephanie, let's see where we are. So yeah, Stephanie, if you can, we'll scroll to page 8. We'll just kind of start from there, from the recommend line 23. There we go. Thank you. So the high-level needs discussion and overview obviously begins here at the recommendations section of the task force report. What you see here in the approach and framework and subsequent lines that follow through the remainder of page 8 and the top half of page 9 is information that you've seen before. It's been somewhat edited and revised based on comments and feedback that has occurred prior. Just as I move my way down and into the high-level needs discussion, just want to pause on page 9 at lines 14 through 16, just to note that it does state in the report, the report is intended to provide consensus recommendations for how needs should be evaluated and how corridor development and related activities should move forward to implement the statute and support the environment, quality of life, and prosperity of the study area and the state. Again, so just, I think this section as a whole, 10 through 16, but that line, just to frame your minds that what is being recommended is not, stating that the task force has endorsed a need or a lack of need or any of these, but just what those needs could be. And as we move from high-level needs to project-specific needs, what all was the discussion and should be the recommendations for those needs evaluations. So yeah, Steph, if you can just work your way down, I'm actually just going to go to our first high-level need, which begins on page 10, line 5, where the high-level need statement is just to support projected statewide and regional population and economic growth. The language that follows includes essentially a summary of the various discussions the task force members have provided on how these evaluation of this need could be undertaken, the types of questions that would be asked. And again, just as we're having our discussion and thinking about this, the needs are the whys, not the hows. So if the needs were to say, look at or evaluate traffic data for XYZ or safety data for certain elements, whatever the case may be, it doesn't necessarily carry an actionable item into the how. That's why the guiding principles are provided in this report, and along with that to then say, as you've unpacked the why and done your evaluations, use that data and information in the following manner, and that would be your guiding principles and instructions. So again, just trying to keep us in the right frame of mind as we begin our discussion on this. So I'm just going to leave it at reading that bullet point. I'm going to pause for a second. I'm hoping that some of you guys are reading the script beneath as I'm babbling on. And then I'll just look to Greg and Mandy to see if we've got any discussions on the first section and the first high-level need.
Yeah, Janet Bowman, Nature Conservancy. Janet, you have your hand raised.
Yes, just on that first part on page 9 that talks about the consensus recommendations, et cetera. One of the things that I wanted to focus on is I appreciate that this particular sentence kind of unpacks kind of where we are in terms of need. But what bothers me about it a little bit is I think the statute puts an obligation on the task force to evaluate need. And so, it talks about what DOT is going to be doing in the future. But I think it needs, from the perspective of a task force member, I think there needs to be a statement that, we as a task force can't fully evaluate need. Despite the charge, and going forward, XYZ is how you all are going to approach it from a process standpoint. but I think it needs to talk a little bit about, from a task force member standpoint, what we're charged with and what we, you know, what we can do or not do based on the information we had at the time.
Okay, and so your recommendation that you feel like within that, the lines sort of 10 through 16, that sentiment could sort of be unpacked and expanded within there?
Yeah, and this goes to the comment Charles made at the beginning in terms of, you know, what are we agreeing to? I mean, many of us were not comfortable signing on to, you know, a long corridor. We're not committing to that. And so, you know, again, some of this needs to be couched in terms of the task force members as opposed to the process that DOT is going to go through. And what bothers me a little bit is it looks like we are delegating our responsibility to DOT. You know, obviously DOT has statutory obligations to fulfill, but we have statutory obligations too. So I think that needs to be segregated a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment, Jane.
Charles?
Yep, the language that I read earlier and which I provided in writing before September 15th was intended to address precisely this issue. And it addressed the issue by making a finding on behalf of the task force that we did not find a specific need for a greenfield turnpike corridor running the length of the study area. It then said, however, we do believe that the department should proceed with considering transportation improvements as are further specified below in our guiding principles and instructions language. And I think that gets to the required statutory conclusion. You could put it here in this section that we're now working on, or I put it in the section below when I recommended it, opening, if you will, the future activities, because I think that's where it really belongs. It's a concluding statement by the task force that while we did not reach a consensus that there was a need for a greenfield turnpike from point A to point B, crossing the whole study area, we did believe that transportation improvement should be evolved by DOT according to the things that we put by consensus in the guiding principles and in the instructions language.
Yes, understood. Thank you. All right, do we have other comments? All right, so before I just sort of blow past, because I know it's a little bit different of a cadence, if you will, on how we're doing comments. Thank you, Charles and Janet, for the comments about the sort of task force clarification statements. But in terms of the first bullet item, I want to kind of keep it structured because I know that there's going to be other questions about safety and other bullets later. So if we've got comments about that, or I guess while we're here talking about that initial opening section.
Yeah. So Commissioner Christian Dozier. Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you. More appropriate place to talk about the data question I had earlier, but I'm actually going to focus on population since you've got that on the screen right now. Just as one example, in the draft report that you provided, we've got population numbers for 2019, showing a 15% increase in the 8 counties by 2045. My understanding is these numbers may have already been revised downward due to COVID. I don't think we know what the impact's going to be in the future. So I wanted to point that particular piece out because I think what I just heard you say was refining this data would be part of the guiding principles or the instructions. But in doing a quick search of those guys, no, it's not. Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't want to see you down the wrong path.
Yes. I wanted clarity on that piece first. So you were talking about the traffic and safety data that I referenced earlier, not all of the data that we're relying on for this report. Is that right?
All I was simply saying was that whatever the instruction, the language that has been put in about the high level needs and how those are evaluated moving forward are proposed to answer just various questions of whys. And then once that data or that information or that analysis is provided, the meaning of that data is given its direction forward by the guiding principles and instructions.
Okay.
Does that help, or does that make it more confusing?
I think it helps, but I'm gonna ditch my data point here and sounded odd, and draw back just a little bit. I think Ken Armstrong made a comment earlier, just complimenting your work on the draft report as is, the guiding principles, all of that. And I agree with that. Y'all have done a great job bringing us in for something close to a landing and really guiding us through this process so that every time we come back to it, we're seeing these comments. And I think that this report could serve us well as a region going forward. But I am really stuck right now as we near the end on all of these, what I've described as aspirational goals in the past. Just in the part that you were showing a moment ago, I think there's some instructions for FDOT should work with partners to evaluate potential needs, to answer some of these questions. When I look at the funding allocated in the next couple of years, which is substantial, it is all in PD&E right away in a typical FDOT approach to the projects like this, to transportation projects, which seems appropriate for what FDOT is going to be charged with doing next. I don't see any funding to help support these other aspects of working with the partners to think about broadband workforce, whatever it might be. And so as we, again, come to a conclusion here, go out to public comment, come back for our last meeting, I have one of the same questions I had going into this process. How are we going to accomplish all of these goals of the MCORS project if we're only funding the transportation portion going forward after the task force is completed? So I hope that comment, and I would say it's a question, where is that funding coming from? We've talked about a few million for broadband, but how are we going to do all of these other aspects so that we can accomplish these other aspirational goals?
Wait, I see you came online.
Commissioner, thank you for the great questions. I think I want to address the data issue maybe first, because that's, in my mind, a relatively easy item to address. We'll come through the report and we will specifically say in the action plan to beef up the statement about uncertainty about the data updates that needed to be done going into the future, population, traffic. So if that's part of our business when we move into future phases, we'll have better numbers. So we'll make sure the data that we reference here, industry standard, and then we do understand with population increase, with COVID-19, there's uncertainties in the future. So we'll make sure that we look at the report and clarify that language. In terms of coordination, working with other agencies, I would have to say, first of all, DOT, it's our daily business to work with our partners and external stakeholders on broadband, workforce, all these issues. That's why we have the planning offices we have some funding from the legislature for broadband and our transportation program. That's 5 million that Will talked about, and we can start using that money in 2023. We're working with DEO to try to come up with project eligibility and prioritization criteria. We're kind of giving them a little bit of time for them to work out their overall goals and objectives. And we want to make sure that our criteria align with theirs. So Will had talked about the during early phases, we're going to seek funding for conservation goals. So some of it is covered in our daily work. Some of it is legislatively mandated for us, like the broadband, that it gives us the flexibility. And as we move forward, we're going to use a variety of funding sources for all the activities that we talked about. And some of the activities, DOT may not take the lead, other agencies may take the lead, like the overall strategic plan for broadband. DEO is the leading agency. We're supporting them and being consistent with what they have. Will?
Yeah, so just kind of explain how the program process works with DOT. So we do, we're only funded 1 year at a time by legislature and the governor's budget approval. And this is the time of year we get that put together, late summer, and then it gets in front of legislature during the spring to approve funding for the following fiscal year. So what you see in the work program now is, an estimate based on where we thought things would be programmed a year ago. So as we finish up the task force report, we will attempt to reprioritize those slightly as we move into planning and PD&E, where we'll refine those program targets. But right now, it's just an estimate. We do have some seed money for right-of-way, so we could do some early phases of some of the programs we're talking about. But, it is an estimate at this point. We're only funded 1 year at a time.
What I was also going to add to that to what Will and Wei added there, Kristen, is that the action plan at the end, we've included language about work program and sort of those things and how those will be updated and shared. So there may be some language there that will either help answer your question moving forward, or for you to make further suggestions, in consideration of your thoughts.
James Stansberry with Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. James, you had your hand raised.
Yes, in partial response to where's funding coming from, the department also has a community planning technical assistance grants that we have been able to fund in the past, and assuming that continues through in future budgets, as local governments become aware of the need for planning within the different corridors for broadband, then that may be something that we can assist with individual communities. But as Wei pointed out, we are also working on a larger scale on a partnership with DOT for larger funding in the future. That was it.
Thank you. Ken Armstrong, Florida Trucking Association. Ken?
Okay, so I'm looking at line 5 on page 10, which is where the high-level lead currently under discussion is, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Line 21 of that high-level lead refers to in the study area. Could be related to a significant industry expansion or recession in the study area. I think that's a point that the in the study area needs to take a back seat to the national and state economies. So I would just leave out the words in the study area. I don't think that's as pertinent as industry expansion or recession in more general economic regions. on line 26, we have the same thing. I don't think it's estimating future travel demand in the study area, which is the primary determinant. That would certainly be part of studying it, but I think it's much bigger travel demand than what goes on in the study area that is pertinent to this high level need. So I'd take both of those out. If you actually go back to the previous page under high level needs, I think we have the same problem on line 28, where we say high level needs are key regional opportunities. Well, that's not necessarily the case. They're certainly regional, but they're much larger than just regional factors that we're dealing with. And on line 31, we use the word regional again, as well as broader regional needs. That regional is certainly part of it, but again, it's not the whole thing. So I think at least four places in those 2 pages, we have probably a scope problem that we need to deal with. I would also like to say a quick word about what people were just discussing on everything from funding to COVID, et cetera. I pray that we don't have a parade of person after person after person during public comment saying, we've got a COVID crisis, how can we possibly be considering this stuff right now? Or we're not sure exactly what the state budget is going to look like next year, so how can we possibly be considering this stuff right now? I don't think it's our job to solve the legislature's problems. And so I think we should do the best we can with our assignment, and then let the legislature deal with whether they feel like they have a 1-year budget shortfall or a 2-year budget shortfall or a 3-year or whatever. I certainly think COVID is not a Florida-only activity, so I don't believe the fact that we're dealing with COVID makes Florida a less desirable state comparative to the rest of the country. I mean, where would you rather live when there's COVID everywhere? Would you rather live in Florida where there's COVID, or would you rather live in New York where there's COVID? I think I know the answer to that question for 1,000 people a day. So I think we need to, in one place, as I was discussing, we need to not define the scope as regional. And in the second area I'm talking about, I think we need to not define our scope as tackling the legislature's problems. I think we need to deal with what we can kind of say right over.
Thank you for those comments. Side note, if I'm getting a bagel, I'd rather put in New York. Do we have other?
Yes, go to Commissioner Dozier again. Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you. I think I raised my hand when Wei and Will were answering the questions, and I do appreciate those answers. Now, having heard Ken's comment there, I'm going to wrap this up, I think, quickly, I hope. If we were just doing planning, if we were starting with a charge, tell us what we need for this region to solve these problems, I don't think I and others would have concerns about the budget shortfall that's projected at 5.4 billion right now and could get worse. But MCORS is tied to construction dollars. It's tied to implementation beginning in December 22. We got to be under construction. So the reason why I am asking, and I think others are raising issue with the state budgets and whether or not we can do this, is because this report and the other two is the first step, one of the first steps in moving forward quickly to construction. So in asking my question about how we are going to address these other needs, I'm pretty familiar with the programs DEO has and that they're tasked with broadband. that's not exclusively related to MCORs. I think that my understanding is that's a statewide initiative, which it should be. So I appreciate all the information that Will, I see you pop up on the screen here, you, Wei Wei, and others have provided, but the concern comes specifically because of how the statute is written, that this report will go directly into construction in the next steps, and we will be spending money that I am not convinced we have, and I'm not convinced that money isn't going to directly impact projects in our MPO and transportation projects around the state. So I don't know if that needs an answer necessarily. I just wanted to clarify why I am asking these questions and why I saved them for this portion of the report. We haven't dug into this. Maybe you all can tell me if you'd rather have this discussion at the October meeting when you're asking whether or not we have consensus on the report. But this is my big sticking point. If this was pure planning, I celebrate that. I want to do planning. I've said that for the last year. But because it's tied to implementation, I have major concerns with it. So thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. So there are a few points. So there is a couple points in the statute we do have to follow, and certainly the schedule is the one you're referencing as one of the points. The schedule as presented in the current statute is aggressive, but it does have other features that we can't override as well, and that includes financial feasibility or economic feasibility as afforded by the statute, as well as the additional requirements to be done with this report, have 30% plans, and meet both financial and environmental and economic feasibility before construction could even be funded. So it's actually doing exactly what I think you're kind of getting at, is that we've got to do prudent planning first before construction is funded. And the statute is set up that way. But it does require this report to be completed to set the groundwork to start planning. So I hope that helps.
Thank you for that clarification, Will. No other comments?
All right.
I'm sorry, wait.
Commissioner, to add to what Will just said, when we get to the draft action plan, the second item is to identify and evaluate alternatives. At that stage, we're going to have high-level preliminary look at potential costs and funding sources. And then when and there's a specific step outlined in the action plan about assessing economic feasibility and identify potential funding sources. So in the draft action plan, when we get to it today, please take a look at the language to see if that's sufficient for what you, to address some of the concerns that you outlined.
Yep, just one more thing to add too is we did talk about early phasing as well. So there is some funding opportunities for advancing some of these other programs in early phases of corridor development, and the department's committed to try to accomplish that. So we can certainly weave those into the guiding principles to help us prioritize what those early phases could be.
Charles Lee, your hand's been up. Charles?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to agree with Ken Armstrong with regard to one of his points, and that is the removal of the word regional, where he proposed to remove it. However, I think that with regard to the bulleted paragraph, support projected statewide, regional and population and economic growth, I support retaining the language of that paragraph exactly as it is. And I particularly want to compliment the department on rewording line 9 to include the whether potential improvements to the development of a new inland corridor would achieve relieve future traffic on I-75. I think that's entirely an open point, and we need to find out whether it would. What I think Ken is missing in his read of the lines below is that when I read the sentence, the task force recommended that the traffic analysis consider future demands for moving both people and freight, I think that's one item. I think the next item is beginning after the comma with the word as well as both local, regional travel originating and terminating within the study area. That's item number 2. That's appropriate to leave that worded within the study area because you have already dealt with the more general travel outside of the study area. And to then further bolster that point, if you then look at the next words, which say and statewide / interregional travel, travel through the study area, to, from, and through the study area, I think you've covered all points. But there are at least 2 different kinds of traffic that need to be accounted for in the analysis. The first part is the overall demand to move people and freight on a long range basis, which could be interstate. The second then is that activity that needs service within the study area. So I don't think you should remove the words within the study area. I think both Ken's concerns are covered if you leave it the way it is, if you read that sentence with a little more care.
Thank you, Charles. I appreciate you also bringing the conversation back to our needs. I just want to let the task force members know, like this part we've gone over a few times. So I want to give you the opportunity to discuss them as Charles just did. But the action plan is also one I think is going to have a lot of discussion, and I want to allow you all time to look at and share your thoughts on that. So, are there additional thoughts on the first high-level need?
Ken, you had your hand raised. I don't know if you want to respond to Charles's comment or what.
Yeah, I did. I pointedly was not talking about line 14. I was pointedly talking about lines 21 and 26.
Yeah, I think it's a different thought with the recession and such on the 21.
All right. No other hands right now for that one. So,
okay, our next high-level need begins on line 31 on page 10. Improve safety, mobility, and connectivity through access to a high-speed, high-capacity transportation corridor for people and commercial goods. And then again, I'll pause for a moment. The follow-up discussion there is trying to capture the task force narrative about this particular high-level need and how that why might be considered. Have any hands on our safety, mobility, and connectivity? No? All right. The next high-level need speaks to protect, restore, enhance, connect public and private environmentally sensitive areas in the ecosystems. With a similar narrative, trying to capture the task force thoughts on answering that why, answering that analysis.
No comments.
Okay, hands. I'll move a little bit faster, and then obviously if hands come up, just stop me. The next one is enhanced travel options and safety for all transportation users. This one is one that did speak to the crash data discussion. And then again, just what the task force has shared in terms of moving forward in that assessment and then the guiding principles on that. All right, Charles, so you got your hand up for this one.
Yeah, I have to jump back to the protect, restore, and enhance public and private environmentally sensitive areas and ecosystems. Again, I think the wording needs to be enhanced to embrace the reality that nothing you do in this area is meaningful unless you fund it. And I, would like to suggest including the words, including proactive opportunities, which is existing language, and I would add for DOT to fund in whole or part the completion of environmental land acquisition projects and needed construction to restore, connect, and enhance resources And then I would add the words as required by 338-2278.
All right, thank you. Any? No? Okay. I kind of touched on the travel and safety, so I'm not going to go through that again. It's their hands that came up for that one. All right, enhance emergency management at the local, regional, and state levels. Talks about the industry experts and other considerations that the task force has shared. Charles? Oh, I'm sorry, Scott Coons.
Yes, Scott Coons, North Central Florida Regional Planning. Just a clarification on line 34, the emergency response planning process is a three-tiered process that is supported by at the federal level, directed at the state level, and implemented at the local county level. And that line should read local emergency response and regional evacuation studies. So emergency response planning is done at the local county level, and evacuation studies are done on a regional level in consultation with the local emergency managers. So it'd be local emergency response and regional evacuation studies.
Got it. Thank you. And Charles, you did have your hands up. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd recommend the addition of some words that would read, and these were also a submission I gave prior to September 15th in this bullet point area. I'd add the following, recommend adding the following words. The task force recommended refinement of criteria for areas and types of structures that need to be evacuated, and that criteria be developed to determine when and where shelter in place may be safer and more effective than encouraging people to venture out onto the highway system in their vehicles. Again, this goes to the various references that we have heard from regional planning councils and others about the analysis that is underway, which I hope will be plugged in to the design of whatever emergency evacuation features are ultimately included in these projects. But certainly they need to consider the differential between the appropriateness of recommending shelter in place versus get in your car and start driving. They're both components that have to be included in an evaluation.
What line does he break?
Yeah, what lines would you suggest that be incorporated in?
Yeah, I drafted it to the language that was available before the 15th. And I'm trying to fit it exactly where it goes in this paragraph now. It went after, the language is a little different. So it could go after the words within the study area is a possibility. I think, you know, it's a freestanding sentence, so it could go at any insertion point in that paragraph.
So yeah, and that's agreed, Chairman, if you wanted to. Go ahead.
Charles, couldn't we just refer back to the execution and the local and regional executions that Scott Coons just gave us? Coordination with those?
You know, we could, that's sort of a, how should I put it, a non-substantive way to do it. But I would prefer, I would prefer to have some definitives in here that point to the, what I would call the dialectic between the two different issues relating to emergency management, one of which is evacuate, the other of which is shelter in place.
So
And
Charles, I would point to you on the revised language, and I guess this is for the other task force members, because this was something that you shared earlier, and then some other task force members had further opinions on. So on line 35, the fourth word starts with the task force discussed the ongoing updates to the statewide regional evacuation study by regional planning councils and asked FDOT to consider those studies as they will provide updated information, including travel behavior and sheltering needs. And so I guess, Charles, I hear your comment on that, and I guess just some other task force members had commented during this discussion about the emergency evacuation guiding principle, I guess from the task force, if they feel like having a more substantive comment, as you reported it, Charles, or what's in the language now matches what the.
So my point is, I feel like we should, as a task force, consider coordination recommendations from experts, being the locals, regional folks Scott Coon just mentioned, and the Department of Emergency Management. Department of Transportation our systems are facilitators, facilities for those type of evacuations, right?
Facilitators, not determinators.
Clearly, the recommendation should come from the emergency managers. But what I'm trying to point out is that there are clearly two different modes of dealing with disaster preparedness, one of which is shelter in place and the other of which is evacuate. And we shouldn't be assuming, given capacities, until those recommendations of those studies come out. And that's basically what I'm saying, is that we need to look at the qualitative output of those studies, which are going to deal with both sides of that equation.
Okay, Scott Coon. Scott has his hand up as well. I don't want to go way, Scott.
Hey, Charles, I think we, in our guiding principle, we talk about preparedness, sheltering. So we're not just, we do have consideration for sheltering, but as a transportation agency, what should our facilities support? It's a local decision, people's behavior, that we're not going to be able to change that. If you want some language in there for about the overall emergency evacuation coordination statewide, we can hand that off to the partner agency.
And Mr. Coons also had his hand up to speak. Scott, it looks like you're self-muted.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I think what may address this issue is on line 37, simply adding, after including evacuation zones, travel behavior, and sheltering needs, because as part of the statewide regional evacuation study updates, the evacuation zones will be reviewed in consultation with local emergency managers, and they are the ones who make the determination of where the evacuation zones are for each of the 5 category storms. And then when a storm actually occurs, they, with local elected officials, make the call on who should evacuate. And these studies will identify those areas, the critical facilities located in those areas, the structures, and the population in those areas. So just add, after including evacuation zones, travel behavior, and sheltering needs.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Oh, Ken.
Ken Armstrong with Florida Trucking Association. Ken?
Probably every once in a while I should probably say something about trucking. Emergency management is way more than evacuation, and to focus all of the conversation around evacuation, I think, fails to take into account that when you're dealing with any sort of a disaster, you've got trucks rolling toward the disaster and away from the disaster, trying to stock shelves and yada, yada, yada. You've got utility vehicles pouring into the state afterward, and the last thing you want for all those people to do is to try to fight 75 traffic, either going in the direction of traffic or against the traffic. I mean, it's a much bigger picture, I think, than Charles is focused on. So I think leaving it to work with DEM and to do the facilitation, as I think Greg Evans was referring to, is the right way to put it, rather than making all the emphasis be about evacuation and painting too small a picture here of emergency management.
Any other hands? All right. Thank you all for that discussion. The next high-level need talks to improve access to ecotourism and recreational assets, and then has a brief overview of the task force discussion on how that need can be evaluated. After that is followed by enhanced economic and workforce development, access to education, and job creation. It talks about the initial review of socioeconomic data and then the further discussions from the task force on evaluating these opportunities. All right. The next one is improve connectivity to agricultural businesses, manufacturing, warehousing, freight terminals, and intermodal logistics centers. And again, with a follow-up discussion regarding the data that was initially reviewed and the follow-up discussion on further evaluating that need assessment. All right. And then we've got expand rural broadband infrastructure and access to broadband services. So then the discussion about the limited availability of broadband within the study area and the additional analyses to be conducted. All right. And then our last need that was in the high-level needs was preserve and improve the rural character and quality of the communities. All right, well, topics that we've discussed in the last 3 meetings, so thank you. Is there a hand? Ken Armstrong. Okay, Ken, saw your hand came up.
Yeah, we were going to come back to the question about the high-level need of where traffic is going to go as we discussed high-level needs. It's primarily to support I-10 east and westbound traffic or relief for I-75. And I'm not sure whether that was just a way of trying to say we're not exactly sure how we're going to deal with this problem, which I get, but I want to be sure that shows up somewhere, that we're paying attention to the fact that we realize that that's a critically important question that we have to deal with, which is going to have huge impact on location, co-location, communities, routes, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so I think that might have fit or been something that might have been fleshed or further elaborated out in the projected, growth and goals and stuff like that, or were you suggesting that maybe that's it's a new high-level need or an added high-level need that was not incorporated yet?
I'm not. Can you still hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not sure where exactly it belongs, but I do know that it doesn't just have an impact on location, it has an impact on demand and on finance and capacity. The number of vehicles that will use that road, if it's ultimately going up to 75, is going to give you a whole different traffic analysis than if that road just hooks into I-10 in Madison or Jefferson County or whatever, and all you're doing is diverting traffic off 75 as far north as I-10, and then that's it. So it's a huge financial as well as locational decision. So it's a big topic, and I don't know if it needs to stand by itself or inside something else, but we haven't spent very much time discussing it, and it would matter a whole lot to FDOT and their demand and finance modeling.
Understood. No, I think what Harry's saying, Ken, and I think maybe the team can look back at that and see if it's got to fit somewhere else and bring that back. If it's got not somewhere else, but a fit within our existing content.
Okay, Janet Bowman from Nature Conservancy. Janet.
Self-muted.
Janet, you're still.
Following Ken's comment. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, following Ken's comment, certainly the need evaluation in the future, I would hope would look at those issues. But, just the whole discussion about need vis-a-vis I-75, to me, that's something that obviously is relevant, but I think it's important that the language of the report is really clear that we're not really sure at this point in time how a corridor could affect congestion on I-75. And, I note on page 7, it talks about growth projections indicating that I-75 and several roadways within the study area could operate at a poor level of service, ERF, with high to excessive levels of delay at peak times. But sort of the flip side of that is that there are portions of the study area that, the northern portions that have very low traffic flow now. So my comment is that it's important to have a complete description of where we are now, and also, taking into account Ken's comment, how we're going to evaluate demand based on I-75 and I-10 and in the future.
Well, I think we've got some information from a previous task force meeting where we had a visit from the Turnpike traffic modeler. So that information has been distributed, the assessment and model that they will analyze, right?
Yes, but I mean, there's some statements about the traffic situation today that I think is just an incomplete characterization. I mean, there are portions of the corridor that are violating levels of service, but I think that's relatively small compared to the entire length of 19, for example. So all I'm saying is, to have a complete discussion, it needs to distinguish between, portions of the corridor.
Right.
What line numbers or Janet, what line numbers are you working with?
Page 7, 39, 40.
Yes, ma'am.
It talks about modeling based on growth projections indicate I-75 and several roadways could operate at poor level of service. I'm not contesting that. I'm just saying there are other portions that are, wouldn't exceed their level of service for quite some time.
Yeah. No, and what you're asking for, Janet, while it's not housed here in the task force report at this moment in its current iteration, not to say that it can't be expanded to have that, but that, like you said, the more complete, the other side of the coin discussion is something that is unpacked in great length in your design traffic memorandums that are done during your PD&E. They're unpacked during the ACE study as you evaluate purpose and need for traffic. Similar to some of Ken's questions about asking and answering the different questions of I-10 traffic attractiveness in effect versus I-75. So I think your comments are both right. And as we move forward, they'll be quite robustly expanded upon. By the way.
Hey, Greg, that was a great answer to add to what you just said. Janet was just saying that we need to present the traffic picture from a system-wide perspective, not just about the congestions. There are other areas that are traffic is, there are facilities that are underutilized. So Janet, we'll make sure that we will present the complete picture and then also identify moving forward, we need to conduct more robust and more detailed traffic analysis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Billy. Thank you, Janet. Charles?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think the I-75 issue or non-issue is handled very well in the draft language of these needs sections already. And I appreciate that you have appropriately included the words like whether there would be any impact or if there would be any impact on I-75 traffic from Suncoast. I think that that really is where the data available today lead us. It's an open question that has to be further examined in the process that goes forward. And yeah, I-75 is terribly crowded and its traffic flow is erratic, but whether building something parallel that would emerge from Suncoast is going to have any relevance to it is something that both involves this project as well as the Turnpike Extension project. And in both cases, the question is not how much it will affect, but whether it will affect, and the analysis has to drive that point.
Thank you, Charles. All right, I think that wraps up the discussion and comments on the high-level needs section of the report. We're going to jump all the way down to the action plan section. And I think we've left ourselves a good amount of time here to discuss this. We do have on the agenda, to discuss some of the other sections of the report, which include, the introduction and study area overview and those things. But this is a pretty meaningful portion of the report here. So one of the additions that was added to the end is the action plan section. This was something that the teams put together to capture a lot of the what seemed to be the consensus sentiment from the task force members on adding further meat or actions, if you will, of how guiding principles and high-level needs are carried forward. So we're starting on page 23 at line 29. And there's 7 or so bullets that are in here. It begins with evaluating needs and expresses, again, the intent here is to express what we felt the task force has shared as it regards that some of the questions that have already come up in this last conversation. So it talks about FDOT will conduct a robust evaluation of the corridor needs, building on the recommendations and the high-level needs to evaluate and distinguish between the various high-level needs and co-locations and benefits that have been discussed. So I will kind of go like we did last time and just pause there and see if there is discussion about the action plan and then obviously discussion about its individual bullets. We'll start with the evaluate needs area. Okay, Charles Lee.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think the language between lines 34 and 41 is excellent the way it stands. However, it does not serve to fulfill the purpose, which I think is a necessary purpose that has been thrust on us by the legislature, in that the task force needs to make a statement on need. And I would refer you back, I'm not going to repeat the whole thing, but you have the language that I've suggested for insertion at a place slightly above this in the report, which would indicate that we did not reach a consensus on a need for a new greenfield turnpike project through the study area. However, we believe that you should go forward with the analysis under the guiding principles to determine the extent to which highway and connectivity improvements are necessary. And I think we need to include that other statement, not necessarily here, but if you do include that other statement, these lines 34 through 41 are fine.
Thank you. Okay, there's no other hands right now on the evaluate needs paragraph. The next one talks about identify and evaluate alternatives. So it discusses that DOT will conduct additional corridor, ACE and PD&E activities that will help to accomplish the purpose and need. And then goes on to talk about how they will consider operational capacity improvements, existing facilities, new facilities and co-location options, and the no-build option, giving consideration to multiple modes of transportation and the application of technologies. So I don't think you want me to read all of this to you, but just want to kind of quickly summarize it and then open it up for discussion or thoughts. Okay, Kent Wimmer, so you have your hand up.
Thank you very much. Ken Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. I'm recommending on line 9 of page 24 in that section that we add before the last sentence a new sentence, and I'll read it. Alternative routes and improvements to corridors beyond the current task force boundaries, including the legislatively directed northern terminus in Jefferson County, will be fully evaluated. And I can read it again if you'd like.
No, I think we got the comment on that, so don't need to read again. Are there further comments on that or follow-ups from either our DOT team or the task force members?
So Kent, just to verify, so I know that at the last task force meeting, you had proposed consideration of some routes and stuff that that takes us out of the current 8-county study area. Is that kind of a reference to that, hey, there's some other options, and basically there is in the action plan, you're suggesting that the task force put in there that other options, that as the project moves forward into corridor planning into PD&E, that not just the 8-county study area be the limits of those alternatives?
And that's what the task force is agreeing to, yeah.
Right. You have explained in the past that the PD&E will not be limited to just the task force boundaries. So I am suggesting that alternative routes and improvements to existing corridors beyond the task force boundaries, which include improvements to I-75 or 19 or 41 or whatever other corridors you're planning to, could be evaluated, that or could be improved, that we're directing you to look at the broader picture, just not within the political boundaries, because roads go in and out of these political boundaries, and you need to, the PD&E should consider the full breadth of the opportunities out there to solve our transportation problems in this area.
Okay. Okay, Ken Armstrong.
Well, unless Secretary Tebow is prepared and reading from line 30 of page 23, in addition to the high-level guiding principles and instructions, FDOT will commit to. I mean, this is not the task force making the commitment. This is FDOT making the commitment. And unless Secretary Tebow is prepared to tell me that he's willing to make a commitment to do something that he wasn't authorized to do under the MCORS legislation, I'm not prepared to add that sentence.
Okay. Wait.
Hey, I just wanted to clarify that these action plans, we consider them part of the task force recommendations as well as DOT commitments.
So, all right. Do we have another comment on that, Charles? Okay, so Charles Lee.
Yeah, the first thing is I understand where Kent is coming from, but I don't think that within the statutory instructions to us, we have the latitude of reaching out to include within MCORS projects that are outside the rather precisely specified boundaries of the study areas. We had that discussion Tuesday with regard to the possibility of a route for the Turnpike extension that would begin in a county that's not within the study area And I think there was a fairly strong consensus, including from the local government leaders on the task force, that was sort of a non-starter. And I think consistent with that, I've got to adhere to the boundaries of what the legislature wrote into the act. Whether I like that or not, I think that's what we're stuck with. I do want to comment on something else with regard to the alternative corridors. Maybe if you could scroll back up, you scrolled down a little bit past.
Can you give us a line number, Charles?
Well, let me, no, you're good. The other way, go the other way. Go down. Yep, there we go, stop. Oop, you went too far again. Put the green words action plan on the screen. That's where it is.
Being scientific about this. Go to where you see green.
Okay, good. The wonders of Zoom meetings. Let's see. Yeah, evaluate alternatives. Go down past line 43 now. Page 24 of the, okay. One of the things we're dealing with in Suncoast is the fact that for better than 20 years, we have had a plan for Suncoast on the table and pretty much approved by all entities. And that plan has been Suncoast 1, which of course was built quite a long time ago, then Suncoast 2, which is under construction, and then finally the linkage of Suncoast to north of State Road 44 to US 19 at Red Level. That has been vetted and vetted and vetted again. And so I really think that the logical starting point for corridor evaluation that we had ought to be adhering to is the output of all of that previous work. And that primarily we are looking at where to go from Red Level north. That gets to the second point that I wanted to make, and that is at various times during our many task force meetings, we have heard a lot of preference stated by virtually every corner of the spectrum, ranging from local government leaders to environmental advocates. And there seems to be a fairly strong, consistent indication in the record of all we've done that a primary alternative that needs to be evaluated, if you would, I'd describe it sort of as a first among equals if you're looking at various alternatives, is the US 1998 corridor. And I would hope that the great effort that is made by DOT within the capacity that it has focuses primarily on the various ways that the MCOR's objective could be achieved by utilizing the US 19 corridor from Red Level north to Interstate 10. And I think if we do that, we will there are various ways it can be done. You could locate a toll road along that whole corridor. You could have sections of toll road between the existing areas where you have the towns. You could simply improve US 19 and 98 as a non-tolled but partially limited access facility in the distance between the towns. And I think, and then you get to the question of retrofitting US 19 with modern day environmental improvements, with the necessary additional bridging, with elevating it to deal with the sea level rise issue, all of which come in play to one degree or another, whether you're simply improving the existing road or whether you're putting in a parallel turnpike. And it seems to me like to focus DOT's further work most precisely on the bead where the most productive activity will occur, that's what we ought to be looking at. And we had a lot of dialogue in the turnpike in which we seem to have a pretty strong consensus between all parties again, that for the Turnpike extension, there were a couple of probable alternatives that deserved examination above others, and that was the State Road 44 co-location, and that was the co-location with the power line right of way. Here, I think we have a similar situation. I think parallel to what was reached in a consensus on the Turnpike Task Force, we have throughout our work a pretty strong consensus. If you've got to do something, do it on US 1998. So I think we should go there in terms of guidance to DOT. That should be the primary thrust of the study. And there's a lot of options to study subgroups of things and different alternatives within the US 19 corridor. But it seems to me like we're spinning wheels and wasting time if we look at a lot of other aspirations outside of the US 19 corridor. Now, be interested to hear what other task force members have to say and how that reconciles with the earlier comments that I remember pretty clearly, which all have been tending toward primarily a focus on US 19 as the preferred focus area.
Okay. No, I was just going to say, so we got several people raise their hands. So Janet Bowman, Nature Conservancy. Janet?
Just as a time check real quick before we go in,
Yeah.
we have, is it 4:45?
4:40.
4:40. And so which will be going in. So that leaves us about 12 minutes. And there are still 5 more bullets that we could unpack within this action plan. So while I understand that we've taken some turns into other areas of discussion, I just want to give the task force an update on what they have left in time for that, and if they want to spend the time, how they want to spend that time. Go ahead, Janet.
Well, the way Janet wants to spend her time is I have a change. This is on the introduction that I know we're not at, but it's very quick and it's related to need. So I just want to spit it out if that's okay.
Absolutely.
And this gets to the legislature and what the legislature's charged us to do. It talks about that we're charged with evaluating key issues and creating recommendations in a final report that will guide DOT in subsequent study phases. That's fine. But then it says through the implementation of high-level needs, guiding principles and instructions. So the way that sentence reads to me, it's reading as if the legislature charged us with implementation of high-level needs, guiding principles and instructions, and that's not the case. I mean, that's the vehicle for addressing sort of the legislative goals. But in terms of what the task force is charged with, I would be more comfortable if we were specific and reference 338.22783C4 that talks about our evaluation of need, hurricane evacuation, impact on the environment, et cetera. And that in this report, we address the goals through identification of high-level needs, guiding principles, and instructions.
Okay. All right, so that's just a suggested edit into that introduction area to better characterize what you've seen happen or what's been asked.
One more thing, and I mean, this is a little broader based on what Ken said. I'm not weighing in on this, but I think it's within our purview. If we think there's an important point that needs to be made to the legislature and the governor that, there may be something required by the statute we don't think works, I think that's within the realm of what the task force can recommend. It doesn't mean, DOT isn't charged with doing it, but I think that's within our realm to make suggestions. So anyway, thank you.
That's a good point. I think Secretary Evans is going to speak to that aspect at the end of our discussion here. So that's a good point. Are there other hands up?
Yeah. Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. Kent.
Thank you. I'd like to point out that Charles Lee does not speak for Defenders of Wildlife. Charles Lee does not speak for all environmentalists. And his supposition that DOT should not continue to do full PD&Es of this corridor is specious. And I mean, basically Charles saying, go ahead and start construction tomorrow. And that completely eliminates the public process throughout this PD&E process. And I completely disagree. I can't, so as what you've been telling, what DOT's been telling me in the past is that you will not look at anything beyond what's happening with the exception of what's in the boundaries. Is that true?
I think you made a rhetorical question.
PD&E, are you only going to look at what you're going to do, what's going to happen within these boundaries? You're not looking at what you're doing, you know, out of in Leon County or Columbia County or Alachua County or Marion County. You know, none of those, you know, none of the projects efforts you're doing that are going to affect traffic in this area, in this region, are going to have a bearing on your PD&E. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think anyone has said those words.
Well, that's what I took when you basically said you won't consider anything beyond the boundaries, the defined boundaries that was set up for these task forces.
Yeah, I don't think anyone from DOT has said those words.
Jason, go back to your opinion on MCOR funding within the study area and outside.
Yes, sir. So I think there's a difference here between what the department does as a whole and what we are going to do or intend to do with the MCORS program. Part of it deals with the fact that when the legislature set up a boundary for MCORS and we invited all of the members of the task teams, from my point of view, when it comes to PD&E, what you all have done, which is great work here in this report, acts as another level of instructions on top of our PD&E studies. It seems, and maybe this is my opinion, but it seems a little unfair to apply that extra level of instructions to locations or other areas within the state that were not represented on the task force. And that causes some concern. We've always looked at MCORS as a project within the locations of the counties laid out in the statute. That does not mean that the department's not doing other work outside of those counties, nor does it mean when we do the PD&E studies for the MCOR projects that you don't have to give consideration to the other work that's happening elsewhere. Imagine if you ran an MCORS project up to a boundary, an imaginary political boundary. Clearly, there's going to be other work on the other side of that boundary. It just might be regular department work and not MCOR work governed by this task force report. So I think it's very, it's complicated, but I think the reality is both sides are a little right. At the end of the day, our MCOR projects and the MCOR process are bounded by the counties that we've looked at, but other projects, both for Turnpike and the department, can happen outside. And when we do projects within the MCORs, we'll be handling, we'll be using the task force report to handle that.
So will the information the projects you're looking at outside the boundaries be considered as a part of the analysis when you're doing your PD&E on this corridor? Like how traffic feeds in, what the traffic demands are, how you're going to serve, you know, how you're going to deal with traffic on I-75, you know, State Road 200. All those are outside of this corridor that feed into it. So how are you going?
Let me say this. When we do traffic studies, depending on the size and scope of the project, you clearly have to have inputs and outputs that come outside of those project boundaries. So on a project that's the size and scope of MCORS, clearly some of the inputs and outputs will come from areas outside of the, you know, start and finish of a project. But to say that we absolutely will include everything that you just listed off, I can't say until we start getting into the process. I'll defer to Will.
And all I was asking was, you know, are you going to look at alternative routes and improvements to corridors beyond the existing boundaries as a part of the full range of evaluation for the need for these highways?
Yeah, Ken, I would say yes. I mean, that's kind of, that is what DOT does, is try to reduce congestion on our highway system. So what we did present back in meeting number 5 that you guys got to be part of in the kind of the CBT setting did show that we've calibrated a statewide model. But the next step is to further the alternate corridor evaluation, and then that model will help support or not support the need discussion. So, but that statewide model includes all the network, the whole network as a state.
Thank you, Will.
Do we have other hands up?
Yeah. Ken Armstrong with Florida Trucking. Ken?
Yeah, I was just going to say that this is from about 6 speakers before. I think it was Charles who said that he felt like there was pretty strong consensus that we would follow the 19 corridor in our discussions. I was just going to say I haven't felt that. It seems to me that there are several possibilities that are still very much in play. And to beat my dead horse, it depends a lot on whether you're going to hook up with 75 or not. That's all.
Thank you, Ken. So we have 6 bullets remaining in the action plan. I'm going to, Stephanie, if you can get back to that section, I'm going to kind of go quickly through them, and then we will allow for the conversation up till when we're kind of told to stop or when the chair stops us. And then we'll move on from there. So the remaining bullets speak to support consistency, review, and update of local and regional plans. This specifically goes into talking about how the DOT is committed to working with the local governments and MPOs and RPCs for updates and coordination on plans. The next one is assessing the economic feasibility and identifying potential funding sources. This was obviously a lot of conversation from the task force on how and when and what would be included in those. This language was intended to capture some of the sentiment that the task force had shared about that and some of the discussion that the DOT had shared in response. Advance innovative land acquisition concepts. There was a lot of guiding principle language discussion about this today on our environmental guiding principle. And talking about DOT's commitment and action to moving that forward. We had advanced multi-use opportunities and then continue robust partner and public engagement. This goes on to talk about, again, how the public involvement process will be incorporated through ETDM, ACE, and PD&E. And then the last one is commit to the transparency and process improvement. And so there was discussion in there about that and about funding the FDOT's annual work program, providing updates about the funding sources and how those are being captured moving forward. So again, it's kind of the fire hose, but time is a resource and we're short on that. So
on these last bullets, why don't we just, if there's any revisions, let us go through Weiwei's next presentation. And I think we're going to give you a good mechanism how to streamline any last minute wordsmithing or minor revisions that which we should be at that point, I hope, to these last few bullets that we didn't get to. So wait, if you don't mind, I'm going to give a little lead in to your presentation, starting with 440 here. So Weiwei is going to give us a presentation on a process with a digital form to streamline suggested revisions, wordsmithing to the final report. I want to think about, how can we capture individual member comments that maybe haven't been captured otherwise, related to the report language, not philosophy, but report language. Over the past task force meeting, I've been hearing key phrases over and over from some individuals by task force. Not saying they're not important. Obviously, so if it felt to be needed to be repeated. So our chief engineer has asked the task force and support team devote some time and think of a way that maybe we could develop a category of other items of consideration. So, when consensus doesn't get a consideration across the finish line, where there is a task force member that's looking for either a weaker, stronger language, whatever it may be, that was not captured in guiding principles, instructions, action plan. That maybe some way we could make that available to the public. So with that way, I didn't mean to steal any of your thunder. So please lay out our process and let us as a task force and support team think along some directions that the chief engineer has given us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's review the process we'll be using to receive comments on the draft report from both the task force members and the public. Thank you all for a robust discussion today. We've been taking a lot of notes. After today, we're gonna revise the draft that you reviewed before this meeting and post a revised version on the project website next Tuesday. So it's a two-pronged process. First, let's talk about how the public can comment on that report. We'll post the draft task force report, of course, revised based on your comments today on the project website next Tuesday, September 29th, for a 15-day comment period. We'll post it on the website along with a form that members of the public can fill out to provide either general comments or specific comments on pages of the report. The staff team will compile all public comments for you prior to your next meeting and summarize the comments in a presentation at the start of meeting number 9. We'll alert you when the public comment draft is posted and would ask that you share the report with your constituents and partners so that they are aware there's opportunity to review. Secondly, let's talk about the task force comment itself. If you don't mind, scroll to the next page of this form, please. We will provide you with an amendment form as shown on the screen. The purpose of this form is to provide a common structure for all comments so that we can easily compile and provide back to you in advance of the next meeting. We would ask you that you use the form to propose substantive amendments rather than minor editorial changes. Please, I ask task force members if you could let the staff team work on editorial comments, correcting typos, and that type of issues. And we ask you to submit one form for each substantive comment or amendments. Since the October meeting is going to be our last meeting, we do want to provide all members a chance to review the outstanding issues so staff can have time to bring any additional information as requested by you, just like what the chair has said earlier. We have set the deadline of submitting proposed amendments on October 9th. So you would have 10 days to complete this task. We know this is a very quick turnaround, but we would like to have a few days to compile and organize everyone's suggestions and provide the package to you in advance of your October meeting. As noted, you can propose specific text or just give some instructions to staff as a general suggestion. Excuse me. We will organize the proposed amendments by page for you. Note any that are similar or potentially in conflict and provide requested clarifying information where possible at the bottom of the page. We anticipate reserving some time at meeting number 9 for final suggestions from the floor, but for everyone to be prepared, we do ask you to try to hit the October 9th deadline. So Greg, let's see if we have any questions about the amendment process.
Okay, thank you, Wei. So if task force members, if you have any questions about this process, as Wei said, that the timeline is very short. We understand that, but you know, this is not stuff that is brand new. We've gone over this stuff multiple times over the last few meetings. So as far as the guts of the report, so hopefully you'll be able to accommodate that. Commissioner Kristen Dozier, you have your hand raised. Do you have any questions regarding this process? All right, right now, sorry.
Okay, thank you, sir. No, that process sounds good. It is a quick turnaround, but I think we could have anticipated that. Wait, can you tell us how you anticipate, if you've already decided this, how you anticipated conducting the meeting on the 20th? I hear you that you want amendments in advance. You want us to do the review in advance. So what should we expect to do on the 20th? I assume that's when you're going to want to hopefully find consensus on the report. Do you have a process for that?
What we're gonna do on the 20th, Commissioner, is that we're gonna compile all the amendments from task force members, page by page. We're just gonna go through all the amendments until we're done with all the amendments. And then we'll check to see the level of support from task force members to see if we can all at least agree not to oppose to the recommendations in the report as a package. And then also as a note, the draft that you're gonna see posted on the internet on September 29th will be reflecting all the revisions throughout the discussion today.
So if I could just ask, you said you will check to see the level of support from members. We're in virtual meetings. So the reason why I'm asking this is, are we taking a formal vote? Or are you just going to base that on the review of those amendments, which we'll be able to see in advance? I'm just curious what you anticipate.
Commissioner, we're still trying to work out the logistics about how to check with the members. So one thing we've thought about was that in our final meeting, we will have public comment at the beginning of the meeting. So we have as much time as we need that day to go through all the amendments. And then after we've gone through all the amendments, and we're gonna have to make changes on the screen when we bring each amendment up. After that's done, we'll check with members to see their reactions to the final draft of the report. We'll check with every member.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Wei Wei. Any other task force members have questions? If you do, just simply raise your hand. Virtually, don't raise. It doesn't do any good if you raise your real hand. But you could just raise your hand. Wei Wei's here to answer those questions. And then what we're going to do after this is I'll do a quick recap of some of the discussion and changes that we discussed today, and then I'll turn it over to Secretary Evans to do a final next steps. Just want to highlight, I don't see any more hands raised in regards to the review process of the report. But if you have any questions after today, please feel free to reach out to us. Ryan Asmus, you should have his contact information, but just reach out to us. We'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Some of the things that we discussed today, and this is not an all-inclusive list because we did talk about a lot of different stuff today, but I'll highlight some of them. We talked about the documentation of public engagement in the task force report, how that's going to be done, elaborating within the task force report on some definitions for greenfields and for no build, adding some coordination with the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity within a few of the guiding principles. We are also going to look at some language adjustments for the right-of-way acquisition or right-of-way prioritization whenever it comes to co-location opportunities. We talked about that with Jason Watts. Some potential adjustments to the resilience guiding principles to include elevating the existing roadway, update the guiding principle language with some corresponding language that was from our sister corridor with the Northern Turnpike corridor. Look at water quality and quantity in regards to the water resources guiding principles. Address potential adjustments to the guiding principles regarding conservation lands. Look at adjustments to the agricultural land use guiding principle to provide inclusion of other farmland protection programs. provide for the inclusion of truck parking facilities, review guiding principle language regarding the use of prescribed fires, replace the word consider with some more directive language for use within some of the guiding principles, broadband guiding principles adjustments for inclusion of other utilities in some of the instructions possibly. And then we also looked at addressing suggestions and tweaks to high-level needs, and then the action plan that we just reviewed a few minutes ago. So that's not an inclusive list, but as was stated, we do have note takers who have taken extensive notes regarding some of the adjustments that we will be making. And as Weiwei said, the report that will be put out for the task force for you to review on this Tuesday will have some of these adjustments that have been made based off of the discussion today. So very good discussion. We appreciate everyone's attention and involvement. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Secretary Evans to discuss next steps.
All right, Greg, a lot of work accomplished today, a lot of good things happening, a lot of good things moving. Appreciate all the effort of the task force. It's been a long day. I know you guys, you folks have to be a little bit exhausted, but please stay tuned for the public comment period is fixing to start in just a few minutes. First, I want to tell you this task force meeting number 8 was recorded and will be posted on the website. Secondly, the team will record the revisions to the guiding principles, instructions, and action plan as discussed and make available to the public and task force members for review and comment. And if you have any additional comments, Weiwei has given us a platform in which to do that. I know that's new, so we'll work the kinks out of it. Reach out to the support team that is assigned to you, and we'll get those questions and technical issues worked out for you. So let's now go to the public comment period.
All right. We're now get ready for the public comment period. The comment period will be similar to the last couple of meetings, as we will be accepting public comments from those who are joining us virtually first, as well as those who are in attendance at our public viewing locations, which today are in Madison and Lafayette counties. As always, we encourage everyone to stay engaged during this period of time. Requests made online to provide comments virtually received by 4 p.m. today or via speaker card at the public viewing locations will be discussed or addressed during the public comment period today. Comments will be made in the order of the request. If you do not respond when you are called, we will provide a second chance at the end of the public comment period. When your name is called to actually speak, we will unmute your line in order for you to provide your comment within your allocated time of 3 minutes. You will hear a tone when you have 30 seconds remaining, and then another tone when your time is up. The line will be muted after 3 minutes, so please keep your eye on the clock and listen for those tones. If you have more information to share with the group, you can provide additional comments in writing or for further consideration, you can send your comments anytime to fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us. Now, only one person at a time will be unmuted. If you have self-muted on your end, please be sure to unmute before speaking. And after the completion of the virtual public comments, we will subsequently move to the public viewing locations. And so anyway, with that being said, we will go ahead and move forward to our first public comment speaker. And that is going to be Mr. Jim Tatum from Tampa. So Mr. Tatum, your line should be unmuted and you're ready.
Yes, thank you. I'm a member of our Santa Fe River Incorporated, Fort White, Florida. I would ask Mr. Watts to please take account on the 12,500 public comments, whether it's for the roads, against the roads, or what type of category. I consider the no-build option a very important one, and I agree with Mr. Charles Lee on this request. I disagree strongly with the task force member, Mr. Scott Carnahan of Citrus County. I believe we must count the form letters because the person who sent this in took the time and effort to check the opposed box. He or she could have written a letter in support. If Mr. Carnahan disregards these, he is not serving the constituency who reached out to him. So this is important. Not long ago, this group called a group called the Tax Watch predicted that the toll roads project had no sound financial plan. Now another group, the Cornell Consulting, found that the MCORS project will fail to deliver on its promised outcomes and that it will be fiscally unsound and cause environmental harm. The bottom line emerged from the Cornell Consulting analyses is that the MCORS is infeasible, creates negative returns, and therefore fails to meet its goals. Sierra Club echoed that statement. It is now time to face the reality that very few people want this doomed plan to continue. I call on the Department of Transportation to listen to the people of Florida and to go with the no-build option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Up next is Amy Datz from Tallahassee, Florida. Amy, you are unmuted.
Report recommendations, statewide and regional growth. Sea level rise causing a migration of 79% of the population away from the coast is not mentioned in this report. Also, with the increase in working at home, there's a movement of people from areas of high personal income tax into our state to avoid this tax. Increased connectivity. No mention is made of directly connecting these new corridors and avoid dumping traffic on I-4 and I-75. This should be a primary consideration when locating corridors. Emergency management. No mention is made of the staging areas for vehicles which come to help repair electrical and other systems as directed by the legislature in 2020. Broadband. This needs to be available to all the citizens in the area, not just in schools and libraries. Going to a library with a contagious disease to do telemedicine is counterproductive. The counties in this area have significantly lower access to health care than the rest of the state. This makes their access to broadband all the more critical. The legislation promised 700,000 residents would get internet access. Keep this as a critical element when reviewing the final report. Working from home is an important economic advantage, which this area needs. This increases their access to education and job training, helping to lift them out of poverty. Agriculture and freight are also using Wi-Fi to improve their operations effectiveness and efficiency. Broadband should also be included in the considerations for economic development. Incorporate emerging technologies into corridor planning. An emphasis should be placed on portable solar charging stations for electric cars, buses, and freight. Also, electric charging strips in the roadway so vehicles don't have to stop to recharge. Grass from right-of-way mowing as biofuels should be an included consideration. Natural gas will be obsolete in the next 10 to 20 years. Please do not include the Sable Trail and the Florida Gas Transmission Company pipelines in your utility plans for co-location in this corridor. Pipelines will be abandoned and the taxpayers will have to pay for their removal and the environmental damage they cause. Multimodal needs. No mention is made of several years ago, the institution of high-speed rail was approved by the voters. This may be the opportunity to place the system in corridors to connect with Amtrak. Community identity and tolls. A lot of discussion by this task force and the community has centered on tolls, but they are not adequately discussed in the draft report. A discussion of why tolls are a necessary component of this project should be clearly identified in this report and addressed with local groups to increase their understanding. No transportation system in the world is profitable or even pays for itself. All are subsidized by fares, taxes, or tolls. With the improvement in the fleet to hybrid and electric cars, the Highway Trust Fund is collapsing. Tolls are critical to the future of highway building and maintenance.
Thank you, Mrs. Datz. Time is up. Up next is Michael McGrath from Fort Myers, Florida. Michael, you are unmuted.
Good evening, task force members. My name is Mike McGrath. I'm an organizer for the Sierra Club. I have some comments for you folks today. So the task force process has focused largely on nebulous ideas rather than drilling down into the specifics. Before considering any of these guiding principles, it should have been FDOT's responsibility to evaluate whether this project is even financially feasible or fiscally responsible, as it normally would have done during their 5-year planning process. FDOT failed the task force members and it failed Florida taxpayers. To fill that research gap for what FDOT hasn't provided you all, Cornell Consulting was commissioned to evaluate the financial feasibility of each of these toll roads. Now, it should be noted that they used FDOT's publicly available data for projected traffic patterns, usage rate projections, toll revenue projections, bonding capacity, and also financing options for private-public partnerships. They also used other project comparables for construction costs as well. They ran this information through a model that created 500 simulations to determine what the actual outcomes would be for the fiscal feasibility of this project. What they found is that the M-Force project does not meet FDOT's statutory guidelines and does not make any financial sense. It should also be noted that many of these simulations were favorable towards FDOT, and still not one simulation yielded showed that any of these connectors could meet statutory guidelines for fiscal feasibility. Now, the question I'd be asking myself is, why did FDOT refuse to dig into fiscal feasibility? Because the fact of the matter is that this project is fiscally infeasible, and that enough is reason enough to recommend no build. But they don't want to do that. But fortunately, that's not their call. Task force members, now is the time to oppose this project and make the needed push for no build. You don't need to sign on to a consensus agreement for something that you actually oppose. There already exists overwhelming sentiment from the public supporting the no build position, and now this is complemented by data-driven analysis done by Cornell Consulting policy reports. The only responsible option, both to Florida taxpayers and to avoid unnecessary strain to the FDOT's budget, is no build. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Up next is Herman Younger from Gainesville, Florida. Herman, you are unmuted.
Hello and good evening, task force members. You are now at the penultimate task force meeting. Your recommendations will soon go to the governor's desk. Everything you do from today until then sets the stage for the future of Florida's economy, environment, and moral standards. FDOT argues that you are not tasked with recommending a no-build option, as that is the purpose of the PD&E process, but we cannot afford to rely on a single state agency to yield to the will of the people. You are tasked to give recommendations related to MCORS, and if you have found insufficient evidence for need or feasibility, then a no-build recommendation is appropriate. Your stamp of approval is a choice. You can refuse to recommend this not recommend this environmentally destructive toll road project with a multi-billion-dollar price tag. If FDOT's failure to provide proof of need or feasibility for MCORS wasn't enough, the recently released Cornell Consulting white papers made infeasibility very clear. The Cornell Consulting analysts refuted the unsubstantiated claims made by FDOT related to traffic congestion, broadband, and hurricane evacuation. The mounting evidence and analysis shows there is no need or feasibility for MCORS, and as task force members, your stamp of approval will forever be written in history, as well as your lack of sound judgment and reason. I urge you to listen to the thousands of Floridian scientists, students, activists, mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters, and do not sign on to any consensus agreement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Younger. Up next is Terry Bridge from Bradenton, Florida. Terry, you are unmuted. You're self-muted.
You can hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. I've attended a number of the 3/4 MCOR meetings. The task forces have been very collegial and impressive in depth and detail of their work. However, over the months of the meetings, I've continued to hear three main overarching open issues being expressed by a good number of the task force members. They are: 1, where is the data to support the need for these corridors? The data provided to date does not support the need. To me, the answer to this question is critical to the credibility of this MCORS project going forward. 2, why has the no-build option not been discussed to the point that it has its own guiding principles, instructions, and action plans? Does not the statute require this level of MCORS discussions? And how will this lapse in no-build discussion affect whether or not task force member consensus on report can be reached? To me, there is a government bias. These roads will be built no matter the needs, data, and project cost. This bias seems to have shaped the structure of task force discussions and the way in which task force reports are being drafted. 3, would not the improvement and expansion of existing roads and transportation infrastructure more successfully meet and be a more fiscally and environmentally responsible solution to Florida's transportation infrastructure needs? To me, this is the common sense, physically responsible, and best for the public approach. Our existing infrastructure should take priority as it has significant needs and enhancement opportunities. 4, what is the cost of building these toll roads, and how much more will it cost to build the toll roads in such a way that rural communities, Florida's wildlife and natural habitats, and the health of our essential water resources are not significantly damaged? To me, the required dollars will sorely tax Florida's budget and Florida's taxpayers. I'd like to add a personal comment. Earlier today, I was stunned when a community commissioner said that he doesn't pay much attention to form letters about the MCORS project. I assume he was talking about form letters from conservation organizations members. I would say to him that most of the public does not have the time to write their own letters, and that such form letters afford the public the time to express their shared concerns. MCORS representatives should take those form letter concerns seriously, and I hope this commissioner's statement is not reflective of how MCORS weighs public input. I don't think his statement is reflective of MCORS because in another task force's meeting, FDOT did say that they get form letters the same weight as personally written letters. It would be good for MCORS to clarify this to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bridge. Up next is Matthew Schwartz from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Matthew, you are unmuted.
Hey, good afternoon, Task Force. This is Matthew Schwartz representing South Florida Wildlands Association. I want to point out an aspect of these meetings that seems to be fundamentally flawed. The vast majority of environmentalists in Florida, as you're being told again and again, are deeply opposed to the entirety of MCORS, evidenced by the 90 or more organizations that have joined the No Roads to Ruin Coalition, and not just because it's economically unfeasible or it was concocted to aid a handful of large, wealthy landowners who will have greater access to high-speed transportation network for their properties, but because for our parks, our springs, our aquifers, wildlife habitat, outdoor recreation, and the quality of human life, this project is a disaster. The choice of task force members all but excluded those environmentalists who have no desire to make this project greener, but see it in any configuration as one of the most ecologically destructive projects the state has ever come up with. And given how different Florida is today than it was in the 1950s when the last big project, the Florida Turnpike, was built, look at every aspect of it, our wildlife habitat, our levels of pollution in our coasts and our water bodies, not to mention the already present threats from climate change and sea level rise. I would go so far as to call this the most ecologically destructive project Florida's ever seen. The arguments against this project should have allowed to be presented at these task force meetings in the same kind of detail, the back and forth given to others, so that the task force members, the public, the press, and the state employees who are implementing this project can hear a full explanation of what's wrong with it. Instead, the opposition is relegated to these 3-minute sound bites. Yesterday's task force meeting was a great example of that process. It was a meeting which a big part of it focused on the impacts of the roadways of the Florida Panther. One of the public speakers was wildlife ecologist Randy Couts, who literally wrote the book on the primary and secondary zones for the Florida state animal. It was an embarrassment to see him have to condense his decades of critical research and a recent research report on this project into a 3-minute soundbite when we heard hours of non-scientific testimony on the subject from other task force members. And substitute the panther for any of the many federally listed species in North Florida, 27 species of North Florida wildlife listed as endangered or threatened under the Endangered Species Act that will be impacted, and you have exactly the same situation. Had Randy Couts been given time to make a presentation, he would have explained that avoiding public or conservation lands means virtually nothing to the wildlife who have no idea where those lines are on their habitat. They use all of it. The same goes for our water resources, largely underground and porous limestone formations. And when it comes to wildlife crossings, those only work when you have protected habitat on either side, running out of time. Task force members, please don't get snookered into the consensus language being served up by FDOT. You have an opportunity, be a hero here, make the ecological, economic, and morally correct choice here. On your comments to this project, vote no bill.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Time's up. Up next is Jimmy Carroll from Ocala, Florida. Jimmy, you are unmuted. Jimmy Carroll, you are unmuted. Mr. Jimmy Carroll from Ocala, Florida, you are unmuted. Okay, we'll circle back. Up next is Vivian Young from Tallahassee, Florida. Vivian, you are unmuted.
Good afternoon. This is Vivian Young, and I'm Communications Director for 1000 Friends of Florida. Over the course of this process, 1000 Friends has submitted numerous recommendations to you as task force members and FDO staff regarding guiding principles and PD&E directions. We urge you to continue to review these and incorporate them as you finalize your report to protect significant lands and waters, limit costly sprawling development, and protect the rural economy and quality of life. But due to the limited time today, I would like to highlight two underlying concepts. The first relates to transportation need and financial feasibility of the project. If this project had gone through FDOT's normal corridor planning process, there would have been a preliminary analysis to determine if there was a transportation need for these corridors, and if yes, that they would in fact be financially feasible. This would be undertaken before moving into the PD&E process. Instead, the PD&E process, which is in phase 3 of the corridor planning process, is when these fundamental determinations will be made. By circumventing this basic planning process, which is on DOT's website, hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars and toll road user dollars from across Florida are being spent before even determining if there is a fundamental need. This is particularly unconscionable during a time when Florida is reeling financially from the impacts of COVID-19. Therefore, our first fundamental recommendation is that the task force include in its final report a guiding principle requiring a preliminary determination of transportation need and financial feasibility as required in the first phase of the Florida Transportation Corridor planning process prior to spending hundreds of millions of dollars on the formal PD&E study and right-of-way acquisition. The second underlying concept relates to protecting natural resources and rural character as legally mandated in Senate Bill 7068. We remain very concerned about the impacts that the placement of and planning for interchanges have on both natural resources and rural economic vitality. Interchanges can promote tremendous urban sprawl if not carefully designed. Not only can they promote development sprawling into natural and agricultural lands, but also lead to a proliferation of gas stations, convenience stores, and the like at interchanges that draw business away from existing downtowns and rural crossroad communities. Therefore, our second fundamental recommendation is that the task force include in its report a guiding principle requiring acquisition of lands needed for conservation and to prevent sprawl prior to the commencement of any road construction, as has been required for the Model Wekiva Parkway project. If there is a sincere desire to protect the rural character of these areas, as noted in the legislation, significant acquisition is essential.
Time is up,
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Shirley McCullough from Denellen, Florida. Shirley, you are unmuted.
Thank you. I'm going to say again, I don't know how often the same person is counted, that I am 100% no build. I have reasons that other people are saying over and over again, so I'm not going to use my time there. I am going to start with Citrus County once again. Form letters were the suggested way of communicating at the beginning, and all comments are important. Your issue is you want to drop public opinion because you want an interchange and can care less what happens to town in your own county, let alone other counties' towns. I hope these call outs are added as comments. FDOT, if not, please let me know and I will send emails related to all my concerns that overlap all 3 sections. All these reports, then by all I mean all 3 sections, say FDOT will work with local governments. What has not been added is if the suggested / proposed roadways, which seems to be US 41, SR 44, SR 200, and SR 121 at the least. They do not show what towns will be destroyed. My home and my community is included in what will be destroyed. Drive 41 and count them. These communities that are being destroyed, not revitalized, and that is destroying rural character. Information should have a place in the final reports and not, oh, wait a minute, I missed something here. Sorry. This information should have a place in the final reports and not pretend that this will not happen. Wildlife, not much was talked about it today. I'm going to try and say this very quickly. Georgia is having great success in breeding indigo snakes. They are a threatened species in Florida. They release them in Alabama because they do not trust Florida to protect them. And this was said on national TV. They also feel this threatened species will not recover in Florida. It is a shame that another state knows this state will not put wildlife of all types before asphalt and concrete. Tampa Zoo is working hard to rehab and release and has expressed their concern how this will affect their efforts.
Time is up,
I'm
Mrs.
out of
Nicola.
time,
Thank
but I
you for your comment.
absolutely.
You're welcome. Up next is Stephen Martin from Tallahassee, Florida. Stephen, you are unmuted. Stephen, you're self-muted.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. As a native Floridian born here nearly 70 years ago, I'm outraged about MCORs, as well as what's happened across Florida over the course of my lifetime. I've spoken at 2 prior MCORs task force meetings expressing my outrage, including yesterday. I will try to maintain my composure this time. Much attention's been given over the course of these meetings to environmental and wildlife protection. I find it amusing when human beings promote these grand projects while at the same time claim to be concerned about environmental and wildlife welfare. Grand projects that transform relatively undisturbed settings in which wildlife and the natural environment has existed in relative equilibrium for eons. If we're considering wildlife and environmental protection, please explain how paving over land and having vehicles weighing hundreds and thousands of pounds, whether fuel fossil driven, hybrid, or electric, moving at 70+ miles an hour is protective of the environment and of the wildlife. Let's not kid ourselves. There's been considerable mention made as well about internet and broadband. As noted, I've been around a while. Florida's changed significantly over my lifetime. Growth and development have taken over. When I compare Florida today to the Florida of the past, I was born in South Florida. In 1980, I moved to North Florida due to development having taken over in South Florida. I would have stayed put had it not been development destroying so much of what I had become attached to. I question whether these developers have any sense of appreciation for what they're going in and transforming. Given a choice between Florida as it was then versus as it is now, I'll choose it as it was then. No internet, lots of open space, no mass development until after that. I will gladly take that anytime over what we have now. There's been considerable promotion of increased internet access trying to justify this. And perhaps the single most outspoken citizen who's a proponent of MCORs, at one meeting, she rhetorically asked, could you imagine not having internet access for a week, implying she could never imagine living without it? And this is supposedly from a scientist unable to imagine existence without the internet. My God, where have we gone? I can easily imagine getting by without internet. Once I retire, which is very soon, I look forward to not having to deal with the internet. Don't assume everybody wants internet. Some of us remember what it was like without it. We have become so conditioned, I should say, almost
Thank you, Mr. Martin, for your comment.
indoctrinated.
Time's up. Thank you. Up next is Tracy Seal from Lamont, Florida. Tracy, you are unmuted. You're self-muted. Tracy Seal from Lamont, Florida, you are unmuted. Last call, Tracy Seal from Lamont, Florida. All right, moving on. We will circle back. Up next is Neil Fleckenstein. Neil, you are unmuted.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all the hard work for the task force, or that the task force has done, as well as DOT. I'm going to try and avoid a lot of the comments that I've made before on behalf of Tall Timbers. I'll try and focus more on the task force report. First recommendation we have is regarding the stated terminus of the toll road corridor. We recommend that the task force report should reflect that the stated terminus of the proposed toll road corridor should be Interstate 10 without regard to any predetermined county. The decision by the legislature that the toll road corridor would go to Jefferson County specifically without any analysis, we believe that undermines efforts to conduct a thorough evaluation of the transportation need for the proposed toll road. It undermines a robust analysis of the full range of potential alternatives to address the need. And we also think it undermines the determination of the ultimate potential costs and impacts of this project. A second recommendation is regarding the task force final report, specifically including a recommendation to the Florida legislature to remove the deadline for the beginning of construction and the completion of the proposed corridors. We agree with Janet Bowman that it's within the rights of the task force to make a recommendation to improve the process. We think that the very aggressive timeline currently in place undermines the ability of DOT, consultants, and most important, the public, to fully evaluate the potential impacts of really one of the largest transportation projects in Florida's history. A third recommendation is regarding financial feasibility. We recommend that the task force adopt a guiding principle on financial feasibility, clearly stating the importance of the fiscal reality of such an expensive project, and the fiscal constraints facing the state is just vital and frankly just common sense. Other comments or recommendations specifically regarding public engagement in the public engagement section of the report. The report really lacks a detailed breakdown of the citizen feedback, not just the number of people who commented, but generally what were the concerns that were expressed by the public, and what was the public level of support for and against the project. We think this should be summarized in the body of the report with more detailed analysis in the attachments. And of course, this should include form letters, which are a perfectly reasonable way of participating in the process. I guess just one last comment that I've not really seen addressed. In the infrastructure section of the final report, I was surprised that, at least in the draft I read, there's no mention of US 19, which is the primary north-south highway through the study area, nor how underutilized that arterial is. I think this is just a significant omission that provides an inaccurate picture of the transportation system in the study area. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Jenny Welch from Old Town, Florida. Jenny, you are unmuted.
Thank you. While going over the communities, what was left out was everything between Old Town and Mayo. This includes churches, cemeteries, agricultural lands, Lafayette Forest Wildlife and Environmental Area, and Mallory Swamp Wildlife Management Area, unless one of these was referred as a refuge. I agree with Charles Lee that the road should follow 19 and leave Old Town alone, rural and residential. It was also good to see that the native plants will be saved when possible. However, native plants also need to be put back after the roads are built. And invasive species should not be used in the design. Two examples are bamboo and chase tree, which are category 2 invasives, and which FDOT is now planting at interchanges. At the last meeting, FWC task force member asked for the addition of native plants around stormwater ponds, wetland areas for filtering of water. I did not see this in the guiding principles, but I may have missed it. I would just like to see that put there. It was also disappointing to hear task force members attacking one another. You are supposed to be our leaders, and this attacking of each other you should be above that such pettiness. I wanted to thank you for putting in to the guiding principles the best available technology to limit impacts to wildlife, including roadkill. That is a huge concern, especially up here where we have a lot of wildlife. I also wanted to thank Charles Lee for speaking for those of us who live in the rural Florida and want to keep it rural. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Welch. Up next is Ted Smith from Ocala, Florida. Ted, you are unmuted.
All right, thank you very much. I'm a retired architect living in Ocala, Florida. And first, thanks for all the work that you're doing. I'm impressed with the effort of FDOT and this task force to protect and enhance the environment and wildlife through which this project will be constructed. I was the author of the September 13th Ocala Star Banner article titled, "If Done Right, Highway Could Be Something Special." I do not intend to dwell on points that I made in that article, but do have a few comments and questions for your consideration. My article expressed concern about potential bottlenecks with no way out during emergencies such as hurricanes or bad accidents on I-75. Is the task force looking into ways to coordinate with the National Department of Transportation to have this roadway extended to the north through West Georgia, bypassing Atlanta's traffic problems? Second item, I believe the Suncoast corridor is by far the most important consequential corridor being studied. Considering the COVID-19 impact, perhaps efforts should be concentrated on the Suncoast corridor with the other two shelved for the time being. Is the task force going to rank the corridors and perhaps consider the idea of paring down the overall scope to this one corridor? And three, your short narrative with slides about important historical and environmental sites was interesting. Could a communications video link for travelers to learn about historic sites, environmental features, and wildlife as they journey along the Nature Coast Parkway be incorporated in lieu of billboards? 4, you mentioned that some portion of the project funding would be used to protect and enhance the environment. Designation of a particular percentage of a toll, especially for the environment, would help convince travelers of DOT's commitment to the environment over the long term. Is this being considered? This has the potential of being a really great project. Hopefully the result will be one of which we can all be proud for many years to come. Thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts, and best of luck.
Thank you for your comment. Circling back to Jimmy Carroll from Ocala, Florida. Jimmy, you are unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes. Regarding partners and public engagement, I think it would be helpful to include in the final report some specificity as how that would be accomplished in terms of progress reports and inputs from the partners and the public. In terms of co-location with 19, if you look at the flood and storm surge areas on the interactive map, you see that from Citrus County to Perry, the entirety of 19 is subject to flooding and storm surges. So Charles Lee's comments would be very applicable. And in addition, if you co-locate with 19 for evacuation purposes, you would have to look at the feeder roads to improve those to get through, to get above the flood and surge levels, which would be quite expensive. If multimodal is considered, think in terms of how long it has taken to get rail from Miami to Orlando and on to Tampa, and whether or not multimodal is really going to work all the way from Citrus County to I-10 or wherever, versus a shortened version of what a multimodal facility might be. I have other comments, but they're longer, and I will put those in comments online. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Circling back with Tracy Seal from Lamont, Florida. Tracy,
Hello,
you're
can you hear me?
unmuted. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for taking my comments today, and just thanks to the group for all the hard work you're doing. This is my first meeting, and I'm happy to be able to comment. I'm speaking as a person who lives and pays taxes in Lamont, Florida, which is, from what I can tell, projected to be pretty much destroyed if this project goes through on 9819. Now, we choose to live in a rural setting because of the value that it provides to us and our family and to our neighbors. We have no noise pollution, no light pollution. Our environment is pristine, and that's why we chose to live here. And we just feel like we'll lose that if this road goes through our county, or especially through Lamont. I'm also concerned that the economic impact, the economic growth that might be encouraged by this project, I'm afraid it would be beneficial mostly to outside investors who would come in, don't share our values or our appreciation of our way of life. And I'm not quite understanding how the broadband would benefit anybody who doesn't live right along the corridor or whose business is not right along the corridor. I'd like to see, if we're going to use broadband as part of the incentive, I'd like to see it out into the rural areas. And I hope that's a consideration. Again, I'm concerned about the increase of local taxes with potentially small to no benefits for local residents. I sure appreciate you letting me comment today, and I'll close now.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes our virtual comments. We'll circle back to Greg Vaughn for the in-viewing locations.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to go now to our 2 public viewing locations. We'll start first in Lafayette County. We'll go to Mayo, Florida, and we'll cast it out to our staff who's there to see if we have any public commenters there. Ron?
Hey, good afternoon, Greg. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hey, thank you so much. It has certainly been a thorough and thoughtful conversation today. We have no members of the public that have asked to speak from this location, and we greatly appreciate the opportunity. So thank you very much. Greg, back to you.
All right, thanks, Ron. All right, so now we're going to go to our second public viewing location, which is in Madison, Florida. And so David Haight is our staff lead there. David, do we have any public commenters?
Hello, Greg. We have no one wishing to make comment.
Okay, very good. Thank you, David. So with that being said, that concludes our public comment period. I will now turn it over to Secretary Evans to close this out.
All right. Long day. I know everybody's ready to get home for some rest and maybe a bit of dinner with family, but I do appreciate the members of the public willing to speak to this task force today. Thank you very much for that. The public input is vital to MCORS and it can be submitted at any time. We can use fdot.listens at dot.state.fl.us and will become part of the public record. Again, I can't say thank you enough to the task force members and supporting staff for participation and making the day a very productive day. Thank you again. So with that, meeting number 8 is adjourned. Thank you. Have a great night.